Oh my god. Oh my lord. Please, Vindicta, come back. Nothing personal, but I'm on a clip right now. Thank you.
Oh my god, we're back.
Every time I attack, they literally put me in the ice cage 5v1.
Oh my god.
GG. GG, that's the best bebop bomb.
Wait.
Holy shit, he's
That might have been the biggest damage in one tick of this game. Coming.
Hold up, guys, I'm burning.
I've silenced.
Oh, yeah, fuck you, get me in there, Ivy.
Dude, what?
I would help you guys, but I'm busy.
Oh god. Shit.
Sorry for clone.
Oh. Oh shit, I got him! Oh my god, we're gaming right now. Watch this shit.
Hold up.
Oh my god, you're actually crazy.
Oh my god. How did you kill this shit, bro?
So good.
Oh, I have a ship holding W. Yeah, I'm dead.
Coming.
Oh, bro. Go crazy.
I'm gaming,
I
guys.
just walked into it.
Now you gotta hook her to make the clip.
Nice, you got him. Good shit.
Come on. Come on. No.
No. I got a better idea. All right, wait, Flats, watch this, okay? Watch this. Watch the bomb damage.
You just put 2 on it? There's no way you just killed 3. That's fucking ridiculous.
Watch this, Red. Are you ready for this shit?
Oh, I'm talking about fucking Ivy. I mean, everyone knows she's
Where's the
busted.
Where's the Vindicta?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh. Wait. What am I watching? Wait, what am I watching right now? Wait. What am I watching? This is the craziest 1v3 I've ever seen. Wait. Jonas casually just 1v3.
I was doing good things. All good things. I can't tell who's laughing.
Dude, I put 2 bombs on Wraith, she TP'd away and it killed Vindicta next to her.
Oh no shit.
That's hilarious.
I have a Fortnite strategy here, boys. I'm gonna third person peek this one and then I can hook him out of the... Just hide.
Yeah.
Just hide. I'm gonna hook him out before he... He's coming. Thank you. I'll take that.
You, Chuck.
Get him, Shiv! Don't let them finish, please. Shiv is... Go on, Shiv! Show them how OP your class is. He's got Unstoppable, Rebirth, and Blink Dagger. Look at this guy!
7. Rebirth.
Jim is one-shotting their whole team right now.
Dude! What a...
What the fuck am I playing?
I'm trying to steal your balls. I got him. I'm getting...
Snag my balls.
I'm running. Watch this, Ty. Watch this. Oh no, he's chasing me.
Swag. Bonk. Get the
Dude,
fuck out of here.
he got fucking styled on. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. What up, gamers? Dude, why is my Spotify bugging? What is this? Hello, Evie. How you doing? Do, do, do. Oh yeah, I forgot about this thing. Hello, Zuel. Hello, Gingerbread. Which fight night is it tonight? Number 18, I think. I actually haven't been able to watch the last two, so I'm kind of excited. Is Lucky Shot Calico a bug? What do you mean bug? Who is fighting? Oh, let me see. Today, first it's Europe. In Europe, it's Virtus Pro versus Porgelaya, Scumbria, and then the final is one win team. And then America is wait, is it just wait, there's just one match in America. It's a best of 5 between Big and Brolic and Hydronation. Wait, why isn't there 2 teams? I mean 3 teams. What's going on here? There's only 2 Does anyone know why this is happening? Was it like that last week? No, it wasn't. What the freak? Wait, let me message the admin. How come it's a BO5 today? Melee keeps roster changes and TF2 people unavailable. Oh. What are you eating? I am, you know, I'm a grown up, so I'm eating Cocoa Pebbles. No, there is fight night. It's just that they're doing one best of 5. Why don't you play Lash anymore? Honestly don't know. I got a little bit bored. Can't lie. I got a little bit bored. I feel like there's so many ways of countering Lash in high elo that he's really hard to play.
Cocoa Crisp is better texture, but not enough choco.
Porkman with the base tier 2 sub. True. Thank you, bro. What are you munching on? Cocoa Pebbles. For Mr. Flintstone himself. What should we play today? Maybe it's some Mo and Krill angle. Is Calico Lucky Shot bugged? Why would it be bugged? I feel like the process is on all our 6 pellets. I mean, that doesn't change anything, does it? The only difference there is that you're always gonna be slowed. But if the proc is individual on each pellet, the chance is still the same. Create new act? No, I don't want to smurf. Well, yeah, it shouldn't matter. Let's see. Mystic Shot, only one of her pellets is powered up with the Mystic Shot. But you can't compare those two. Mystic Shot fires an extra projectile. So it's irrelevant how many pellets it is. It's not a pellet at all. It's just an extra projectile. Lucky Shot gives you a percentage chance of doing double damage on your shot. So regardless of it's on individual pellets or just the total damage per shot, it doesn't matter because it's still the same percentage chance even if they're calculated individually. The only big difference is that the proc will be almost happening on every shot, meaning you'll always be slowed. But I think that that proc thing pretty much always slows anyway. Like if you have a decent fire rate, you're always slowed when this happens. So I don't really quite see. We need new objectives. Do we? I don't know. I think we just need more heroes, more items. Or like remove the tier 3 camps on the sides and make like a mini objective, maybe. I don't know what it would be though. Dude, Aghanim Scepter would be crazy, but you know how long it takes to implement an item like that and balance it? It's like it takes a year. It needs a draft mode too, but it's also hard to have a draft mode when you don't have that many heroes. Most new Dota heroes don't come out with an Ags. Really? I actually didn't know that. AverageJonas back to Deadlock. What a day. I think it was a mistake to launch ranked that early in the playtest. I think it makes more sense to launch ranked in like an open beta or something. So I think a lot of the player base split due to that. Why don't you play Dota again someday? I don't know. I'm very invested in both Deadlock and World of Warcraft. I honestly can't play Dota on top of that. It's too much. Too much. But Gautam, that doesn't matter. No, but that doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What do you mean powers only one pellet? You think Lucky Shot would power one pellet? That would be the worst item in the game. The crits will just do double damage. Like it's... I don't even know why I'm testing this. I can't lie. Why did my lucky shot proc once that entire fucking mag? What? What's your favorite food meal? Yeah, same shit. You're getting ran down by Calico in the last 2 days, but that's because Calico's OP. Doesn't have to be more complicated than that. Yo. Is it Mo time? Mo time. Nice. Yeah, I'm a sucker for pepperoni pizza, man. Oh my god. That's But I mean, oh my god, I've been on. Wait, have I been on? Oh my god, I haven't been on full screen this entire time. Sorry. That's hilarious how nobody told me. Oops. Windwall Hero, do you also see it? What? What does that even mean? Windwall Hero, do you also see it? I thought you were doing some behind the scenes stuff to the game stuff. Yeah, no, it was definitely not just me being a moron. Do you have a local pizza place you love? No, you know what? It doesn't need to be like a... I mean, obviously, like some places that have like stone oven made pizza with like filled crust and stuff. It's great. But I'm not that like... You know, like Pizza Hut is fine. A wall that blocks gun damage? You mean Paradox? Do you think streaming on YouTube is better than streaming on Twitch in terms of audience? No. I think streaming on YouTube is terrible. I only do it because you guys asked me to do it. I don't make any money from it. I don't get a lot of viewers from it. And a lot of people are very negative on YouTube. There's a lot of Valorant haters who come to the YouTube chat to shit talk. So to me, YouTube streaming is purely because some people asked me to stream on YouTube because they prefer watching me on YouTube. Your live stream don't have 480p. Why? Because I'm using NVIDIA Enhanced Broadcasting, so I can only have 3 different resolutions. Because to get higher video quality, the transcoding is ran on my server. So there should only be 3 different resolutions, and those are 1080, 720, and 360. beep, 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 do, do, do.
Hey, have you ever gone gun mode before, Jonas?
No, I hate gun builds.
I feel like it'd be kind of like wild, bro. You're just like spraying out this cannon, you know?
No,
Because I've seen you play, right? You have monster rounds and like one other gun item, and you just like shred people. And it's like, well, what if you had more gun items?
I mean,
right?
I think to me, it's more just what I like playing. I saw someone in my Discord today suggesting slowing bullets. I think that could be a good idea when you're running people down with torment pulls to like make them not escape.
Yeah, that's good.
Because like if you get the drop on them with like the spin, and then you just like, you keep them within range. That could be good, but I might add slowing bullets. And then, because you can always sell rapid rounds if you want. Because, like, there's a lot of games where I don't end up buying Alkfire, for instance, because there's a lot of flyers. So I always buy Phantom Strike. I know people go Magic Carpet and Warp Stone and stuff. I'm just a Phantom Strike enjoyer. I just love that item. And it makes your ult, like, guaranteed and instant with no counterplay. But a lot of the time you use it to grab people out of the air. So if there's like Lash, Vin, and Talon, I don't think Alkfire is that strong. You're never going to be able to get Alkfire and an ult on them.
Right, unless you throw it at the ground, you're like, well, they're going to land here in like 2 seconds, right? Well, you know.
Yeah.
But here's something I think people underestimate, dude. If you're a character that has like an area of an effect kind of aura, whether it's like Hazel or your Mo with your Torment Pulse, if the slow said instead of like minus 30% slow, it said 30% more damage, you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna buy this. It's free damage. But that's what the slow is, right? It keeps them in your ability longer.
Dude, in
right?
every single game I've played, I always preferred mobility and slows. Because it's like indirect damage.
Yup. And it also slows down the time they can go get help from someone else, or like get an important escape route or line of sight cut off. Yeah, slow is king. Characters like that.
Yeah. The viewer can rewind stream on YouTube. You can do that on Twitch too. You just gotta open the bot.
Double sleep haze like on VODs, dude. It's kind of nuts, dude.
I mean, yeah. There's like 3 people in high elo that plays double sleep haze, and they play it well. But I think for everyone else, it's just a niche thing. I think. Torment pulls on Bebop. That would have to be like a melee build. Hello, Harris. Hello, Nessun. Long range for Mo? I don't know. Like, sharpshooter's very expensive, man. I remember Red had an old Mo build that was like that, but I don't think I'm a fan. I can't lie, I don't think I'm a fan. I just love ult builds in general. Like I love ult Paradox, ult Lash, ult Mo, ult Haze. What does AverageJonas want to be added in Deadlock? You know, the African Pro, you don't have to tag me every time you have a question. You know, you can just ask the question. I'm looking at the chat. What do you want to be added the most? I just want more heroes and more items, to be honest. Are you gonna play Split Fiction with Jerbifer? That might be possible. Yeah, I think so. I think we've talked about it. We're doing a cooking stream tomorrow though, so that should be fun. Is it fun, Ruffled? Yeah, I have to check it out. We played It Takes Two. It's a lot of fun. Does anyone know what the playthrough time is on Split Fiction?
Yo, Jonas, I just watched that video, or a little bit of it, where you had that giant laptop.
Huh? What? Sorry.
I just watched a little bit of the video where you had that giant laptop. And
Oh,
you were,
yeah.
like, awkwardly interacting with people. That shit was so funny, dude.
Yeah.
Why do they make it so awkward? Is it like, I don't know what happened recently, but it could be my imagination. But like, everyone's much more awkward than they used to be like 10 years ago or something.
What do you
know
mean?
what I'm saying?
Like people you're interacting with?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like in the like 18 to 28 age range.
Oh yeah.
In particular. I don't know if it was COVID or something, but bro, like,
Yeah, I
things
see.
are different now.
Yeah, dude, Raffle Goat, that makes sense. We're like,
Like if you're trying to shoot the shit with some random person, it just feels like, you know, like they're stiff, right?
oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like everyone's scared of everything these days. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I'm not any better. I like to stay at home, you know, do my own thing.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Do you know when the game will be out? No. It Takes Two is an awesome co-op game. Yeah, it is. I don't know what we're cooking yet, to be honest. Why do I feel like I'm in a loser queue for every game I win? I lose 7 in a row. I think that's called it being that's a skill issue. Oh my fucking god! Do you know when the game will be out? Nope. You think Valve would tell us when the game's out? Valve didn't even warn us when we were allowed to stream the game. Just realized Fight Night starts in like an hour.
Yeah, I forgot about Fight Nights.
Yeah, I gotta check it out, see what the vibe is.
You gonna do the thing where you like the watch party or what?
I think so. But I think we can get a game or two in.
True. Yeah, the last one I watched was when the underdog finally took the championship.
Yeah.
Who was it? Who was the one that had like 5-6 wins in a row that lost?
Hydro Nation. They had 10 wins in a row, I think. And then they lost once, and then it turned out they lost against a cheater, and then they got the victory back. And then I think, and then they got beat after again. And now Ido's team has won twice in a row.
Oh yeah.
Hello, HD.
Ido might be the best player in NA, dude.
Yeah,
It's
he's
like,
crazy.
There is an argument to be made.
Yeah, he fucking sends it, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly in his prime, too. What is he, like 22 or something?
Yeah, I think he's 21. Who's playing today?
Yeah, it's
Today
like
it's
peak brain activity.
It's a best of 5 between Hydro Nation and Big and Brolic in NA. Because there's only 2 teams invited this time. And then in EU, there's Virtus Pro and 1 win and Polskaya, I think, or what? I'm not sure how to, you know. The stream when you played Ido and Abrams, yeah. Dude, when me and Ido lane together as Bebop Abrams, it's crazy.
What?
Berg, haven't seen you at the game in a while.
Okay. Bro, I'm trying to go up there and shoot those damn minions. Guerrilla Radio, man. Guerrilla Radio. Sick of haze yet? Absolutely sick of haze, yep.
You know how hard it is to keep Maurice down?
Bruh. Oh damn, she's hurting.
I got her.
He's below you. Oh, he's out.
How can someone be below me?
Ah, bro. Sorry, I'm Norwegian, dude.
Oh, okay.
It's too early for my brain to compute.
Deny these.
Leave them to me, Maurice.
Why they ain't dying? They ain't dying, bro.
Bro, they die so slow.
What is that? I'm gonna buy it. I might go like Resto lock it next item. I'm really thinking about it.
It's nerfed though.
So
It's still pretty good in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Hard to get shot at when you're
Hard to get shot at when you're under the ground.
so glad he's missing his arrows.
the more of them, the better.
Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Fuck it.
Good teamwork. We go back down from anyone.
Sometimes you just gotta send it, dude.
We will
Getting a Resto lock it.
start digging.
Oh god. Hey.
Oh. Ow.
We'll go back to this
Okay,
real
you
quick.
should chill.
I feel like we're doing really good. The wave
Yeah.
on their side.
Dude, careful,
I don't know
bro.
what arrow. I have to back here.
He's looking for you, bro. Like, he's going after you. He's coming. Run.
Oh, we're in it now. Die. Momo, don't back down.
Got me extra health. Coming back.
Yeah. I have ult now.
True.
I'm looking for an opportunity. I got him. Is that a resto?
He's burning. Oh, we have
Hello, Edison. Oh yeah, man, dude, this game is so great.
ceiling riding. Cancel healing right.
Nice.
I see great talent.
They're hurting. He's burning here.
We also have ult. I can't help you.
I got him here. sorry, dude.
It's okay.
I should have just ran there.
I should have just ulted. I still would have died, but Talon would have died.
Yeah, I tried to bait them in.
Speeding back.
Your patron gives freely.
Time to fight dirty. Let's go, Mo.
I have ult soon. Just gonna clear this camp.
We don't back down from anyone.
I'm so slow.
I have ult. I'm looking for Yama.
I have no health. Can't follow up.
Wait, have you now.
Killing right.
She's one. Wait.
No, I can't follow up. No.
Yeah. I feel like our lane synergy is really bad.
Yeah, Inferno's saying it. Didn't get my pick.
Yeah. Like, I don't feel like Infernus Infernus has no follow up to Mo ult whatsoever.
Tragic.
Like, like, there's no way there's no way Amato shouldn't die there. You know what I mean? It's not his fault, obviously, because we're laning against the Talon.
I'll be ready to lock him down. This will slow him down.
Dude, why do they keep hinting at me, man? Go back.
Burn it now.
Go.
We got the rhythm.
Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
If you need more protection,
Okay, I have my ult
you know where
again.
to find me.
I should just gank. I don't think we can
If you
kill
ult
these.
Talon, I'm just gonna press ult so we can secure the kill.
Okay, I can try.
Alright.
Maurice, now!
Got him.
You guys 50 being green, just take it.
Fucking resto lock it, bro.
They might be following though. Yeah, they're following. We could turn for them maybe. Flash is behind.
Dude. Need heal Bane next.
I'm just gonna jungle.
Both hit the heavy melee, right? On Talon?
I mean, he got resto lock it.
Mid-boss has arrived.
I shouldn't stay in my lane either way. I should just try to gank when my ult is up.
They're TPing back to
Here on
yellow.
me.
Two are TPing to yellow. Okay, maybe get this guardian now.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I think it's because you have Infernus on yellow.
I would've gotten.
TPing to blue.
Talon's coming behind you, Infernus.
Alright.
I'm going for him. I
Alright,
can't.
I have
I
no
can't.
stamina.
All right. one box. There we go.
We can put these souls.
If you like that, I got some other stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we can kill him.
Oh, I'm speeding out.
No, no, leave.
Heal Bane. She didn't heal a lot. Nice. That was good.
Yeah.
I need to be careful of yellow. That guy has it. And green. I'll try and run over.
I'm on green as well.
Is under attack.
Bam, 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 bam.
Our green guardian has been defeated.
Try to int for me on blue.
Has been defeated.
Invading the jungle. I can TP over to yellow.
Put some pressure on blue here.
I'm coming, guys.
I'll try and be there too.
I'm dead as shit, bro. 3 there.
Gotta go green.
Bro. Okay, well, I got Lash. He got hyperlined by my scorn. That's funny. Guerrilla Radio. You've never hyperlined an enemy? It's pretty fun. Pretty fun.
I think Talon's TP in green.
Should we fight for this turn?
Guessing Aaron or what?
Yeah, I can TP to it.
I see him,
I'm
I see him.
TPing.
He's pretty close. He's up here. Is he under?
Secret shop.
We can turn Yamato maybe?
Try to just deliver the urn, maybe.
I see Ivy.
Thank you. They're on yellow.
Flash is low.
I'm TPing to yellow. I don't know if I can stop it, but it's...
Flash is one on top of bridge.
Nice. Got him.
Pocket can die. Nice.
Let's take this urn too while we're at it.
And away we go.
Yeah, I'm pushing yellow.
Yeah.
That was
Can you-
great.
Can you guys TP over?
Yes.
Hey, it's 2 in green. I think we rushed this. It's 2 in
Okay,
green.
okay.
Yeah,
yellow.
I'm becoming yellow.
I think they're a bit
Yamato no
aware.
ult. Yamato no ult.
I'm on the
There's
way.
a health buff above my bridge. No stamina, bro.
Nice.
Care green, Vin on green, Vin on green.
I have no TP for this. We got a TP, yeah.
I can make it.
Me and Viper are coming over.
Hello.
So to completing the ritual. I can't wait to see what the shop has
I
in
have
store.
Phantom Strike now.
start counter pushing these walkers.
Sick.
Oh yeah, baby. Power spike
Unfortunately, they
achieved.
can kind of just backdoor green if they want to, but
Fine.
It was still a good sequence overall, though. 2 urns and a team
yeah,
win.
that was good.
We will never yield.
Ivy's getting yellow.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Yeah, I was gonna save him that one.
It's fine.
Our yellow walker has been destroyed.
Can we kill Ivy? Maybe I'm on my way.
Yeah, Viper's on.
He
her.
might
She might
TP.
just TP.
Oh no.
Oh, nice.
Good shot.
Good job.
Bam. Bam, bam, bam,
More
bam.
than the better.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, boop.
Talon knocks me off so.
Yo, Viper, want to
Ooh,
TP over
Vindicta's
with me?
getting up.
Our
Actually, let's
green
push here. Let's push yellow.
They destroyed the walker on green.
I can TP to you guys if needed.
I can get this pocket. Oh, yeah, baby. Suitcase that, bitch.
Going my way.
Should we push green? Yeah, we should.
Yeah, I think so. We're all in. I think that's the whole team.
He TP'd.
Ding, ding, ding. They might TP to you now.
They're kind of all gonna TP here, I think. Yeah. Back out.
Out of here.
I'm just gonna go for the pocket.
damage.
Oh, he got debuff remover now, huh? Dude, alright.
Both the walkers are pretty low.
This guy, oh my god, this guy. There's a lot of jungle on top left, top right. I feel like I should try to invade that. I can go for a little phantom strikey. Oh wait, okay.
Oh man.
We can trade this
Can
for
we get the
both.
corner walkers? Get the
Yeah,
corner
get
walkers.
corner walkers.
Get
Yeah.
both walkers. Yeah, yeah.
Rejuvenator is descending.
Oh god, run.
Got the rejuve.
I'm coming for a lash. I have phantom strike. Kill him, kill him, kill him.
We're getting it done. We aren't afraid to get up close.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. Nice.
That's honestly worth it for us.
I'm coming in furnace. I don't have ult though.
Took out Infernus.
Oh, okay.
I'm taking their left jungle.
A spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Oh, we're in
I think I'm gonna get cursed, guys.
Damn, okay.
Feel free.
I honestly think I just do that.
Our
Not
blue
scary here.
walker is under
2 on blue.
We don't back down from anyone.
No, you can't debuff remove a Mo ult, but it lowers the duration of the ult. I'm just gonna grab the urn and drop it so it doesn't become a comeback urn.
Okay.
Thanks for the pickup.
Unless
Smart.
I just run it.
They probably wouldn't expect that.
Got 2 on blue. They're going to you guys on Urn. I think it was Vindicta.
Okay.
That last ult for blue, we have to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, both Talon and Vinder's chasing me here. Wait, everyone is here. They're going for blue walker.
Come on.
Our blue walker is under attack.
They're all there. No lash ult, no Ivy ult though.
I'm on the way. Is this savable or what? We all show up.
Not sure. We can at least get some kills maybe. Yeah, Pocket's low. Pocket can die.
Wow.
Man. It's actually crazy how short my ult lasts. I need to, yeah. To get that. That for now.
We need to pick a side and fight for that jungle.
How about left side?
Okay, Moose.
I agree.
They're probably here, right? I can look for an ult. Someone can follow me up. Yeah, here. They're here. They're here.
As fast as I can.
What the fuck? Okay, that's cool.
On secret, on secret. Talon can die.
Coming, coming, coming.
We have you now.
Nice. Good. Look at
There's a lash on blue.
He has ult. Be careful.
I'll have curse up.
I feel it.
Push
Okay.
blue.
Is that tether?
We can get blue here. They don't have
You have to be
rejuve.
careful. Watch out for pocket ult. Looking for it right now. Here it comes.
I see it.
What? Oh my god. Wait, maybe.
I'm out of the fight.
Been loving the content and the mo build. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Ratgar, for the 4 months. Appreciate that, bro. Dude, I'm having a blast playing this hero, I can't lie. I love it. I love it.
Coming back. Maybe I don't.
I see.
No, I don't.
That was weird.
Say improved spirit armor angle. If they don't end the game here.
I do have ult.
I'm up in 10. It's maybe savable.
I can try to go for the Ivy. I'm going for the Ivy.
You mess with the wrong team.
Flash ult. Careful.
I have no help.
Good kill.
Tragic.
We need to keep the advantage. Mirage is down.
Healing. I'll be back in a sec.
Urn is waiting to be
I'm
claimed.
just stalling.
Well. I see great talent.
Dude, I cannot get lash ulted here.
Yep. Watch out for that. Nice ball.
I got him, got him.
From us. You ready, Maurice?
No lash ult. Fight.
Pocket can die.
I see that spoiled brat. Nothing but ash.
I'm getting help back.
I'm up.
Oh, wait, clean up.
This is good.
can kill all of them here.
Mid-boss is
I
mine.
need to kill him, dude, mid.
Oh.
I have no stem. GG.
Geist is dead. Bad for me.
I just got swap up
There's
too.
one. Oh,
They're
no
so
wall
low, man.
Ivy's running away.
Yamato can die maybe. She's really low.
Maybe they don't end here.
Continue to
No one dies.
Okay.
The
They
Nick is
don't
below
end.
you
They don't
guys,
end.
half
They
health.
cannot end.
Never give up.
I'll take any advantage I can get.
Never back down, never would. Never back down, never would. Boom, boom, boom.
We don't back down from anyone.
Do we go for this urn or not?
Good.
We honestly could. We have good ult set.
I have ult in 10.
Yeah, no, we should definitely fight.
Okay, I'm looking.
I don't have any good back doors.
Pocket's here too. If Pocket
I
gets
think they're
closer,
holding onto
if
it.
Pocket gets closer, I can go for a Phantom Strike.
Yamato's alone, blue.
You're the only one there, Shiv. I don't know if
Coming
you
to you,
need a
Shiv.
TP
I'm
though.
coming to you, Shiv.
Talons in the
I don't know
jungle.
what's going on.
Look at Lash here. I'm trying to go for Pocket if I can.
I see Pocket.
I got Pocket. I got Pocket. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
Yeah, nice roll.
Oh, we're in it now.
You guys have to try to live.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm running.
I don't think Geist lives here. He's gotta buy time, guys.
All right, boys, give him hell.
I tried.
Yamato ult out.
to be claimed.
Their waves are pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't know if they can end here.
Definitely mid boss here.
I think they're trying to end.
Yeah.
Trying to scare them.
Yamato can.
Yamato can die. I
Is
ult in
an
10. I
execute
ult
She
in
has
10.
target.
no ult. She has no ult.
I'm up soon. I'm up in 10. Kills. I'm up in 3.
The master society has your number.
Oh, it's over.
We have Infernus ult and Bola.
Unless.
And disarms.
Oh no.
Unfortunate, dude. Alright. Hey, would you rather have me have a Lash or an Infernus? I'm gonna yell a Lash.
I mean, I don't think you should yellow any of them. Like, if you want Talon, you should have them both at white, no?
I think it has the same priority for Talon, but if I don't get Talon, then it'll give me the yellow. Pretty sure. You can try that. I think it's just the choice order.
Yeah, I mean, the Q-time was really long either way.
This is true.
Can,
What, is everyone trying to play Mo or something?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
You gotta play something else, a less popular character.
When is Ken
Like
Can gonna stop smurfing though?
Haze.
That's the real question.
Who's smurfing?
Ken Can.
Who was it?
Unless he plays Dynamo, he doesn't play on his main.
It's their ult.
That was a close game indeed. Deadlock fight night. I think I can play one more game.
Honestly, bro, dude, I think we lost lane because the first time you ulted, I didn't ult. I think Talon is who we are supposed to kill. Like,
I
don't
mean,
let him get
I
fed.
also just think Infernus and Mo has no lane synergy whatsoever.
No.
No, I mean like, like
No,
I
you're
just,
right,
I
dude,
need
like-
any ability with bursts, just any
Yeah,
ability with
that's what I'm
bursts.
saying.
That's what I need. Like one Talon arrow, one Yamato slash, even a fucking haze sleep. You know what I mean? But Infernus
Yeah.
just ramps up damage. Like there was ones where I like ulted Talon on like 25% health and we couldn't kill it. And I was just like, you know what? I'll go fuck myself.
Well, Hailbane would have killed him there. It's because he got a full resto locket.
Yeah.
He would have died with Hailbane.
Bam, 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 bam. Fight night starts in 20 minutes, yeah. Are you sure you have enough time? I mean, there's a intro and a draft and blah, blah, blah. So I'd rather play a game and be a little late, you know? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Do you still buy Kevlar and Haze? Yeah, I do. I do. But I think Haze is pretty bad now, though. I can't lie. I think Haze is... Hello, Harder. How you doing? For map verticality, I feel like Dynamo is nowhere near as impactful this patch. What if your aim is nasty? Well, play Wraith. What do you mean? If your aim is great, just play Wraith or Mirage or fucking Ivy, even Holiday, Vindicta. There are so many good heroes you can play if you have good aim. Yeah, I think Dynamo is hard to play on this map, to be honest, with all the uppies and downies. There's a lot of verticality. So they should buff fixation on Haze. I don't know, bro. I honestly don't know what they need to do with that hero. I think I liked that the ult was spirit damage, but I just felt like the ult lasted way too long. I felt like the duration scaling needs to be either toned down or removed. That's what they did with Bebop like half a year ago. His ult used to scale with... his ult duration used to scale with spirit, and then they removed it, and then nobody played ult Bop anymore. So, why Haze has so much? Dude, Haze has the most spirit scaling in the game. Why is that a thing? Like, her smoke bomb duration scales with spirits. Her everything on the sleep dagger scales with spirits. Fixation scales with spirit. Ult duration scales with spirit, and her ammo capacity scales with spirit. I think spirit in general needs some tuning. Yeah. I think that's an interesting proposition. Definitely not against that. But I also think it's a result of us not having that many items yet, which obviously, if you look at League and Dota, you see how many items there are, but that's also just something that requires time because you don't want to bring in an item that is unhealthy for the meta either. So I'm assuming they are working on items, but it's like, you know, it's kind of the standard response. Of course, they're getting more heroes, more items, more map features. You know what I mean? For a gun hero, that's too much spirit scaling. I mean...
Oh, let's go, baby.
Yo. I think you can't really call any hero a gun hero or a spirit hero, in my opinion. Every hero has a gun, you know?
They'll need all the luck they can get.
Well, we got screwed in draft.
Support squad.
All right, people. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I'm running pure support. I can change build if you guys want.
If we have gun Ivy, it's probably okay.
I don't think we should have double support in blue.
More than people. But for you, we'd be happy to ask some questions.
Are you going gun, Ivy?
Yes.
Ready to get up.
Okay, good.
That's like Bebop's nightmare lane, actually, with the Dynamo and Ivy. He's never gonna get bomb off.
True. If he goes bomb, he's screwed. Fuck Bebop players, man. I hate them. Just realized we're playing against Abrams lane. Huh.
We're alright.
The most obvious parry.
I see Shiv.
Comes up.
You'll be the last one.
So they rebound everything.
You're not killing us.
The blind denies are so satisfying.
Quarter. No healing right on Abrams.
Isn't it rare to see a non-gun build haste? No, that was the most popular build last patch. Was literally spirit haste. What do you mean?
Those minions scared the piss out of me.
Bro, why did they removed the function where you press the ability again to cancel it?
Banera,
What the heck?
3 seconds.
Now my cancel has to be on space.
Oh.
I'm sorry, bro.
Back at shop.
Keep the drop points.
Loading. Alright.
I gotta buy.
Same. That was good.
Isn't it? Going low.
No way. Okay, nice. I'm happy to funnel farm into you. I just need Phantom Strike.
True.
Yeah, but for Shadow, they ult to a spirit. That's what I'm saying.
Killing red. Where's Abrams?
It's a gun. Oh, but you know, it's fine.
Your enemies will curse your name.
We should fight before they get ults.
I see Abrams.
I got him.
I'm reloading. It's terrible. I can only shoot my arrows every 4 seconds. No way.
Yeah.
Slow him down. Impressive work.
Hurting him. I don't think he dies to this actually. He's won. He's actually won. Actually won. Nice.
Looks like we got the
Did you get the stacks?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go, dude.
That's what I ask you all the time.
This is the perfect spot.
Got him.
Nice.
I've no arrow. Damn it.
You got expensive taste. I love it.
I think they should keep down one more arrow.
No.
Like just one. Just one,
No.
dude. Like it wouldn't change anything. It'd still be like weak in lane.
Dude, stop coping, bro. The day Talon is weak in lane, the day I become
I
a
think he's the
Minecraft
best laner
streamer,
in the
bro.
game right now.
Okay, let's try
Maybe
to
I'm
poke one of them.
Yeah.
Take care of them, Maurice.
Wait.
I don't know where Abrams is.
An excellent choice.
Did you not have ult there, or?
Me? No.
Oh.
It's right after your ult ended.
I feel like we're... this is... Alright, in.
Ulting.
This is going to be a lot harder.
She was low.
He's just ignoring me and going for you, bro.
He's super low. He does the one arrow.
He's out.
I feel like we're so out of sync right now. I don't know what it is, man. I feel like when I'm ulting someone, there's no follow-up. And...
Green Walker is under attack.
7 this way for you.
Oh, we're in it now.
Have I not given good enough comms on when I'm ulting? Because I feel like the follow-up is very scarce right now.
It's well, you're always ult right after an arrow.
I see.
Right? Like it's like 4 seconds between each arrow.
Yeah, I'll come try to gank blue. I got him here. He's low. He's low. He's low.
Coming.
Dirty.
Nice.
We need to
There we go. We're back.
Be careful, Maurice. It's just us out here.
2v1 in yellow best I can.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I need 250 before I can buy, so I gotta chill though.
They're both low. Defended them off like wild animals. Chip dies the bird. Where is he?
Keep fighting, Maurice.
Found him! Oh, somebody bleeds out.
Good luck, boss has arrived.
I rolled in 10.
Chip's one somewhere, I don't know where he is. Like there.
Can you parry the tower? Oh, okay, what?
He's still in here?
He is. What the?
Oh, that's so funny.
Show them
Okay.
why you are legend, Grey Talon.
Okay, the lane felt iffy, but we still won somehow.
We are closer to completing the ritual.
What buff was it?
Survival. I just took it without thinking.
I was gonna say, damn. Yeah, I'm here on blue.
We don't back down from anyone.
Are you using a keyboard mouse or keyboard mouse?
Grab
Obviously.
guys. He's gonna have to take over yellow. Can y'all TP yellow just real quick?
Yeah.
Clear the one wave.
I got it.
You guys won middle lane? Wow.
Yeah, we won all lanes, so let's get still jungle. Can we get this big camp?
Bebop's here. I got him. Bebop.
I'm on him.
I'm gonna shove yellow. I'm shoving yellow.
He's saying I'm here.
Ow, I'm Splash is there.
I don't think we have to commit to this.
No, we're out.
Maybe
just
I
wanted
got shut
that
on yellow. Yellow's half though.
Man, I still have no health buffs from me ultimate.
Yeah, we should clean up our jungle. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm kind of gonna rush Phantom Strike, I think. What rank is this? Ascendant 6.
Let's go mid.
We're not dying today.
2 yellow.
Take this boon.
Take this boon.
I'm TPing yellow.
I'm coming
Are
to
you
your
ready for me?
dynamo. I'm with the rescue beam.
This timing works. Going for Abram.
The more of it, the better. Let's dig.
Let's take out ship.
You take their farm up. No reason
You're done. Want to clear under mid?
Yeah.
Let's clear. Let's push this wave up.
Yeah.
Green. Can anyone help green?
I can
I can
dash
keep
over. Yeah.
I'll get under mid.
Okay. Out here. We're worried about last ult.
I see him.
My way.
Okay, we scared them off. I'm gonna try to yoink their slot machine here if someone comes.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see if I can get the big camp as well.
Oh,
there's two on blue. Careful.
Paradox is on me here.
I'm here. I'm here.
Got him.
Yeah, I got yellow.
They've taken our blue guardian.
Flash above.
Dynamo, you good? I'm coming.
No, I'm dead.
Rip, I'm coming.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Are you in mid? Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's time we go shopping.
I see Bebop. You're gonna be
I got Phantom Strike now.
Battlefield like something that bounces around the battlefield.
Flash down.
I see Abrams.
Okay, I have ult in 30 seconds, then I can look. We should start hunting now, Talon.
James on yellow.
Oh no, I was too late. I have ult in 15. I'm just hiding.
Yeah, just play with
Sound
our
like I'm
talent.
scaring.
Buffs are up. I'm grabbing the left one.
I get gun.
It is gun?
Right
Yeah,
one's
you take it.
movement. I want
Someone's
it.
coming for it. Someone's coming for left.
I see Abrams.
Abrams here on my ping.
You want this?
Oh, yeah, coming.
Shiv is coming.
I see Abrams.
He's out.
I see Shiv.
Let's push yellow.
You see Shiv, right?
Yellow.
It's half. We can finish it here.
I can ult here if you want.
I have no help. I'm gonna get slammed and die.
They took out great talent.
Be claimed.
Finish Walker. Just focus.
I mean, we sacrifice Walker for the Guardian. It's easy.
That's good.
The page they
Go back. That's
Guys,
fine.
if
Defend
they
green.
pick up burn, we contest.
We gotta defend green
Muffin
ASAP.
10.
I think they're coming here. Yeah.
Blue as well.
I'm coming green.
Yeah, they're hard pushing green.
is under attack.
I have
No,
ult.
I'm zipping.
If anyone comes, I have
zipping
ult.
there.
I have speed. I'm coming from green right now. All right, here I go.
Oh my god, that was a fucking...
Great work. I see 7.
A hyperline zip. Hyperline
on the
zip.
bridge. Shiv.
Flash coming over to green. Push blue. We're up 2 right now.
Found Lash. He's right here. He's out.
not,
Lash is
Yeah,
out.
just shove green. We're getting either one of them.
I'm grabbing Urn. No, I'm gonna stay and fight actually.
I'm coming green.
Let's take out Bebop.
Your time to shine.
Lash slowed. Behind Shiv.
Well, I tried to stall as long as I could.
I'm coming over.
Getting kind of
ID.
low. I don't know about this.
No way I live.
Oh, I'm stunned off. Zip. I'm
How do
stunned off.
both of us live? That's crazy.
I don't know.
Just gave up on Chase.
They could have killed us.
I see Shiv.
I didn't even try to dodge my arrow.
Left. ID.
They're doing it.
Tele 7 and teleporter. Green.
Yeah, they're taking her.
I'm on my way. I have ult. I can stop it.
Shiv's
I have
one.
ult as well.
Getting triple
Shove.
ganked. Warden, we have to run.
You're ganking green right now.
I'm gonna Phantom Strike if he shows up.
Where?
Oh, he's not even
they're just
close.
holding.
Like,
Can we play under walker on green? I can teleport over right now.
Has been
Yeah.
dropped.
I can just grab Burn right now if someone wants to come. I can fly you down him.
Soldier is here.
I'm TPing
Okay.
over to defend green.
I see Lash.
Well, it's gonna run.
Someone's out of there. Yeah.
Oh, they're doing it. Can you fly me? Behind you.
Far be
No, no,
from
no, no,
let's
no, no, no,
I'm
no.
gonna
There's
shove
no
blue at the
way.
same time.
Oh, never mind.
We need help. We need help with our
I'm coming,
history here.
Talon.
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm coming, Talon. We can turn. We can turn.
Yep.
You take blue one of
Push Broadway. There's no stun.
Bro, why does that? Look at Lash. Look at Lash. He's one. He's one.
They're fucking weird. They're not gonna.
Yeah, they gave up.
Yeah, just go green. Teleport green, all of us.
Bro.
Bro, I'm dying of the walk.
Bro.
No.
Ah! Fuck, man. That was so frustrating, actually. Did you see what happened to my Phantom Strike there?
Yeah, you got clipped into the corner.
Yeah, I love that shit. Order some fucking coffee.
Blue Walker. Run, go.
Fucking coffee.
I think he just gets it.
Seven hunts us.
I'm on my way, Ivy.
Taken our blue walker.
I think ship's committed. Can we kill the ship? That bird.
They destroyed the walker on Greenwich.
+5.
That was indeed a bodacious nuke.
Headed to green.
Gone buff. It's all mine. It's all mine.
Andre the Giant with the 29, bro. Holy. How are you, man?
The spirit urn is waiting to
Dude,
be
Andre,
claimed.
we made a World of Warcraft Classic guild. You should join us, man.
Got him.
We never back down from a fight.
Hold on.
I'm on this big camp here.
Okay.
Oh, Lash out. We should try doing urn. Fly one of you and girls.
That sounds interesting.
Fly yourself, can't you?
I mean, and Darian, the problem isn't to get the damage back. The problem is to make
Yeah, you just push fly when it's at the G. I'm picking up.
Yeah, G as a gnat, right?
Blue.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, can you fly any slower?
I gotta catch blue.
Yeah, Andre, we're playing on
I don't
NA
have a-
servers, but ping in WoW isn't really a big deal. If you want to join,
Y'all
just
got me.
download WoW Classic
I can join.
Cataclysm.
Let's do the
We're
thing.
a bunch of boomers who are all leveling and gaming.
Oh, we're getting lash ulted.
Mo, can we push blue? Oh,
Yep.
maybe not. Never mind.
Never mind.
I think we just
Oh,
lost
we got
two.
Urn, right?
Yeah, urn for 2 kills ain't that bad.
Well, I'm in trouble here.
Right here in your hot little hands.
You win that, Kelvin. You win
You
that.
can open it. You can open it.
I'm coming yellow.
All right.
We can probably kill this 7 here.
They can't kill double support. That's crazy.
Sorry, Mo. Sorry.
A speed yellow. Can we win this or no?
Yeah, I can speed yellow.
Have ult.
I'll be in it regardless.
Ah, damn it,
Eyes on
man.
7?
Okay, you know what? In hindsight, I should probably ulted the 7 there. Actually, I don't know, man. If I ult 7 first there, shit, yeah, you know what?
Got my
Probably.
stack.
What game is this? A Deadlock.
I'm on the big camp right here. Big camp.
Something's on it?
Oh, our lanes are.
Oh.
We got respawns on them. But
I love we got no lanes, but we got 3 guys farming the tier 3 camp on the
I
left.
heard
it's
someone's on the
important,
tier 3. I looked 2 feet and there's no one there.
Time to travel in style.
Time to travel in
How are we
style.
losing?
Oh, you dude.
We're losing team fights.
Can we go for the yellow here? Great talent. I need you to. I just need you to hit one arrow.
All right. Waiting.
Yeah, I'm just. Oh, I see him. I see him. Oh. He's on the roof.
I see Shiv.
Give me a second. I'm almost there.
There's two on blue.
I'm on the roof nearby.
They're becoming two from blue jungle. Watch behind you.
Bro. I'm so tired of that clipping shit, bro. Okay, never mind. We're fine.
They should be rotating to you guys. Careful.
Okay.
Let's just get out.
Chance in hell.
Can we push blue, maybe? I have Phantom Strike again, by the way. We can
I'm
look
getting
for
aerial
a...
shift.
Yeah, I'm here for blue and I will.
Let's look
We
for
should
a
fight.
war crime here.
Green.
I see paradox.
Yeah, I've got dome for the last shell if we need to. Just stay near me.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We're gonna get our green walker.
I got him here.
Oh boy! Wow! I don't know what's going on.
The fuck is happening? How am I alive?
Thanks, Professor.
I gotta run.
We fighting in there?
Work.
Fuck it.
I'm dead here.
My friend, survival is paramount.
Flash behind you guys.
Keep up low.
Bebop's 1. Paradox is under half. Shiv is full HP.
Oh, he's one. So
Shiv's on a warden. Oh, dead.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Run the urn, maybe? Or take Walker?
damn.
If you fly it, Ivy, I can meet you there. I'm TPing over. Yo!
Whoopsie.
Wait, what happened?
What do you mean?
Did you fuck up the urn?
Maybe not.
Thank you for the raid, Big Duck. How was your stream, bro?
Ivy's trying to shoot her gun while carrying her.
Oh! I don't know what you're talking about.
I heard the gun go click, 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 bro. You're left clicking, dude. You're left clicking, bro. Hope he's scared of Lash, bro. He's not gonna do anything.
I'm coming. There's three there.
I'm coming over, boys. Coming over, boys. Push. Don't let him run away. Go on, lads.
We will never yield.
Where's 7? Where'd he go?
7's in blue. Now.
He's over here.
Go,
He's
go,
gone. He's
go.
gone.
He's gone.
Do we mid?
Green? Oh,
Green
we
didn't-
can Yeah, we made. We made.
There's Abrams behind you.
I'm coming mid.
Avery.
I see Abrams.
We're fighting in number.
Burning Abrams. Can we chase Abrams?
Alright, we mid now. Mid now.
Yeah, meet the boss.
No Abrams, though. We mid.
Yeah.
I knew the Amber.
Dude, Magician in the laning
Travel
stage,
10-10.
Big Duck.
I'm gonna go
got dome
yellow,
if we need it.
guys.
Lash will be up with ult.
I'm not giving up this block for free. I think you should be in mid, Ivy.
Man, we take this slow. Holy cow.
Yeah.
The rejuvenator is
Okay,
descending.
Lash, where the fuck are you, bro? Oh, he's not here. Should go help yellow.
Yeah, I'm gonna get green pushed
I have
up.
ult. Ivy, can you ult me? Oh, never mind.
That's fine.
Wow, they're all here. So
They might just get it. I'm gonna get green.
Go for Abrams.
That's illegal.
Yeah, I think he flew the right guy.
Yeah, I think he did.
Vader, dude.
I think he did.
Let's just shove yellow since we're here. We'll go in through yellow.
Evo's here.
Should we teleport green?
I would like assistance, actually.
You got him from the door.
Yes, you got people coming.
Ah, shit.
Warden, it's illegal how fast you are.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I need to buy.
We're coming green. We're coming green,
We're
bro.
going green,
We're coming.
right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Get these revenge kills on the way.
Smells like heaven.
It's just us two, brother. Back. Oh my god.
It's just us two,
I'm
right?
about to be there. I'm about to be there.
I'm TPing over.
Uh-oh.
I'm out, dude. This shit's not looking good.
Even if I have a bite.
Unless we get more.
I'm coming.
If you get more. Yeah,
What's the
3
jungle
or
on the
5.
Yeah, I'm coming. Go.
Are you going?
Paradox?
They're on you,
Paradox doing? Look.
Let's take out Paradox.
Ow, it hurts, dude. It hurts. It hurts.
I put superior duration on ult. Yeah.
Clean up jungle.
Yes, sir.
Keep fighting, boys.
Buffs. Going for
Got
the
him,
left
though.
one. It's survival.
Oh,
Oh,
you
they
got
got it.
Keep the pressure up, Maurice.
Back on Deadlock. Oh, I never left. Yeah, I took a few days off. I was playing some World of Warcraft and just chilling.
I see someone appreciates fine craftsmanship.
They're
We're fighting on blue.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Kill these guys, Reed. Go back.
Hello!
Being blue.
I thought you said you were fighting. What is going on, man?
Wait, come one. Lash.
What the fuck is happening?
Stay away from seven.
Just tank 70s really well.
Consequences once more.
The movements.
Yeah.
Throwing ice bomb.
Guys, are we fighting? I go in, I bite someone, look around me, no one's there.
It's definitely all Kelvin.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm taking our things.
I need an alk
We got
fire.
hella junk. You could probably get the ones on green here.
Yeah, we should. Take all the jungle that we have the mech control for.
I tried shooting a guy twice through Kelvin Dome, and my brain just wouldn't let me realize it's a solid object.
Don't back down.
Might want to talk to someone about that. Yo, Ivy, if
I was on my way, dude.
if I see someone here, Ivy, I'll buy them.
We will never yield.
I see Paradox here. Oh god, I'm alone again.
We look at Shiv.
Yeah,
Come
Paradox
on,
is
green.
here.
I'm here.
Okay.
Let's look at
Y'all
him.
need help on green or no?
I see shit.
There's 2 people here. Careful.
man.
now. Teleport right.
Okay, we're teleporting. We're 3 people TPing.
I'm going in.
Yeah, bait them. We're coming.
Flying one of you.
In the ship in the veil.
I'm chasing him.
Shit behind you guys.
You in the veil. Hold on. Behind you guys. Abrams here.
I'm coming back for you, Mo. Coming back for you, Mo.
Shiv isn't going down.
Seven's on a blue. I'm coming.
Man, if I had Scorn there.
This is a scattered fight. If I've ever seen one.
Dude, if I had Scorn there, it would have healed me for like a fucking million, bro. Ah, that shit baited. Dude, I'm just getting baited, man. I'm just getting so baited this game. I can't lie.
Mid.
Oh my god.
I don't think I'm gonna bird him.
Oh, it's a full grenade build.
Alright, fix lanes.
You get these junk.
Buy soul shredder bullets for lifesteal. Oh my fucking god,
Definitely don't
bro.
allow her in here.
YouTube chat in a nutshell, right there.
I mean, it's gonna be in their base, like in like 10 seconds.
I need alch fire though. I do need an alchemical fire.
It's a distraction. They're going for yellow, I think.
Spell sling.
Shoving.
I'm not using spell slinger because I don't want to be used to using a bugged item, so I never buy it really.
I see Shiv.
Can we get the ship?
Walker is under attack.
Yeah.
He's up here.
No, we got him.
Deep on the roof here.
Yeah, I do.
No way!
You should grab this urn and just get out.
Legend, Grey Talon.
You got the urn? Get out. I have urn.
Joshi said it's not bugged, just the tooltip is incorrect.
And
Really?
Strike.
Huh.
Oh, Ivy, good luck, King.
Oh, see you, boy. Help!
I think I'm out, dude. I didn't look good.
Help!
I'm gonna get this gun buff. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's looking bad for me as well. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'm definitely fucked.
I hope they enjoy their mid boss. Fuck yellow.
How does Holiday feel now after nerfs? The same way she always felt. Fucking broken.
I will bolster your mind and spirit.
I don't know. I still think Holloway's dumb as fuck even without the stun.
We're just chilling base.
Yeah. Like, removing the stun on the stomp helps. I still think her and Calico is just... What's the logic behind playing 0% lifesteal? Because my ult has 100% lifesteal, and my Scorn lifesteals like 1,000 health if you hit 2 heroes. Why would you get Spirit lifesteal? What's that even for?
Nice aim, Talon.
Like, you don't buy Spirit lifesteal on Mo. I can try to ult someone here if they go in.
Kradix is looking for a card.
He's fighting stage. Yeah,
Okay, well.
You guys clashed your ults, bro.
What happened to Abrams there?
We Kelvin domed off our Dynamo, bro.
Oh.
No!
I thought we were all in there. I'm sorry.
Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky.
No. Might stay.
We're definitely gonna stay.
Stone form. Need a lift?
You think Spirit Lifesteal gives you extra HP and ult? Well, that's just you can buy a healing booster and it will heal you
We
more.
got drafted, dude.
Yeah. I'm gonna go watch Fight Night.
All right, man.
All right, see ya, bro. GG's.
See you, big dog. GG's.
Dude, his ult already has 100% lifesteal. Why would you buy Spirit Lifesteal on that? You literally heal more by just buying fucking healing booster. Make it make sense. All right.
Scumbria.
Let me see what we got here.
Maybe a Mo and Krill actually would have been like the perfect setup for them instead of the Shiv, but obviously they're the ones that banded away.
Yeah, this like you have to imagine that Pugilat Scumbria look at the draft and they kind of see what we see. Like you have to imagine that they do because they're really good players. So I'm super curious how they're gonna how they deal with this, because it feels like they have to get really aggressive and they have to invade jungle. They have to take these kinds of moves because those are the kinds of fights they'll be able to win. Just like you said, Jake. You know, if they're trying to siege like the walkers and objectives, that's going to be pretty nightmarish unless there's already been picks. And if they're behind in farm at all, the damage that's going to come out of VP's
it's like a movie night.
It's going to be outrageous.
Sir.
So this is very tough.
You guys are.
I do think from a pure laning perspective, that's like looking at PS's draft is actually pretty solid. Like they have some really. Actually, pretty much the entire roster is very strong laners, whereas VP, I think, has, as usual, emphasized a little bit more playing for the game rather than playing for the lane. But for PS, maybe there is some, like, in sense, like, do you really want to try to go late game against VP? Like, even if you draft for that, is that really a win condition? Maybe it is a little bit smarter in a meta sense to be gambling.
By the way, chat, you guys need to join our WoW guild. We play WoW Classic Cataclysm in the evenings after stream. If you guys want to join, it's a good fucking time. And Mist of Pandaria is coming out in a few months. We're all gonna be raiding together, having a good time. So I highly recommend hopping in. We play on NA servers.
What we could see happen, but I hope for PS's sake they don't bank on getting out of control as their win condition in this game here. We're about to drop into things. Jake, any final thoughts here before we do head straight into this match?
Where did my camera go?
Just, I'm curious to see VP weathering the storm. They've proven, to me at least, to be fantastically good at that, at drafting better late game strats, and then just being all in on getting to that point. They've done that many times in the past, and I see no reason they won't continue. But for PS, I mean, hey, starting with the first blood there, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, the first 30 seconds, first blood. Do we get anything else here? Could put it down onto MKLS, bit of harass, but looks like Listic will make it back to the lane with the Abrams, and everything will be normal again. For how long, Jason?
Yeah, that's the question, right? For how long? I mean, I know we've seen Listic play from behind on Abrams. I know we've seen him play from ahead on Abrams.
I've seen
the
some
first
of those
step not to be too big of a deal for them, but they have to be very careful to not kind of snowball this lane. As a great charge comes through on a Wolf, it gets down to about 1 HP, but the backup's not going to quite be there. But he doesn't need the backup. Listic closes it out and immediately turns it right back around.
Oh, we got Listic on the Abrams.
One of the reasons why the Abrams stocks kind of went up over the last like 2 to 3 weeks, especially since the 3 lane situation has come back. Abrams is really nice in terms of how he can initiate and dominate these early lanes. Very durable, and then what's really cool as well is like how seismic slam can be used to like get in or get out as well. Like if you know you can take a risky scenario.
Where's me fucking
and if
coffee,
you don't like
bruv?
the look of it, you can seismic slam out. So it's kind of cool that you got safety built into the initiation like that.
I think for me, one of my favorite like combos to see is Abrams with a healer, like a Kelvin ideal. I call them the Bash Brothers because they just want to get in your face and punish you. And obviously, Abrams itself does have a lot of sustain with your 3, and of course, with
where
your
do you watch these tournaments?
But the extra healing just allows you to be ever so more aggressive. Not to mention, you hit 3K and you're always guaranteed to get a kill. But at least here, all things tied up.
Well,
just
I mean,
as I say it, Hopic's gonna go down here to OP him on that Holiday, proving Holiday's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the things with heroes that have certain play styles that might be like looking kind of OP because of maybe an imbalanced ability. You don't really know what that agent looks like or hero looks like when they are like not abusing a strategy that's centralized around that thing. So like, you know, we still don't necessarily know truly how powerful Holiday may or may not be.
Yeah, and I always feel like sometimes people
Winston is barking. That means my coffee's here
as well. Right, if they're really truly huge nerfs. And speaking of that, Stakes can come through. No charge left for Listic as he pops the infuse. They're looking for the extra damage down to 200 HP here. Looks like Sunset will be backing away for now, but you can just see that raw pressure and aggression out of Virtus Pro as they do sport about a 1K soul lead 3 minutes in.
It's funny, like you mentioned the under and overreaction. It really is like the stock market. Like, you know, it's just human psychology. People always under or overreact to things. And fear, the uncertainty, the doubt. A lot of pressure here in mid. Looks like VP are definitely having a better time of it. And we talked about how important it is to like win some of these lanes. Mirage, Talon, definitely like a very, very good lane bullies in both of them in their own right.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. They do ridiculous damage. You peek just for a second, it's either a power shot coming through or the Jin's Mark's going to be punishing you. And speaking of punishment, it's going to be Zergy the one to go down here. Became left without a partner here on that left-hand side lane. And Hopex the sub coming in pretty damn well here. Currently leading the team here for PS at 2.6k souls. Looking for that 3k mark. Now, I would say 3k, it's not a terrible time for a Lady Geist, but I feel like she's not necessarily one of the most impactful heroes when it comes to hitting 3k unless you're in those 1v1 situations.
Yeah, I totally agree. I like from both teams how active we're seeing them be. I think you know, it's just a testament also to how good all the players are. We're actually seeing so many kills right now, Jason.
Yeah, too many, man. You guys need to chill a little bit. I'm used to like watching these games go 8 minutes without like, you know, with like 2 kills total, no Guardians being taken. And well, I guess Guardians is going to obviously be where we want to focus on next year. Virtus Pro, kind of the combo they have, and obviously the team fight potential they have, if they're able to open up things like this with the seismic slam coming through and the charge on the Sunset, this might be exactly needed to start getting some damage onto that Guardian. But Sunset just starting to get alive here, stay alive around the corner with the parry comes through, and Wolfie with the flame dash does keep his teammate alive, and Listic, well, he gets punished.
I love that. Oh, here comes the bird though. Is it gonna be able to find Sunset? Is Sunset, is he cognizant to this? Okay, it's just gonna find Infernus. Wolfie on the lane, just a bit of extra damage, but that's why the owl can be pretty scary. Imagine if that came in like at a similar timing as to when Listic was engaging initially. Would the kills just guarantee?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think he necessarily expected to do that much damage, but a big commitment coming through, and Michaela's still going to be here.
Something.
I'm taking a look at the lanes, and Michaela's at 3.9. So do you see D-Mob unfortunately go down when it comes to the Great Town. But we've also talked about, you know, adaptations and the evolutions of Vindicta, and I know the last few weeks we've definitely seen the Crow build be the main kind of stay here for Vindictas, not going for the assassinate level 3 for the extra souls. And I think Michaelis is one of the first people to kind of pioneer that, but we see the raw damage he can do once he gets to that point.
Oh, hello, we've got another engagement. I'm gonna piggyback off that point in a moment, but it looks like Listic's gonna get taken down again. So this time it's an initiation from Podulaya Scumbria, and they're gonna be probably able to push this into some tower damage potentially. We'll have to see. Lane is fairly pushed at this point. And
I gotta call my Uber delivery.
Michaelis is gonna do too much to go to stop it if they really want to go for it, but that said, Listic's already back. I'm forgetting myself, Jason. It's only 6 minutes in.
I mean, it feels like it's been about 15 minutes with the amount of kills we really had to come through. But looking at these two teams, I feel like this is kind of like traditional Virtus Pro, like old school Virtus Pro. There's a lot of like deaths traded early on for them. They kind of get aggressive and get caught out. But the thing is with VP, I think out of any team out there in North America and EU, they are a team that you can always come back if given the opportunity.
Yeah, I totally agree. So good under pressure, so good on the fundamentals. MVP now with 2 additional kills. We didn't get to see it there, but it's like they are happy with how things are going at the moment. They are pressuring that right side lane pretty heavily right now still, which is where they just got a couple kills. Listic's still pretty healthy up there. And, you know, one of the things I was going to mention with the Crow build very quickly for Michaelis has pioneered is that it really takes a lot of the inconsistencies out of the Assassinate build version of Vindicta. That's more of a carry build. That can go wrong. But the Crow build, you can't, like, you're not going to be as reliant on the other team making mistakes. And generally, you don't want strategies that rely on the other team making mistakes.
Oh. The dash is barely escaping, the Essence Bomb coming through. Not to mention, we did have Divine Barrier being nerfed a little bit in terms of the amount of shields you get. But speaking of nerf, Listic won't be one of those people as he's able to help get the kill onto Wolfie, looking for Sunset as well. And Guardian's too healthy for them to continue to go for the dive here, and they do back away for the second. And Sunset has to be careful. He does have, of course, his Shadow Transformation available here to stall for some extra time as he does go in. Reinforcements out of Wolfie going to be here momentarily. The Shadow Transformation does come through here, Dan.
Oh, so low though, and I don't know about this. Not long for this well, perhaps. So low. Yamato with the Shadow Transformation is just enough to stall things out, and well, it might not be much longer. In comes Wolfie to try to save the day here. Nice miss
I'm
slam.
so tired of ordering food and then getting
around the towers.
missing
That's
items.
Be a great conversion there for.
I ordered
VP
coffee and
after
2
all is said and done.
sandwiches, and they
I
didn't.
just love this version of the game right now.
And they didn't send me
because
the.
You're seeing, Jason, just how important the
Sandwiches.
Guardians are compared to how it used to be. It's like you really
That
need
shit
to
is
keep them up.
really
That's why we
fucking
force that
annoying.
shadow transformation and we go for that risky fight. They have to keep the Guardians up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many times just how important it is when you do lose that Guardian or gain the Guardian. The junglet opens up for you, which we can see is currently available all across the map.
No, I gotta
the
go
pressure
to
is
the
still on here for both
thing.
these two teams.
Missing
Fortunately, Scambria
items.
going to be pushing up this left-hand side lane, while Virtus.pro continue to push on the right and middle. Pretty much dead even between the two. Obviously, that seismic slam you talked about being used defensively and aggressively. At least it uses it to get out. But the combo of a Vindicta and an Abrams together, if you can get a
30 bucks
charge, you have a
coffee.
stake or vice
Yeah,
versa.
pretty
and
much.
Michaelis is just going to assassinate Wolfie, not giving him an
Missing
opportunity.
item.
Sunset might be getting caught out here as well.
Yeah, Sunset always in dangerous scenarios. Assassinate coming on through. Beautiful. Was that through the veil? I think so. KLS doesn't need to see his opponents to kill them. And that tower is surely going down at this point. And that's going to be a VP with the first Guardian going their way.
The ball's on Michaelis to just sit there and scope into the veil, looking for the assassinate, not able to see on the other side. And Obikim, he's going to be seeing the other side. Here in a
Sorry
second.
about that, guys.
Somehow the jump pad allows him to escape. That's going to
Oh my
charge
God.
straight through in 2 HP. Wow. Does Obikim turn that around?
Oh my god.
That's outrageous. That should not happen. Oh my goodness.
Was that
I
a
would be
holiday
tilted
moment?
right now if I on the receiving
I'm
end
tilted
of
and I'm not even playing, man.
play from Obikim. Yikes, Hapex will not be too pleased about that one. And that's,
I mean, that's what we talked about.
Now.
Obikim.
This is why I watched.
Mechanically skilled, started to jump in there. We talked about the raw mechanical prowess of him as a player, and you see it in
Just
action
realized
right
they have
there.
Vindicta and.
Yeah, don't have to aim for that shot, but why not?
I mean, he's a CS player to heart, right? Then again, with an AWP, you don't really need the headshot. I guess it's about the BM. It's about sending a message,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Wait,
But
no.
Michaelis, let's look at this.
Wait,
10k
no.
souls. With how hectic the start of the game was here, Dan, Michaelis has really started to
Headshots
build up a strong
do
lead. And I know we
20%
talked about the
more
consistencies of the Crow build. Michaelis is going to become ridiculously stronger at this point, and the counterparts like Sunset 6k. You need the Yamato step up, at least bad-wise. Sitting on 9k on the Shiv is going to be a factor to help deal with Michaelis, but he has to hit those resets in these fights.
Okay.
Yeah, 8k difference at the moment between the two teams, and we have a trade on the Guardian situation, one for either side and either side of the map. The middle Guardian's still
Okay,
up, of course.
now I can
That might be
finally
something
chill.
that these teams will want to put attention to. A lot of movement around the jungle.
You
on the right
downloading
side of the map at the
Dota?
moment For
Why would you do that when
Portugal's
you can just
Cumbria.
play WoW?
And it might be the makings of a gank here, because Paradoxical Swap, I believe, is offline right now. So
I'm so
What happens if you lasso?
Yo, Duck, are you,
Paradox-
wait, Duck,
paradoxical
didn't you say you were
swapping.
joining the WoW guild, by the way? We're like
We need
20
a
people
Mythbusters
already.
episode on that or something, and maybe a Mythbuster episodes on where Wolfie's going to be, because Listic just absolutely demolishes him here by himself over in that right-hand side lane. And now Sunset might even be getting caught off guard in his own jungle here, going to be chased down. At least Demov's going to spot him out. The owl to the face, the BM coming in from Demov.
Wow.
love a point blank, like guided owl.
It's the perfect way to avoid
Good
burnout.
times. Okay, so 10k difference here. It really seems like VP are taking some huge momentum in this match. And this is a pretty tough fight for Sharik. Won't be able to get out of that one. And that'll be a small consolation there for Puchalias Cumbria. And still a lot of mid pressure on at the moment between these two teams. Might get a potential gank from maybe Kim on the holiday. It's coming
Big
into
Duck,
the lane.
here's what you
looks
do.
Looks like PS will
Press
kind of
Battle.net.
be wise to it, fall back a little bit.
Make sure you download
But
this
still,
one.
3 versus 2 in
World of
favor of
Warcraft
VP
Classic.
on this mid lane right now.
Oh my lord,
And then you
again.
join White Main
Another
Horde.
assassinate comes through. He hasn't maxed it just yet. Nepal is going to be needed out of PS here. Saint just gets obliterated, and I feel like Virtus.pro, looking at how they're playing with the out of the face, the snipe headshot, it's just all about the BM out of them. But I guess this is a perfect time to bring in Jake if he's here to talk about this initial start. Because it has quickly turned into a 7k lead here for Virtus.pro.
I'm watching little Michaelis Vindicta going a little bit crazy in the game, getting a little bit fed, a little bit out of control with no catch on the flyers. Starting to look a little spooky, a little scary for Puchalias Cumbria.
it's kind of insane at the moment with Michaelis and D-Mob able to get such a strong start. But more importantly, Listic, I feel like maybe
You're a boomer.
we understated how important it was for Listic to also have a strong start here, because they do need somewhat of a front line to allow them to hit, or to not, for him to not be just snowballed all over. Just want to get your quick thoughts on that, Jake, here as we're about to head back into the game.
Oh, I agree. I think that's a great acknowledgement there that Abrams is you know, getting something like a Phantom Strike online. I think will really open the game up for VP. And I mean, we're some minutes away from that, most likely.
What was the most?
I think that is a major power strike we have to look for. It really secures that consistent opening pickoff that VP will want to start these team fights and capture objectives. So eyes on Listic as he gets farmed. How early they prioritize the Phantom Strike will be interesting to watch.
I mean, you might even have time to buy it at this rate with VP starting to run away with this game. At least Hoppish able to turn things around with the kill onto Obikim, but that urn completely turned in for free because Listic was able to shove up that lane on the right-hand side, and of course the battle happening here over towards middle. Obikim unfortunately has gone down for Virtus Pro, but Michaelis was able to take down Sunset earlier in this fight. In the meantime, Zergi's going to be storm clouding over this Walker and almost taking down Bandwise.
Okay, Big Duck.
Yeah, the pressure's
I have
crazy. We talked about
I have an offer for you. Okay.
Or I should say for PS.
I have an offer for you, Big Duck, okay? Just because I think you're a nice guy. If you download Cataclysm Classic right now, I'll pay your $60 character boost to 85. That's my offer. I'll send you $60 right now.
Back up Zergi, and somehow the man, the myth, the legend of Zergi escapes. That was nutty.
Yeah, it's kind of, it just goes to show, it's like all of the flexing that's been happening. Like you're talking about the headshot and like the point blank owl. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of what I feel like is clearly be characterized as flexing on Pojala Cambria at the moment. VP know that they're the better team. They're really feeling it and showing it to us at the moment. And they are almost 20k souls ahead. So they're really in an amazing position to continue the momentum and just going to keep dominating here. And again, this is
feels hard to decline
really
that.
Out of hand now.
Right.
I'm just starting to wonder how does PS get themselves back into the game.
Let me see.
Well, you know, I think that's a very good question. Luckily for us, we have a third man here to potentially answer for us, because I don't really have a good one here. Jake,
yeah, don't throw me under the bus with that one, guys. Come on, how did PS come back in the game? They're down 20k, and it's not looking so hot for them. I think coming back, honestly, I think it's up to VP to make some kind of a mistake and like maybe over push on a Walker.
Select other.
But that feels unlikely. I mean, VP is so historically tactical. For me, this is just an opportunity for VP to put on a masterclass of how to expand a lead.
Well, it might be just like this, getting a catch on the Bandwise, and that shiv is going to be long for this world. Michaelis again with the snipe. You know, Dan, thinking back to what you said before, maybe I should hold that for a second longer, as we do see Listic come through as well with the kill onto Wolfie. And Pojala Cambria, they're just going to have to turn tail and run, but will they even be able to?
White main horde classic, yeah.
So from the left-hand side.
This feels like one of those when
But now I'm thinking,
when the rich parents paid someone's kid to hang out with their miserable kid. I feel like
rich.
I'm like, I need someone to play with.
It's crazy because it's like accelerating, and it's only getting like more and more accelerated as time goes on here for VP. This momentum
there you go. Your $60
it's kind of crazy. They've got control and command of the entire map. That gank in the basement of the PS's basement, it really is a statement. The fact that VP are able to so comfortably gank there that just tells you everything in a nutshell.
I have a level 85 protection paladin,
that's the
arms
whole
warrior,
game at this point.
and I'm just about to gear up an elemental shaman. That's the next on my menu.
They shouldn't have any right to push
so
into.
Tonight I'm gearing up my LM shaman.
And the thing is here, a 30k lead for VP, like Pojala, what you need to look for objectives right now while they're going for the earned turn-in, but they can't even do so, even with the man advantage.
I would do a lot more than play WoW with someone
for
60.
They still can't win out in this battle in middle, and that's gonna be 2 more kills picked up for Virtus Pro, and Pojala Cambria forced to immediately back away and hope to keep their Walker alive. And well, Sunset at 11k cannot match up against the fist of Listic.
That's a bit sus.
As he's gonna fall as well.
It's crazy too, because it makes you appreciate how good OneWin were last week, because OneWin had to play really optimally with a chosen style, a strategy that was got everything they wanted in the draft.
You know the
VP are so insane, and they're looking like really scary right now. My god.
So currently
a heavy melee charge, like tech is just so sick to see. An Obi came there.
The way it works with Cataclysm right now is that the 5-man heroic dungeons have like a twilight difficulty, so it's kind of like doing Mythic Plus, where they've added like a higher difficulty version of all the dungeons. So you start by farming heroics, and then the twilight dungeons, every boss has like
17 minutes in
affixes spawning, but by
basically not be
basically
able to come back from that unless VP just massively throw multiple times.
Classic is sub only. Yeah,
is like a runaway train. And
you don't need any expansions or anything.
Actually, that I noticed is that 7, you know, we talked about how with 7 typically teams will create space through pressure so that 7 can farm up. But in this game, VP, I think
like you don't have to own any expansions.
So much momentum that they could just play all together and then just keep like never let go, like never get off of the throats of their opponent by including
Priest?
7 in a lot more fights than maybe you would in other occasions see him in.
I think so.
Do you see that, Dan?
I'm
Is
pretty
that right?
sure.
Bandwise just pointed out that Demov, Grey Talon, has Majestic Leap on a Grey Talon.
Huh. Interesting.
What
So
the
if it's
fuck?
already hard enough to get to him with his own fly, if you have a knockdown, he's just going to Majestic... Well, he can't Majestic Leap away. He can use that initially and then fly after.
Oh my
That's
god.
actually awesome. I love that. I love it.
We definitely don't have a lot of priests.
Well, the chase is going to be going into the base here at PS. Listic
Buying a healer is worth, yeah.
Coming through as well, and all PS can really do is just run away from this one. 18.5 minutes in, and the shrines are going to be taken. And not to mention, the patron on top of that, Listic does get swapped back into the base. But he does have the rejuve, and well, he still had some HP left as he eventually will be finished.
Wait, let me
off.
check.
And honestly, I don't see VP stopping.
Oh my god, no. Yeah, I don't see them
they're
stopping
just
either. They
gonna-
can just end right here. I think they're going to do that. They have just commanding positions. They're so ahead on the farm. The stat checking is absolutely real.
Smite
So they
Priest
can
was
just go
strong
for
in
it.
mouth.
Oh,
Really?
you can tell it's over.
Hey Roman, do you want to join our guild too?
No, I can't actually do a single thing here.
He's taunting them into the throne. This is a next level play. That's what he needs to do here.
The next level play.
Come on, guys. You know you want this kill. Just come into our base. Give us some kills here. But the patron, well, it is not long for this world here. And Virtus Pro will indeed get their rematch up against one win who dethroned them last week.
Playing haste after this? Oh, hell
Wow.
no.
What a crazy display from VP. As soon as they ramped
no.
up, it was just like they just reached terminal velocity instantly. And
You
it
stopped
was
playing
just-
years ago?
I don't know. There was didn't really seem like there was
Hey,
a single point.
it's always time to get back, you know? Okay, you know what? While we're waiting, I'm just gonna hop in here real quick. Bada-bum, 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 bum, bum. Bada-bum, 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 bum, bum. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Bada-bum, 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 bum, bum. What a MM fail. That's funny. Oh yeah, I made a shaman yesterday. Let me check what we have in the guild. I know we have a lot of paladins. We have mage, warlock, and then I have a paladin, warrior, shaman, another paladin, another shaman, a warlock, shaman, druid, one priest, lots of shamans and paladins, another priest. Yeah. I think priest is good. Dude, Cryptic, that game was not close at all. That was yeah, dude, I just tested the shaman rotation for fun, and I was like, wow, this is actually really fun. Yeah. No, priest is good, bro. I can invite you when you get on. Does anybody else need a guild invite while I'm here? I know Cryptic, he's on the retail grind, but we're trying to get him to switch. You want to see Mirage's build? Cornucopia, I think Sharik has his Mirage build in game. I think you can look at his build in game. To be honest. But yeah, so we've got a few Deadlock players here and some viewers and some friends, and we just made a WoW guild together because Deadlock development might take a long time, and sometimes between like the patches, it's a lot of waiting, and it's easy to get burnt out of a game if you only grind it. So I figured it was the perfect time to just set up a guild on WoW Classic, and then we can like play together while waiting for the game to develop. And on Cataclysm, the classic servers, there's about 2 to 3 months, I think, before Pandaria comes out, which is a really good expansion. So right now, everyone is pretty much just leveling up their characters to max and gearing them up so that once Pandaria starts, we are all max level, and then we can raid together and do dungeons and shit. So my mount looks real cool, thanks. So yeah. So if anyone wants to join, feel free. ! Guild. Just let me know. Anyone's welcome, even if you're new. How long does it take before this match starts? A little while. We can just chill here for now. My main is currently my protection paladin because as a guild and raid leader, I think it's smart to also be the one who tanks. So this guy is juiced up in some good gear and shit. And then, what was I saying? And then I have a DPS warrior just because I always played warrior. And the fuck? What a weird ass helmet. And then I think I just started gearing up this. Well, I haven't even gotten gear in it, but I just boosted this one to 85, Elemental Shaman, just because I thought the rotation looked really cool. I asked my fiance and I'm not allowed to start WoW. Your fiance is very clever. Max, we're just waiting for the next game to start. But yeah, Elemental Shaman has a super easy and fun rotation. Where it starts like, oh, I forgot to put down my totems. There you go. When shit so starts to proc. Dude. This rotation is so satisfying, actually. Nyom. Nyom. Is that a lot of it's not. No. This character's gear is really bad. So this character has got shitty gear, so the damage isn't great. But it's like, if the rotation feels fun to play, like you kind of feel like you're just pumping spells into them, then it's more likely to feel very fun later. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I refer to. 4 minutes, okay. So I've been just practicing the rotation on this. Yeah, I mean, I've not really played casters a lot. So my plan for the next... I know I'm going to be like one of the hardest grinders. So I think it's smart for me to have more than one characters. So my plan is to have my protection paladin as my main hero. With mining and blacksmithing as professions. So very early on, I'm going to focus on crafting a lot of shit. But in Pandaria, it's very important to have alchemy. So my plan is to probably level alchemy on both my alts characters, because you can transmute. There's like an item you can transmute that has a 24-hour cooldown. So every day, if you have alchemy on several alts, you can basically just log in and use those alts to transmute once per day. Yeah, it's per character cooldown. So they're like really tryhard people. They will have like 7 alts who all have alchemy. So that's kind of cool. Do 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 do. Bam bam bam. Ba-do-do-dee-doo. You know what this reminds me of? Like 2 years ago, I was doing a Valorant watch party once, and I was actually playing Diablo in the background, but you can use window capture, right? So I had Diablo on full screen, and then I had like the stream in like a little corner, and I was just like AFK grinding in Diablo while doing the watch party, but on my stream you see the Valorant gameplay in full screen. That's fucking based. Never forget. I'm not a Path of Exile gamer. I've played 2 characters to max on Diablo Hardcore. You know what? This is pretty embarrassing, but I actually bought an ultra-wide monitor because it was pay to win in Diablo, because the length of the range of your spell casts depended on how far you can point your mouse with the wizard. So I would buy an ultra-wide to have bigger resolution, because then I could stand further away to like shoot my spells. No, it's Diablo 4. It was just literally like a year or 2 ago in hardcore mode. So I actually played Diablo 4 on an ultra wide. No, I mean, it's such a fucking pay to win thing, because you will see so much more on the side, and because it's a top down, it basically means that now you can mouse click further away from your character, and your icicles range was basically like, you know, you can see mobs and shoot them earlier on. Yeah, Diablo doesn't feel the same for me anymore either. I can't lie. But yeah, I'll keep the game on in the background, Big Duck, and so I can invite you to the guild when you get on, so you can start getting guild XP. Me 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 me. Me 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 me. Just figuring out my right. You're playing priest. Let's see. Horde priests. So you have a few options. You have undead priests, which can remove fear, sleep, and charm with the will of the Forsaken. You have goblin priests. They have increased haste. They also have... Oh, fuck! Alchemy skill and potion healing increased. Bruh. I'm just saying, dude. You should get alchemy. You should get alchemy. Blood elves, what do they have? They can silence if wanted. They can also restore mana. What is the most used? Let's see. Best horde priest race Pandaria. Oh yeah, Pandaren. Let me see. Troll is considered the best choice due to the berserking ratio, increasing haste. Okay. Wait, can you be a Tauren priest? Yo, that's funny, bro. From Dismantled? Wait, the guild I played in many years ago? You're enchanting Taylor, yeah. Dude, was Tauren priest always a thing? Why don't I remember this? I swear they couldn't be priests. I remember Taurens used to only be able to play druids. Do you still play Malco? Yeah, for those who don't know, I played in a classic guild a few years ago in Norway. Oh, it was added in Cataclysm? Huh. Dude, honestly, hey, Big Duck, honestly though, you know, can you really say no to this? Anyway. Dude, I love Taurens, man. Taurens are fucking based, dude. They look so cool. You want to do at least 4 of them? You know what? Here's my 2 cents. Alchemy and increased potion usage and increased haste. Plus, you have the rocket belt thing that can make you dodge a mechanic. Like if you're out of position, you can use the rocket jump dodge with Goblin. And because Goblin has a smaller player model, it's much less clutter on your screen. And when you're a healer, having a big player model sometimes can like clutter who you're trying to click. So I would definitely go Goblin, I think. Because I think that Alchemy and Inscription are probably like the best professions you can choose for Pandaria either way. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. But I think either way it's fine. Don't. I'll turn the audio back on here.
And Overseas, I think, kind of gets overlooked sometimes because he's a ridiculously strong Great Talon player as well.
I think this team has balanced out really well, especially with some of these like more spirit heavy carries.
I think like
I think being a bit more dominant
healing,
sets the 3-lane map, and so with ABL and Overseas, I think they kind of fill that together. And then Empty Dreams, I think, has just really been impressive on a lot of these like maybe a little bit more gun damage tracking oriented carries. And so the roster, I think, has come together into a real force to oppose VP.
Probably
one I think that has their own unique take on the game. I don't think they're
go Goblin,
like really copying VP's strats. I think the teams have a little bit of a distinct identity, at least in terms of the individual player. So it's exciting to see them clash, to see week to week who can come out.
Potion healing increased.
Yeah, this is quickly coming from me, Dan. Like the highlight match every week when it comes to EU. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the history of DFN EU and kind of see where our winners were. And obviously VP,
I'm definitely getting Alchemy on this
7 weeks in a row. Let me quickly count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 weeks in a row. They couldn't get the 7th in there, unfortunately, as one win was able to take them down finally after the repeat matchup in 16 and 17. But to see it happen a third time.
Are you talking about like a random
3s, Dan?
Wait, what?
I think so. It is funny though, like the hydronation challenge is impossible, I think, to achieve. We probably might not see anyone else make that happen, but VP made a good run of it. I think for this region, honestly, it was super impressive to even get this streak like that. But yeah, now it is kind of unclear. I think today will be established really well where these two teams actually sit, because VP, they lost.
They were just baiting
in the previous one, and they get kind of an advantage in that sense going into this week, where they understand like how they lost.
Did someone clip it?
One win they won. So should they change anything? Probably not. They should probably still try to approach things with the same strategy. They don't yet know how VP will respond.
You know what? You bring up a very good point. And since we have Jake, who was a pro in Overwatch, maybe we can actually just ask you about this. When you play a team and you lose, is there this like background mind games you play of like, what do we adjust? What are they going to adjust? And then what do we have to adjust off what they to adjust? Can you kind of go into that?
I think it's especially going to be prevalent in a scene like we have in Deadlock right now, where there's like a really small number of teams at the top echelon and maybe a little bit of a bigger gap before the next competitor squads. So you got two teams like One Win and VP. You kind of have to scrim each other all the time.
You're not online.
Like, you want good practice. You want to keep pushing the limit. You don't want to just scrim teams that you're going to beat over and over again. That's just giving those teams amazing practice, and you're not really getting anything out of it.
Are you on the 20th anniversary servers?
So two squads like One Win and VP, they probably get to know each other really, really intimately well.
Wait, what did you do?
And so I think that plays a huge factor, especially in the draft, where you're very aware of what the opponent team likes. every time they beat you with something that they like, you have to put some respect on it. You're like, well, maybe that strategy is actually pretty good. Maybe those heroes are important. And so I think you as two teams, you do kind of like trend together, and you end up being a bit of a hive mind in terms of your perspective on the game. You have to compete for the same prio heroes in the draft, and you develop a metaphor maybe only for the two of you. So it's always going to be interesting to watch these two teams clash, because there really is going to be nothing else like it in the world right now.
That's right. There's a pro meta, and then there's the matchup dependent meta that can exist. Yeah.
We are headed into our draft phase here, and honestly, I think one thing we're guaranteed to see out of Virtus Pro
okay, it's
is
an obvious bait.
Looking back at their bans,
Deadlock fighting at 500k invitational,
almost every single time,
128 invited teams from all around the world except Canada.
Out of 5, and for good reason. Because if they want to play Vindicta, you cannot play the Vindicta into Bebop, and we've seen Michaelis just last week punished by it.
That was Savannah's fault.
Yeah, and it's interesting because overseas can also play like Great Talon really well, and like you guys were saying, we have a meta, or like the way that things are right now with the 3 lanes. Great Talon's like a great pick.
Wait, what did you do, Big Dog? Did you do it on the wrong server?
With the way that OneWin can play the game, but they're gonna open up with the Sinclair ban, and with VP. Are we expecting a Yamato ban, a Calico ban, or a Pocket ban? I feel like those are the 3. Bebop. Okay,
it's got to be Bebop.
Do you want to ban Bebop? I wonder. This will be. I'm curious to see what VP do. Okay, they are going to ban it. I mean, it is a very value hero, and I think with maybe how much they want to play Flyers, maybe they just feel like you're just never going to get the Vindicta plus Bebop. Maybe Bebop is just like that good. Like it is like a pure first pick at this point in the game with how much we've seen it dominate games.
I will say this though,
I don't
want to
believe that.
see the adaptation out of Virtus Pro against the Bebop, like when they play against it, but I also see their adaptation against ABL and the fact that you can play Calico, Yamato, and Pocket to such a high degree. I'm kind of curious where that route is going to go, and I believe that was a Calico first pick coming through. And of course, we've seen ABL just destroy people on it.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, he plays it. Oh, go ahead.
Tons of tempo, like the ability to tower dive. I think, especially Guardian dive in the early game, as soon as your ultimate is online.
No.
Pretty potent for the snowballing potential for the Calico. Also, the Calico has a lot of build flexibility, so it makes sense as a very early draft. That can be a carry. Could also, if you don't have like quite that good of a game, you can still end up being useful as a disruptor.
Yeah. And I also had some.
I think VP will probably still be looking for the Vindicta. I think there is a world where you make an argument against it because it was exploited against them last time. But maybe they feel like they have a way to deal with that this time. But I would expect to see it maybe on like the 3rd pick, like before the ban wave. But VP, they tend to pick like more frontliney based, like late game kind of based setups. Usually, I think the Abrams is like very important for VP. So I wouldn't even be surprised to see Abrams coming in our third pick, and maybe they deprioritize Vindicta a little bit, and just like, oh, if it's not banned, it's not banned type of philosophy.
Free trial accounts can't join the guild. It says.
I mean, I also think this Bebop ban sets themselves up to play double flyer. Like in like they can easily take Great Talon again.
Unlucky.
I also wondered, does OneWin value the Vindicta that much? Is it likely to be stolen from VP? Like if VP feel like they're the only team that wants to play Vindicta and other people aren't going to take it from them, they could just drop it in a 6 pick, right? And like not prio it early in the draft at all. I think Great Talon may be a little bit more contested historically.
I can tell you from my little handy dandy database that I have, OneWin have not played Vindicta in DFN, and they didn't play it in that best of 5. So maybe, no pressure to pick Vindicta considering that OneWin aren't going to play it.
They could ban it, but like maybe I don't know that VP are that dependent on it. I think it's like a nice to have, but Michaelis as a player, it can flex to anything. So I think it's really smart to get it later. But the talent goes earlier, so now
wonder why they're not pushing Paradox
from the draft from last game.
Dan, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, a Holiday obviously would be a good pickup for VP because they have a
Mikhail is more a carry player, Paradox is kind of like
you have to think about the Pocket and the Yamato, because as you pointed out and as you hinted to, OneWin picked Calico, Pocket, and Yamato last week, and no one was sure of who was going to be on who at that point. So I wonder, like, does Virtus Pro have a plan to deal with that potential setup yet again? And well, as you talked about, Jake, Vindicta will be coming through here as a 3rd pick out of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they want it earlier. I think those callouts are great, though. I would love to see the Yamato for Virtus Pro. I think it would fit really nicely. It would, add some of the spirit carry you're losing with losing Great Talon. I think pretty solid against Great Talon, actually. Like, once you can, get that flying strike connection and get on top of the Talon, it could be hard for Talon to slip away from you. I just like the Yamato in general in this meta with like getting super snowballed and getting a bunch of Sinner Sacrifice buffs on you. Even with the nerfs to that playstyle, I just still think Yamato is great in the late game.
Maybe a little bit player. I think is Ido. Ido and Fishcake. Those guys are nuts.
Again, I don't know. I just think the character's so good. I'd like to see them play it, especially against the Calico.
I've never won
Paradox
against
as a
Ido and
core that can
Fishcake.
actually stand up to those initiations.
You know what's crazy is that out of every match they've ever played, they've only played Yamato 6 times within
once
DFN.
you max
they
level,
have like Wraith on 11.
You want to do
Warden on
heroic
19,
dungeons or
7 on
Twilight
15,
dungeons?
Paradox on 15. Geist
But it
on
might be
22.
hard to heal
It's
in a
definitely one
Twilight
of their
dungeon
lower-picked
unless
heroes,
the group is like really
but
strong.
I believe if anyone does play it, it's
And
going to
then
be
you have
Demov.
Valor
This is all
vendor,
the same value.
Justice
Just got rid of
vendor,
it.
and
They
Obsidian
felt it
vendor,
would
and
come
they're all
down
at
on
the
this
same
pick as well. And
place.
maybe
So you just
it's not
basically
quite as
grind
obvious of a fit
5-mans.
for one wins draft.
I can grind
They already
somebody
have
tonight.
Calico for the front line.
I can just hop on the
Spirit
tank and
Nuke.
fry through them.
Maybe they weren't going to utilize the Yamato as well.
Ooh. Is there a world where Obi Kim is actually playing the Vindicta and we see Michaelis play pocket here? Because people kind of forget he's also a really good pocket player. Like that's, again, going back to the flexibility that VP has as a roster, that's always something you could see come out of this team. And I hope I'm not jumping the gun. I hope we actually do see it so I kind of sound smart, but I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Michaelis has been spamming it, so I feel like it's probably more
Oh,
likely
yeah,
for him to
are
play,
you,
but I think that's
East
definitely a
Coast?
possibility.
And one win tends to not necessarily have like a balanced draft. Usually they do lean towards the more disruptive, more playmakery heavy draft. So I could still see a pocket coming through.
Dude, add me on the Discord.
because that is still something that VP could pick. So that, yeah, there's the pocket. You want to take that away because Yamato, pocket, the Calico all now tied up. And one win. The interesting thing is that VP banned Kelvin, and I wasn't actually so convinced myself that one win would mess with Kelvin. I actually feel like it would have been more of a boon for VP against what one win might be playing.
I wonder about a Wraith here for one win as like a hard stun to break the 7 ult. Could be
Dude,
good.
I was gonna make
a
cheer list.
Okay, Holiday. That's wow.
Double
They're going
pick.
Holiday and Paradox. I mean, I think this. If anything, this is like
It's so hard
taking
when
this from
everyone's fucking
VP
OP.
as much as it is like the pick that one win really wanted. But we've seen teams do this in the past, and it hasn't looked that amazing to me. But then again, I think it is always like an explosive draft. Like maybe you snowball the game, and Holiday, I think you could be played as a bit more of a carry. We don't really see that very often, but I think is a possibility.
Maurice and I got your back.
And it does fit that style again, where one win want to get in the opponent's jungle. They want to they want it to be the case that they'll get the first tower, and then the pressure just never ends, and VP always have to react. That is really how one win like to play, or at least have won against VP in the past. So I think Holiday adds to that playstyle quite well.
I don't want to be overseas right now if he's on the Great Talon. Because you almost bet you're going to have, I mean, it's probably going to be a Warpstone Moe and Krill, but like a Phantom Strike Abrams and a Warpstone Moe and Krill is going to be like, all right, do I even get to play the game at this point?
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
I think it's a really nice Viscous pick, right? With the overemphasis on playmaking from one win team, I think Viscous is a natural counter to that, with the Cube being the best save in the game. I think Roll is going to be incredibly high value this game. There's like a lack of just raw gun damage burst on one win, at least so far. They have one more pick. So killing the ball is going to be really hard.
Let me try
this actually looks like a phenomenal Viscous game.
Let me see.
So, again, it was already bad having a Phantom Strike Abrams,
Free
a
trial
Warpstone Moe and
accounts
Krill,
cannot
and now
join
a
guilds.
Warpstone Goo Ball. I don't think overseas is going to be allowed to play in the air at this point in this game. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah,
That's
he's gonna
so
have
weird.
to stay back. I also think the laning phase looks pretty scary for VP this game with Abrams Vindicta lane. And then I assume
I've given
I'm not
them
sure who's gonna go with who, but
$75.
one of Viscous and Moe probably.
You've given them
with 7 and
$15.
Mirage.
You know, Dan, we talked about the adaptations that VP's going to make. Viscous might be that adaptation. Looking back on their picks, they didn't play Viscous once in the one-win bombshell. So maybe this is an adaptation to like that
I'm just
hard
out here
carry
buying
potential out of
friends.
ABL and Empty Dreams.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's a great
I
call
mean, I've
out. It
spent
is the major differential between, because the draws otherwise are pretty similar in
on
both.
World of Warcraft
Obviously, the
in
picks
the
aren't
last
necessarily identical,
month.
but the whole style, the strengths are kind of leave it in the same
Maybe I
areas.
have to gift
so
subs,
that the
Jonas?
strategy can be the same for one win, and so it makes a lot.
Maybe that's what I need to do. Let me try. Let's see if that helps. How do I do it again? It's gift the sub. Maybe this one? Maybe this helps. Let's see if this helps. Anytime. Okay, maybe now.
Some kind of like lockdown control. I think it actually looks kind of scary for one win team. Like for somebody, like even for somebody like Geist who can be this scary frontliner.
You got $1,500 in Star Citizens. Okay, well,
picked up by Abrams. I mean,
I
there's so
spent
many ways to like set
$25,000
up
on
into
Valorant.
stun combo.
So
I think it's actually going to be pretty scary
maybe
for one win
just
team
don't.
to split on the map and be alone, which I think their draft emphasizes. Like somebody like Pocket, it's like a really scary Pocket game.
I'm not
Once
proud of
Abrams
it,
has Phantom
but
Strike,
that's true.
And Mo has Warp
I
Stone.
used to
like,
have every
it's actually
skin in
gonna be
Valorant.
kind of a problem for Pocket, for Great Talent, even Calico to like play their ways out of situations if they're just getting
first 2 years of Valorant, I had every single
So
skin.
we can see Zanya going to be on the Calico, Empty Dream's going to be on the Pocket, and that means ABL. Does that mean he's going to be on the Great Talent, or is that overseas?
I would assume. Oh no.
Oh, it is. So it's going to be ABL on Great Talent.
Sure.
And I mean, it's kind of like we've kind of forgotten about it, but ABL we did initially.
Do you think
see him,
the cosmetic system
with
would be
Aegis Aura,
like
I believe,
Dota?
playing
Yeah,
Great
I'm
Talent, and he
assuming
was
the
ridiculously
cosmetic
strong
system
on
is
that
going to
hero
be the
as well.
same as
So,
Dota and TF.
Again, if we're talking about flexibility in teams,
where it's
credit
like
has to be given to one win team
each
to kind of
body
match
part
up the
has a
VP.
separate skin.
Love it. I love the fact that we've seen ABL, the most important player on the team in terms of
You made like 2K
star
US
power,
dollars from playing
that he's been
CSGO.
playing so many different
That's
heroes.
sweet.
It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and I think it makes him very.
I remember when I
as
was
a
like,
player, right? If you can carry on so many
when I was
different
like
heroes
fully
like that,
pumping
and so
out
many
Valorant
different, like,
content,
carry
you know, I had
heroes,
like 4 YouTube channels,
it's very hard to deal
TikToks,
with. It's very hard to ban you
Instagram
out.
Reels,
It makes
Shorts,
him,
the
really
whole
important
shebang.
for
I had
roster, I'd
4
say.
people working for me,
Before we get
and
to
I was paying like
into it, I'd love to
up to
hear,
$8,000
Jake, your
per
take
month
on
in
the
editing.
early lane setup for both teams.
I'm just very interested, especially to see the Viscous in the early lane.
It was
with
worth
Seven,
it
where Seven, I
at the
think, is a
time
relatively
because
weak
the
laner.
content was
He
doing
does
so
bring a
well, but
lot
it's
of
crazy
damage
to
the
think
table,
about
and
now
Viscous
that
has
I'm
a
just
lot
like
of
this
setup. So I
washed
think,
Deadlock
maybe first couple levels
guy.
won't be great for them, but like once they get all their 3 main skills online,
No,
I
I'm
think
kind
this
of just
Viscous
like
can
chilling
really
in my own
be a
lane,
threat in the early
playing
game. And so
video
I'm
games.
Curious to see VP
Not
playing
too
that
bothered.
early game snowball style and how that matches up against One Win's playmaking.
Yeah, it was a lot, but you know it was 4 people, right? So
do
it's
say,
it makes sense.
Pressure turns cold into
I don't
diamonds.
think it
and
was
Versatile has
like
been under a lot of pressure.
Oh shit.
These last 2 weeks. And well, so is Xenon. Stick again. 2 games back to back off to a strong
it's cool
start.
to be able to do
This
what you
time,
want.
At least not
It's
being the
true.
first one to die. But we know this thing, when he gets going on the Abrams, he is very difficult to stop.
Yep. I mean, starters, you mean to continue and all that. Let's stick straight in there. Yes,
I'm surprised having 4 people edit was only 8K. I mean, everybody wasn't full time.
The highlight
It was
there
like
from
channel
Jake as well
manager,
about
main editor,
the
extra
CC
editor,
that VP have on, like, there's an option, a CC option on every single hero.
and we had like one
That's
doing
actually very
shorts
interesting
only.
dynamic. I'll be really curious to see how that turns out in the team fights, but I also
Like for instance, when there was a play
recognize against
test
something
of like a new
One good at
map
previously
or a new
was
hero,
catching,
then you would like
catching
double
players
up
off guard, like
the amount
not-
of work
essentially not having to
that was
win
needed.
team fights.
Do you know what I
because
mean?
In the early to mid game, they can find so many smaller fights that they can take initiation on that they don't have to worry about maybe like a mass CC lockdowns that could be more dangerous when there's more grouped up VP players.
Sounds good, Big Duck.
Dangerous.
Ice Evades has really good cataclysm guides, like rotation, item, priority, all the
difficult to deal with
all
here
the
for
stuff.
one win.
They have a separate cataclysm
currently at 1K,
category. I think
Xenon
Wowhead
currently at 1K,
does
they're
as
up
well.
against pretty much the 2K.
Everything
of the
from
other
like
side.
gems to
You know,
enchants
stat
to
check territory. I know obviously like 1K isn't the massive difference, but when you get the extra levels on your abilities, the extra pure stats, it becomes very hard to deal with
Tonix,
this.
there's
And
no
you can
pure
already
jungle
see,
role.
Oh, begin getting aggressive.
The jungle doesn't
Able to
give
push
you
down
enough
Empty
for
Dreams
that.
to about half HP. Obviously, Pocket with the negative spirit resist
Yeah,
you start
Ice
with here
Evade is great.
makes
I
it
use
very
that.
susceptible to any spirit damage you do.
Oh yeah, are you gonna go down the LVUI route?
This feels like a tough lane. You know, I think obviously Paradox Pocket are great, but Mirage.
I use Shadow Unit
Frames
frames and
so like it could be
Bartender. But some people
pretty good
just get
lane for VP to
LUI.
be able to maybe get that mid tower down sooner than later, especially if they get some help or go for aggression like this. Oh, this is looking a little scary. Kinetic Carbine comes out. We get a bit of a heal, so looks like we're out of danger here.
His 2 first items are healing right.
Oh my God, this smoke won't go away.
Yeah, I don't think Obi-Kim wants to give up on this, but one thing we didn't really mention and we didn't see in the patch notes is Restore of Locket no longer gives spirit resist.
Dude.
And that's kind of big considering if you're a Pocket player. I mean,
The Cursive was like such an insane add-on in
spirit damage. It doesn't give you that.
I mean, the
extra
cursive was
sustainability
crazy
and
though,
longevity in the lane.
because when you
Makes
did
it a lot more
40-man
difficult to
raids,
survive,
it was
and Virtus Pro,
impossible
I
to
mean, on
keep
all
track
fronts
of
have
who
been
got
pretty
cursed.
much aggressive here, pushed up on every single lane. And we're about to start hitting that 3K mark. A-Bill actually currently sitting closest to it at 2.6.
How do I follow you since Deadlock came on? I didn't know you can sing and you know fan.
Respectively.
I mean, it's just because I used to be popular, so then I knew all the popular streamers. Now I'm just an old guy playing Deadlock.
The change too on the lock here, the fact that you're not taking away the identity or the true utility.
But
of
I
the
love
lock
this.
Just, like,
I love being an old guy that plays Deadlock.
Why was that spirit resist there in the first place?
They did make it like insanely strong too, because a lot of the harass you're going to take in the early game, I would say, is going to be spirit heavy.
But one thing that is cool,
teams are playing.
One thing that is cool about
is quite a bit of
Cataclysm and Pandaria is that they have added some like quality of life stuff,
really not giving up on this, still trying to
like
put out
the
this
heirlooms
and the quite just here, and then it's gonna be the combo coming through on overseas.
Was it heirlooms and like the mounts and appearances and transmog?
In case the melee would come in out of Obikim, but he's still gonna lose his teammate nonetheless.
Yeah, and this is going to be...
Why did you stop making Valorant content? Because every time I open the game, I wanted to kill myself.
How important it is to get these towers down as quickly as possible, these Guardians, especially that mid one. The way that it opens up map control, it really does dictate a lot. It's like, okay, the jungle value you could get is more if you get the enemies
Abrams
down.
in trouble.
Additionally, we get that trade
that's
coming
not
through.
good for the KDA.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
But additionally, yeah, you get the ability to put the initiative on your opponent, and that's like
if Deadlock gets big, will it go back to 4 editors?
If you're on the receiving end of it, so
no, I don't think so.
Really important to win that early mid.
I think I will have a very different approach. I think you learn a lot
I bring
from
Jake
all
in
this
really
stuff.
quick and talk about this with Empty Dreams on Pocket, with them having such a tough
Microsoft
start as well
Teams.
in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, well, what Big Deck? You have a normal job as well, right?
Paradox, the swap is always going to be there. But the pocket damage is
I feel like you do like some software
I think they
stuff.
still have a little bit of an opportunity.
I have a feeling
to
you said you
bring
did
this
some
back,
tech
maybe with
shit.
like a swap
You seem like a tech
tower,
guy.
But it's starting to get to be
are you a
full-time
streamer now?
online for Mo Krill, so you got to be so cautious. They are sending this Talon nuke over, which is
Software
going to
for 8 years. There you go.
I think Mo, maybe he's going to die in the mid lane. Super low, maybe just got out. But like I think soon it's going to become untenable, especially as Mirage gets a little
Trying
bit more
it out
farm.
nice.
Maybe we see a rotation as well.
The hard thing about being a full-time Deadlock streamer is that your popularity in very big degrees rely on when
is doing a lot better
the game comes out.
In the previous map that we had.
That's the kind of hard part about this game. It's like, for instance, when the game was super popular, I had like 1,000, 2,000 viewers. Now the game is in development. There's like scarce amount of patches coming out. Not that much happening, right? And we don't really know when that's gonna change. We just know that it's gonna change sometime this year or early next year. So until then, you just gotta be like super patient, because if the game blows up, then most likely we will all also be doing much better viewership wise. But it's really hard to just pull like thousands of viewers in a game when the entire stream category has like 2,500 viewers. You know what I mean?
Look at North America, and I mean, just this last week, Naked was playing it constantly for LARP Lords. Week before, Gibbs was playing it every single game.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Duck. Well, we'll see.
And he kind of just like disappeared out of Europe, but still insanely strong hero.
Yeah, like for instance, like I was thinking about this the other day, because I used to have like 3,000-4,000 viewers in Valorant in my peak, right? And obviously that's not realistic in this game. But I do remember that at some point I would have 30-4% of all the viewers in the entire category. And if you think about it, that's insane. You know what I mean? So even though it's a lot less viewers, just like covering such a huge chunk of the entire viewer base.
And speaking of which, this Mo from Obikim has been indomitable, just as so difficult to take down. Get some extra damage on the tower as Rocket makes an escape. Empty Dreams gets out of there, and yeah, this mid tower.
Bro.
Here comes the bird. That's straight on Obikim's face. Is there a follow up here? Empty Dreams looking maybe to go for the pursuit, but it looks like it's not going to be the fight. In fact, retakes him down instead.
Oh my god.
Listic is flyable. That's 4 quick kills in quick succession here for Virtus Pro.
Doesn't that happen with most categories?
To a 4K lead now, and
yes,
you have to imagine some guards are
but my
gonna
point
start to
is
fall
that
here.
sometimes,
It looks
right?
like it's
Like,
gonna head back over in this left-hand lane. Michaela.
sometimes, like for instance, for me, right? Like my viewership is much lower than when I played Valorant, for instance. But I have a much bigger percentage of viewers compared to what the entire category has. So if you think about return of investment and like future estimates, right? If the game gets really popular, imagine if I was able to keep on to 20 to 40% of the entire viewer base whenever I streamed, then suddenly you would be at like fucking 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 viewers when the category becomes more popular. That's why sometimes it's important when you're being patient and a game isn't out yet to think about the big picture and be like, okay, let's say you have 300 or 400 or 500 viewers now. What does that mean if the viewer base gets 5 times as bigger, you know? And sometimes these things are important to address so you don't just feel like things are not going well, because it's very easy, for instance, the most common comments I get from like my old Valorant fans or old Valorant people are like, why did you switch games? Your viewership is so low. And then I'm just like, but like percentage wise, my viewership has like never been higher, to be honest. And I'm also happier. So it's like such a win-win for me. And sometimes that's hard for people to understand because they go like, wow, you used to have like thousands of viewers in this game. Why don't you play it anymore? I'm like, but I don't care about that if I wasn't having fun at all. You know, like if you're opening the game and every time it feels like a chore, then I feel like that's, as a streamer, that's your privilege, that you get to pick whatever game you want to stream. And then if you do that for long enough and the content is interesting enough, then there will be an audience that will also watch it and be interested in watching it. Does that mean that it kind of sucks sometimes? Of course, because like it's not fun to just start your stream and the first thing you hear is like, wow, you fell off. Wow, like you used to have so many viewers. What happened? But then like, and then some people even start like, oh my God, like how is your economic situation? And then I'm just like, there's no way you're like assuming like what my money situation is like based on what my current viewership is when I've streamed for like 5 years and built like 2 businesses in 2 different countries. You know what I mean? And that part always like makes me wonder like how parasocial can you be when you're like, oh yeah, like the money situation must be pretty bad right now. And I'm like, dude, what? I play video games for a living. I am so fucking privileged.
Come up before it actually does go for the engagement. For me, it's about watching one win team. What do they do here? If they overcommit towards the urn, that could be an easy guardian taken from a KLS, leading to a flex slot. House will be coming through, looking for some early damage here, trying to catch out onto the Mirage, and that's going to be the connection on a Sherrick, but the cube will be coming through to keep him alive, and the retreat is immediately pulled out of Virtus Pro, but the chase is going to be here. That's a great lasso coming through on a Demov, and he has no cube left, and he has no life left, as he will fall.
You just love the combos there off of the lasso. Speaking of which, though, no lasso available. Listic there with a big fist in Holiday's face. Disengage as the battle rages on, and it looks like VP are in a little bit of trouble here. You can see Listic's not too aggressive. Doesn't
have
like
a
the look
good
of this
meal,
one.
bro.
He's going to back out there because one win will take an extra kill, and Tower's gone down too. So that's a nice win. And in the meantime, there might
Did
be
someone piss Jonas off? No, actually, we were just talking about healthy tips for
streaming. Careful. You can see that tower very low on health. The reinforcement is going to be here. Not to mention the Urn to be picked up at a Zanya.
Actually, the best part about like not having that many viewers is that
I don't know if
the haters don't even know that you're alive.
There we go. Listic on the charge through.
Oh.
Able to catch out Zanya. That's going to be the Urn now dropping. Zanya's going to fall. Not to mention a bag to pick up on top of that. And this could eventually be Virtus Pro actually taking the Urn themselves, but the fight is going to continue. The swap comes through onto Listic. D-Mob with the goo ball is just punishing
the curse.
overseas left and right.
Oh my God,
it's like watching Sonic the Hedgehog here. And one win. At least able to get 2
I'm here
kills
because
off
you're a
the back
nice
of this.
guy and
The fight
it's a
is
chill
gonna continue.
stream. I'm
Obiken's
too
gonna
old to
rotate
play.
through. The
Thank
Urn still be
you,
contested
Andrew. I
quite
appreciate
heavily
that, man.
considering it's only worth 3K this early on. I'm surprised to see both teams really
You guys want to know something funny? Andre the Giant is from my hometown.
Yeah, and
I used to run into him
had more players in
at the gym
more of the time in this fight overall, and they're continuing to reinforce
like,
this one off the rope.
I don't know, probably like 20 years ago, I'd say.
Trouble. However, Zergi's ult is going to do a fair amount of damage.
I'd say probably 20 years ago.
Huge connection off of this.
Yeah, he's from my hometown. I used to compete in weightlifting.
One win, but still, Zanya able to get 2
And
off of that one.
sometimes we would-
Inzaghi, 3-4 kills to follow up with.
20 years ago
and
sounds
VP
about yeah.
turned that one right around off of the storm cloud.
I think it was right around. Remember when I was like going for the Norwegian record in bench press?
Virtus.pro were able to get
I
5
think
kills, and I know Zanya did get the earn turn in, but I think Virtus.pro were still
might
going
be
to be pretty happy
18 or
about that
17
trade,
years
able to
ago.
get
I think it
themselves
was
the
like
last guardian of the game.
19 or
Obviously,
something when I was like
already
trying
in
to
their hands.
set the bench
One
press
able to
record.
secure a flex slot earlier on, but that was hectic, and I think that kind of shows for me, Dan, the urge
been a
for
while.
both these teams to win this game. I think that was more of like not a smart play, but it was like, we don't want to be the team to back away. We don't want to be the team to give this one up. We want to continue to fight and come out ahead in the end.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool as
Wait,
well.
what?
Well,
You're
maybe-
bullshitting right now? He
question
died
mark? Okay, no,
32
we're gonna
years
get a
ago?
disengage.
What?
That said, there is a pursuit here, and we've got
Wait,
some
what?
good chasers here on the side of one win. Mo goes into
National
the ground,
Championship
though.
in
Can't find him after
2011.
that.
There you go.
And, yeah, you can't keep going after that. Looks
Andre
like
the
Woman
Giant.
will still hang out there in the jungle, and we'll still be.
I'm
looking for
talking
fights.
about the
I can't even
user
make that
Andre
point I
the
wanted to
Giant
make.
in
It's
my
very
Twitch
selfish
chat.
of one win, but they're going to continue the pressure, and at the same time here, Jason,
I don't mean the actual wrestler.
Going down.
Yeah, the backup's not there in time.
I'm talking about the guy who's chatting in my chat.
In the first series.
What?
How you can use that seismic slam defensively.
What?
I think he got aggressive to take away again the center sacrifice.
Bro,
and
I
use
don't
the
know
charge,
anything
use the
about
seismic slam
wrestling.
just to escape. So invested
Dude,
a lot
I'm
of his
from Norway.
resources
We
to
don't
get to
have
the 9.
wrestling.
A little bit of power
How the
you get
fuck
that
would I know
eventually
anything
snowballs
about
into a
Andre the...
massive
I didn't
power-up.
even know that was a wrestling reference.
Virtus Pro in 1 win. Only 2K separates these two teams about 15 minutes into the game. We're all tied up in objectives taken as well. Insanely close game as they're going to be caught up by the paradoxical swap and will eventually be killed off here.
Bro. I was like,
push-ups
what
on right-hand
are you
Walker
guys
could be possible
talking
because Listic's
about?
the only one left to defend against this.
Wait a
In the
minute. Okay.
meantime, VP actually have.
I have a small pet peeve, okay? And it's when someone like Godfather says, how can you not know about Andre? You know what this is? This is called cultural assumption. It's when, and it's very common in America. It's when an American talks about something that is typical American, but the rest of the world has no clue about it. Because America is in fact not the world. It's a big difference. We don't have wrestling in Norway. We barely have SpongeBob SquarePants in Norway. So it is always funny to me when people go like, oh yeah, of course, that's that thing. What, you don't know what that thing is? I've been like, no, I grew up in fucking snowy mountains of Norway, bro. Like, we barely had phones. Like, what do you mean I know Andre the Giant? So it's like, yeah. I just think that, like, I'm Hungarian and I know about Andre the Giant. It's universal knowledge. No. It's not universal knowledge to know about a wrestler. If you're interested in that stuff, of course it's knowledge that you probably have regardless of where you're from. But if you're from a random country in the Nordics and you've never watched wrestling, why the fuck would you know who Andre the Giant is? Dude, Duck, literally just after I complained about food delivery, that's funny.
Yeah, there's so much happening right now. It's crazy across like both extremities, left and right. But the Antonin is.
I actually have another example though. For instance, I have a degree in classical music and opera, so I know a lot about a lot of old opera singers and a lot about classical music and old operas. And that doesn't mean that everybody knows what the Magic Flute is or Don Giovanni, you know? But I talk about it as if like that's common knowledge. To me, that's like much more universal knowledge than Andre the Giant. But that just shows how our cultural backgrounds differs from like what we expect as universal knowledge. You can't compare that and this. Pretty sure just how is that not comparable? That's what? That it's literally the same. Comparing WWE and actual music knowledge is not great comparison because WWE was TV. What? No! Every kid in America was watching it. Are you not getting the point, bro? That's the point. I'm just telling you. You can't say, oh, my WWE was on TV, bro. Bro, it was on television. Dude, are you serious, bro? The only fucking dude. Also, by the way, we had MTV in Norway. We didn't have wrestling, but we fucking had MTV. That's where I learned the fucking Eminem songs and shit. That was on MTV. So, you know what? You could actually say that music is probably much more likely to be universal knowledge than fucking WWE, because at least MTV was a channel that came to Norway. Anyway.
But either way, Virtus Pro looking to sport a 10K solo.
What did you have as entertainment growing up?
And the question now comes, where's the next fight going to be? And I
There's
think
a lot of
it's
Tom
gonna
and
be about 2 minutes time
Jerry.
when the next urn comes to it. It seems to be the
Tom and Jerry was very popular in Norway.
Force fights when they want to. And I might have to bite my tongue on this one because it's actually going to be on the right-hand side jungle. They catch up. Someone trying to go for the center sacrifice. It's going to be Demov. Obikim's going to be there to help out. That's going to be the paradoxical swap to come through and the combo on top. But do they have the damage to finish him off? And, well, yes, that's the quick answer to this one. But at least Empty Dreams able to respond.
Did you have Avatar the Last Airbender?
Zergy going to be going head-to-head against Xenon on the left-hand side lane while the fight still continues here on the right. And that's a major fight to have happen. And Xenon's able to win on that trade. He could potentially push into
Pokemon was big. Pokemon was big. We had Pokemon dubbed in Norwegian. That's true. That's a big one.
Responds with a kill on Azanya. And Fanboy's trying to go for the chase to Obikim, but he can't hit the bounce pad correctly.
Avatar the dude. Okay. Sorry if this is a boomer thing, okay? But when you're saying, did you have Avatar the Last Bender when you grew up? I feel like I was already grown up when that show became popular. So I have a feeling I'm just too old for that. I think The Last Airbender is so new that, like, you know, I was in like the Tom and Jerry, Donald Duck, and Mickey Mouse era. I think Airbender is probably way too new school for like me to watch that as a kid. It came out in 2006. How old was I in 2006? I was fucking 18 years old. Thought you were in 20s? Bro, I'm turning 36 in August, dude.
Oh, looks like the mole is going.
I'm closer to 40 than 30.
And you're just taking quick stock on who has these souls, like looking at the soul distribution.
That's why I love World of Warcraft.
Very good job keeping up.
And I hate socializing. I just want to play video games. And
who is the highest on VP's side? And we looked at how good Michaelis was doing in the other game. He slowed down a lot. So yeah,
are you a Leo?
Yes, really competitive, at least in terms of the individual hero power.
Dude,
I feel like games like
feel
this
like we
are so difficult.
We haven't watched
really
the game for like the last 20 minutes.
To be able to keep your farm up when there's just constant fighting left and right. And I think we've seen Empty Dreams kind of be off towards himself to go for some solo farm where the rest of his team fights a bit to create this lead. And
oh my god.
Longer here is Obikim gonna get the combo over onto ABL, who does escape this one. The urn's still gonna be
I
dropped.
thought you were
here.
like
Both teams
25,
gonna be fighting out
26.
yet again. This is looking like exactly like the first match of the day, except it's a lot closer between the two teams.
I'll take
and it's
that.
continuing from that initial laning phase into 21 minutes into the game.
I got cooked, but it was good.
Shark in the meantime going to continue to push this right hand lane out, and it looks like both teams might retreat off the back.
I think it's a very good point. I think Americans
they're already going for it at the moment.
Are very used to assuming that the rest of the world has the same knowledge they
have. That's gonna have to get tossed here. Wow, Listic is pretty weak at the moment, but he's in the basement, and
I think that's very
because Listic has his teammates here.
Very
above,
common.
Fighting it out, looking to try to deal with the remainder of one win, and a lot of them are very, very.
Oh my god! And don't even get me started on baseball and American football.
Right, and now is looking like
don't even get me started on that shit.
VP in this basement, but
Dan. Listic's gonna turn the urn. Zergy's pushing the left lane at the same time. This is a massive win for Virtus Pro. You trade 1 for 1, but you're gonna get a Walker and a flex slot, and you get the urn turn on top of this. Virtus Pro now up to 126,000 souls, almost a 20k lead off of a very scrappy fight. The macro play was stupendous, and even if Zergy goes down, it does not matter.
Don't even get me started on the fact that Americans have a different football than the rest of the world.
16k difference now. So it really is trying to extend.
It's entitlement at its highest level. Oh, the rest of the world has football? We're just going to call it soccer and make our own football.
Dynamically farming as they rotate across the map. I think that's been one of the strengths that's really kept them closer to VP, because VP are coming out the better in almost every single team fight. So...
Oh, you like football? What kind?
The dynamics that needs to change.
You mean the one we have in America, the one that we have hand egg? You mean that football?
Team fight happens, which might just happen now.
Is this the new team deathmatch mode in Deadlock that's been pushed on the latest patch? Constant fighting from these teams, no objective fighting whatsoever. We're in the jungle yet again here. as the battle continues to break out. Virtus Pro able to get the better of Overseas, and the window
You mean
that
the
maybe
hand
One
egg,
had
right?
to really snowball this first game is starting to potentially come to a close. ABL luckily
Winning
still
the
at 20K
NBA makes you
souls,
world
but Flammable's gonna get caught here. No charge available just yet for Listic. Flammable's gonna create some distance here with that jump pad, but the damage has been done. They've lost two players now with third.
To be fair, Tom Brady is definitely one of the most decorated sports athletes of all time.
This out long enough for those respawns.
These are the same people that have no clue who's Zinedine Zidane is, or Eric Cantona,
it definitely
or
feels like it would be a great time to be boss, and that is exactly
Roberto
what's happening,
Carlos.
just like
You know what I mean?
And I don't know that Storm really have much to do about this.
It's
you know,
definitely a common thing.
Things, but I don't know that they really have a lot of good options here for the mid boss setup or steal.
I like the hustle they tried, because Empty Dreams went to that right
but
lane.
It's so funny to me that like, wait, I have a funny story. I gotta mute the game for this one, guys. I have a funny story. So my friend Nagura, she's a WoW streamer. She invited me to the European Football Championship finals. She had good tickets and everything, right? And I don't really watch a lot of football, right? So I was like, I didn't really do a lot of, you know, like prep on like watching it or anything, right? So I was just like, oh, this is cool. Like, I wonder who's gonna play. You know, is it like fucking, I don't know, Real Madrid and Barcelona? Turns out it was the European Championship finals in American football. So when I showed up, and I had no idea, by the way. I show up and I just noticed that there's no normal goal. There's just those like goal posts and shit. And I hadn't heard of like a single player or a single team. I was just like, this exists in Europe? Why is it called the same? This is surely someone here must have been like, this might be a branding issue. So I thought I was going to like a soccer match, as they say. You have to say soccer in America, or else they'll be like, "Oh, you mean hand egg?" Yeah, of course. And I just thought that was so funny.
No one can 1v1 him anymore. Zanya immediately falls. And so
no. I wanted to go. It was really nice to see a lot of my friends, but I just thought I was so hilarious that I didn't even know like I was going to that.
Trying to escape for his life, but he has no chance. And Virtus Pro are going to crack open the base of one win here.
Yeah, and it's funny because one of the dynamics that Jake was talking about it in the draft is like, oh, it's going to be really hard for one win to siege VP. It's like we've never.
Yeah, I
never
also am a little bit surprised about the Bebop.
Yeah.
Wait, who banned Bebop though? Wait, was it Virtus Pro?
Happen. So looking pretty good for VP now as they clean up the remainder of the
Rugby is the best hand egg sport. VP banned Bebop. Okay.
Impact some of the players have had, like Sharik has been really insane on the Mirage this whole game. You can see how far ahead he is on the farm. And that's had to have made an enormous difference in these fights.
Way.
Look at this.
Oh,
no way.
Dancing circles around Xenon.
That was crazy.
How did he turn that around? That was so smart out of Xenon, because he debuff removed the Jin marks and then engaged on him and had the advantage in that fight, but he couldn't connect the shots, and Shark played around that box perfectly, and the rest of Virtus Pro are playing pretty damn perfectly here. Is looking to close out the game here.
Shark was also 13k up.
Yeah, it's like looking like it's going to finish very similarly to the previous game, which
I feel like sometimes that's something you have to remember. Like you see a 1v1 and you're like, oh my god, guys had like so much more health. And then the Mirage is like 13k souls up.
I think Jake had a great point here on that mode. Maybe that's something that has to be banned out. We'll see. But this is going to be the first map. Looking like it's going to VP, who are on the comeback here. They wanted to retake the throne. The patron is... It's on like 2%, and...
No way.
No, they're going to stall it out.
Okay. Oh my
god. That's map number 1 for VP. One did everything they could to stall it out, but it was never going to be enough.
Thanks for the gifted subs.
The last remaining member of Virtus Pro comes in last second, killing off the patron and getting them the first map of the series. And honestly, Dan, it looked pretty close early on. But at one point,
I just had a coffee, which means I need to take a shit.
There was no stopping
so I'll be right back.
Yeah, I actually wonder if it comes down to that mid lane. I feel like OneWin couldn't get that early game momentum that they normally get off of a very strong mid lane. And that mid lane was very imbalanced if we think about how difficult it was and what they're up against. And who was one of the stars of the show? It was the Mo. It was in the mid lane for VP.
I think Jake hit the nail on the head, and you know what? We'll just bring you back right now. Obi Kim, you talked about being the centerpiece of the team, and honestly, it feels like Jake, it doesn't matter what hero he's on, he always seems to kind of be the centerpiece of the team.
Yeah, I was really particularly impressed by the Mo this game, and I think it's a dynamic we've seen happen a few times in some of these strong mid lanes, where even if they're not necessarily like sweeping with tons of kills, the fact that they're winning early in the mid lane, Obicam takes that win and gets super active on the Mo. Is in all these early game fights. Sharik takes that mid game win, a mid lane win rather, and then snowballs it into ridiculous farm. Had like a really early siphon bullets, and like you guys said, got to that point where he's defending every kind of split push, and then he's still getting active in the fights. Of course, being Mirage, a great hero for utilizing that farm in the late game and being able to do multiple jobs at once, essentially, pretty uniquely in Deadlock. So you got to give a lot of props to VP for playing this faster pace style, for reacting to the success of OneWin. I think the Viscous pick looked amazing this game too, especially in the early game, like those cube saves, turning fights around with the ball. That one big earn fight with both teams like heavily committing on the first earn. I think the reason they both committed was because it was just right next to the drop off. So the value of the earn, even if it's only 3K, if it's right next to the drop off, like it's like such a value. You get 3K in like 2 seconds if you get to pick up the earn. So both teams doubling down in the early game, and VP, I think, just being stronger at that, being better and more prepared for that type of engagement.
And Dan, that was honestly, I wasn't necessarily the closest of matches, but it was still such an exciting match between these teams. And one thing we looked at when it came to the draft was the double like pick comp with Flammable and Overseas, with the Holiday and the Paradox respectively. But the thing is, looking at it, it's not like they were able to really net too many kills off it. Yes, we saw Flammable, he got 2 kills on Listic in the laning phase with the lassos. And yeah, we did see a couple of paradoxical swaps come through, but it feels like the pace was set by Virtus Pro for the most part in this game.
Yeah, it does feel. I am wondering how, I'm wondering what is the true impact of that mid lane. It feels pretty outsized, because I don't think that the comp or the potential for OneWin to get aggressive or to do well is in question. We've seen it time and again, but it just seems that, as you say, because VP were taking that mid guardian first and they were able to win that lane pretty decisively, and then they get to basically dictate the pace in a lot of these fights. Like OneWin was still trying to do it, even though they didn't have as much map control. They were still trying to force the jungle invades and the jungle ganks, and it just wasn't as successful as I feel like it normally would be, perhaps in large part due to the fact that they struggled so much in mid, because normally they are able to win the mid lane, and then they're able to convert that into some like side lane ganks before we kind of get into that jungle invade territory or portion of the game. We didn't even get to see that from OneWin because VP were able to just defend the lane so effectively. And Mikhail S also had a great start on one of the side lanes, which is also something that has not happened previously. And previously, it was the case that when we were able to target him, but they didn't seem to have the space to do that this time.
Man, I really want to take a look at the match results as well to kind of see where the breakdown of damage was coming from both these teams. I mean, Sharik on the Mirage was just a thing of beauty. But to be fair, looking on the other side, it was ABL. I mean, we talked about him as his individual impact as a player, putting up 35K, the most in the lobby. But all that damage doesn't amount to anything, Jake, if you can't confirm those into kills and you can't take objectives.
Yeah, I think the damage is even a bit deceptive, right? Like one item I've noticed in the meta right now is Fortitude is just like really highly valued by these teams. I think being able to like get active, get into a team fight, live on a low amount of HP, and then not retreat to base and stay on the map, stay a threat has been really important. And so ABL doing a lot of damage with the Spirit Nukes, like you said, not able to confirm the kills, not able to win the team fights outright. Sure, you can snipe damage from range, but you need to have somebody who's converting those into objectives, and that's not necessarily Great Talon's job, but definitely you know VP just won all those early mid game fights. Like you said, like I thought the siege would be super difficult against them, and they never even got close to being siege. Really, never even had much walker pressure against them in that game.
Let me actually ask, because I'm not sure, does Fortitude show as your own healing? Because we're seeing Obi-Kim with 27K, but obviously Scored heals you, but Listic with 16K.
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't think Obicam built the Fortitude this game, and I'm not sure if Listic did. I saw Sharik built it relatively early. I think Zergi bought it like last game too. So I think it's more for like the cores typically, I think, than Like I think for Abrams, you'd rather just farm the Phantom Strike, and maybe you don't necessarily need the Fortitude. You have enough healing built in on the kit, and same for Mo. But then again, there's still movement speed on the item. I mean, I think Fortitude actually just looks great. The more pros I see build it, the more I want to be building it in all my games, honestly. Because I'm thinking like, wow, you stay on the map, you get movement speed. It's pretty powerful.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up here our first match in our money match of EU. We still, of course, our second match, not to mention North America thereafter. This is the Deadlock Fight Night brought to you by Intel, and we'll see you all in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by DDK, who looks extra handsome and extra smart today, as we've had an exhilarating first match here in our money match between Virtus Pro and OneWin. But before we can hop into our second game, I want to remind you guys, we also have not only a fantastic show to put on for you, but a fantastic merch store where you guys can head over to deadlockfightnight.com and pick up some sweet merch for yourself. If I'm not mistaken, Dan, I believe you got your DFN coffee cup, your little mug. I saw you post it not too long ago. There's obviously a lot of shirts for you guys to pick up, and all the proceeds, of course, do go directly right back into the show. It does not go into our pockets. It goes right back to continue to put on some amazing Deadlock tournaments for you all.
Yes. Dude. Yeah. Please,
that earn merch is so
also
good.
That's it. Such a good salesman, Dan.
I know.
You tell me to buy something and I'll buy it.
Exactly. That's essentially that's the message behind the words, really. So I feel like I just cut to the chase, Jason.
You need to have like some fight, or not some fight nights, some oh my god, what's the word? Fight Club-esque. Little flashes of like buy it. It's like one frame on the screen.
Hey, Cruz.
Definitely stray away from the Fight Club, what they use.
Do you still work out? Yeah, like once a month. I'm in terrible shape, I can't lie. I'm working on it though.
ZP, to break down a little bit of this series so far.
Hey,
ZP,
Deft, how's the WoW grind going, bro?
Match, and I wanted you to give your thoughts to everyone out there who's watching.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at the last match very broadly, right? OneWin picked a team that was very dependent on winning early game, right? And not only did they not win early game, they didn't even go even in the early game, and eventually you hit a point where VP just outscales them.
No
me,
powerlifting
I feel like the adaptation that I
want
to see coming in from OneWin as we go into the next draft
Not
is that
really.
Even though, realistically speaking, VP is a very versatile team, like we kind of talked about it over the break off camera.
Oh yeah,
I
mean,
do think
not my
at some
shaman.
level you get them off some of their like key comfort picks that they've really gravitated to in the last.
The shaman I'm still working on.
Weeks, right? Like, and number one for me is that
the Paladin and Warrior, they're geared up.
Break that relationship up. At the very least, put McKellas on the Paradox or something else. Shift up some of the comfort picks from VP, and still make a comp that ideally.
We moved further away from the climbing gym right now, so it's kind of sucky. It's really nice to live here. We have a basketball court, we have a pickleball court, we have a home gym. So it's only on me, obviously. But when we used to live near the climbing gym, it was really easy because we were such a big group of people who always went. So that was such an easy way of being active. But yeah. No, uppies, yeah.
Work generally, you shouldn't change it because even the adaptations that people might try to manufacture to deal with it.
Month for defending your PhD,
and you need to
that makes sense. To but after that, you're
chilling. There is this perceived value of like, oh, they know what we're doing. And it's like, okay, well, yes, but
yeah, I'm gonna
step two, which is
my next goal in WoW is to gear up my shaman.
You can beat it,
and then get.
Hey, to be clear, I'm just saying you ban the Vindicta. Like you don't need any input from Virtus Pro here. You force them to move. Like if you're Virtus Pro, you don't want to change right now because everything you're doing is working. Virtus Pro doesn't need the change. I think it's on OneWin to try and throw some curveballs in the draft to make VP change.
Maybe that curveball is actually picking Kelvin early.
He could bomb the
second ban out of
PhD and redo
it. They've done it now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times out of the last 6 matches, I believe. They banned Kelvin twice, or sorry, second, and they banned Bebop first. So maybe Kelvin could be key.
Big mistake.
There it is. Thank you.
Cheated. He looked at his other monitor.
Absolutely not. First off, we were having that conversation before the draft even began. And second off, this makes sense. You get rid of the Vindicta, where Mikhail S. again is just, what is he playing for the last 3 weeks? Vindicta. Make him change. They've done that.
So now he's gonna be like, okay, I'll just play Pocket or Paradox or one of the other 20 heroes I'm really good at. But yeah, I mean, this is the start to change, and I think we are seeing the adaptation that you want to see, ZP. But Dan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I do think it's also good. You know, you can definitely always make the argument that you're forcing them to make an adaptation, which is nice because they did just win with Vindicta as a central part of their comp. But I think a point that ZP also made off camera was that there are other comfort picks that exist that you just wish you had enough bans for with VP. And so the question
there's this one YouTuber Kelvin, I've been watching.
But Kelvin hasn't really been a part of the strategy. The OneWin, despite being a great hero, not being a part of the strategy because they don't really pick these pure supports. They want to pick
what's he called again?
That can be very aggressive. And And
Scott
the thing that they have to
World of
solve
Warcraft.
that can make
Let me
that
see.
comp work or leverage it correctly
this
into the
guy.
mid game is they have to
Scott
win the
J.
early game. And they had problems with
This
that
guy's
because
really
of that
good
mid lane, I
videos.
think.
What I wonder here, do
Oh,
they
he
take
just posted a
Paradox? Because then
Shaman
this starts
video.
turning into the we hate
There was
Mikhail
one I
S
saw.
draft, pretty specifically. And I mean, sometimes these sorts of draft strategies work where you specifically go out of your way to hurt one player's hero pool where, no, you can't remove one player entirely. But okay, it's not Paradox, it's Sinclair. Still makes sense. I mean, I think we all generally agree Sinclair still has a very high power level right now, is highly valued. I would have liked taking the Paradox away, though, just because I think Paradox has a little bit higher value with Holiday being weaker. But, you know, we'll see where it goes. I think VP on the backside, though, probably takes Paradox.
If bans are making it a regular
+1.
match,
Maybe
who would you
like
choose?
Paradox and early Abrams, so I
The
can't get
Syndrome,
the
I think a
knife
lot of people would ban Bebop, yeah.
I mean, on the Paradox note, for
Oh my
Michaelis,
God.
he played it 15 times. The next closest is Vindicta and Geist at 6, like over double the amount of play time on Paradox here in DFN than any other hero in his pool. So yeah, I mean, the question is, do you lock in the Paradox? Do you give it to 1 win? Do you lock in the Abrams to
Surely you
go to 7,
pick
which
Paradox
has also been
here,
a
right?
pretty pivotal core to your roster
Paradox
as well?
or Abrams, I think.
It's interesting. I do like the Sinclair because the Hex, I think, does provide a lot of aggressive CC potential that could have helped them win a lot in the previous match, but you can see that because Sinclair was on the table and VP still went Mirage.
There you
They're
go,
still going to
Paradox.
such a core of the Mirage.
Oh,
the
it's the
7.
Bebop bans,
Like, Mirage
Hedge.
is so powerful for the reasons Jake mentioned in the previous game.
Paradox is
And
really strong
Mirage
right
is a
now.
key
No,
factor
no.
Of winning the mid lane
Paradox
as well.
I
has
gotta
been
say
really
here,
strong.
They need to pick the Talon. If they
For
don't
a
pick the Talon
year.
here, it will get banned by VP. I think ABL has been crutching on pretty heavily. Yamato is still an option if they don't pick Great Talon, but I think for what 1 win has liked playing, if they believe in the Great Talon, they must pick it here or will not be coming back around off the bend. Okay, they do pick for it.
I told you, he's looking. See, he's looking at his other monitor. He's looking at the draft.
Jason, you need to get new material. You have literally said this every right draft pick I have said for like weeks. It is unbelievable.
Put your hands in the air, right, like this. One hand, take the camera off, and show us your other screen. You won't.
I can't even move my camera like that the way my camera is right now. You're out of
I'm
your
telling you, chat. I'm telling you, chat. He's looking. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so the Great Talon comes through. 1 win, going for the next ban. I mean, maybe they ban Abrams. Funny enough. Instead, go for Holiday. I don't think Virtus Pro were gonna play Holiday personally. I could be wrong.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
I would have, if you're 1 win, I kind of feel like you ban Abrams there. Like, the Holiday ban is weird. I mean, yeah, D-Mov can play the Holiday. I don't know if VP was really going to angle for it. That, I don't know.
I agree with the Abrams ban. Would have been like optimal.
I don't know who VP bans here. I mean, you could say Yamato, but probably not because, okay.
Okay, does 1 win steal Mo here? Because, or Abrams potentially, because this could be another way to kind of, you know, skin a cat. And then ZP could feel better. But if they don't, then ZP will feel terrible still.
Just don't want to see Ava be skinned. That'd be weird.
Dude, I've had this song stuck in my brain for like the last.
Caliber's out there. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
I'm
real
gonna
dark turn in my head.
go
But
get
it is like 11
a
o'clock at night
buffalo
here, to be
water.
fair. Yeah, so next pick be coming through. And it's going to be the Yamato. And now this is where it gets really interesting because ABL, Great Talon, Calico, Yamato can play all of them. And we've seen that when it comes to EU, I feel like ABL in the recent times has been one of the most successful Yamatos. What I'm curious about is, will we see it played middle yet again and played on that high ground to really kind of punish and give you that mid lane control that we saw 1 win lack in the last match?
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. What I'm curious right now, though, for the VP pick, what are they probably pick Abrams here, right?
Yeah.
No, they go Mo.
Yeah.
Okay, they value the Mo more, and maybe they just feel like 1 win isn't gonna pick Abrams on the other end. They've already invested in 2 frontliners, so yeah, I mean, the Mo is perhaps the more contested pick of the 2, but also,
Why not both, though?
they might pick Abrams at the same time. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
also very, very true. The 2. I don't the Yamato though getting picked. I mean, you have to think for 1 win, it's gonna be someone else playing the Talon. I mean, they do have multiple players that can play both Talon and Yamato, but I just feel like if you have Yamato on your team and you have ABL, you need to pair the 2 of them together.
Whatever they throw at me.
Yeah, I mean, overseas can play Talon quite a bit too. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I wonder if we see the pocket again, because we saw the Yamato Calico pocket combo, but the thing then, I guess it doesn't make sense is obviously then ABL's probably not going to be playing either Calico or Yamato or the pocket because he'd probably be on Grey Talon. So I guess that leads to more more CC. Holiday was the pick here, I think, previously in the previous draft. Holiday's not available, so
No more hiding.
like, oh, okay, they're doing it. All right, okay. Wow. This is an interesting draft.
I'm just looking back at last week because I remember we had something kind of similar.
Final map that they won.
It was Calico, Pocket, and Yamato paired together. So I would assume. And ABL, they didn't have a talent. And ABL
Guys, if you want tips on how to take 3 degrees,
so, I don't know. I mean, if we talk about
without getting a stable job in any of them,
win, this is kind of fitted into the way they play. It's just about Virtus Pro preventing the execution of this. And I would honestly say
Bachelor of Arts, Classical Music and Opera.
Do it. Why not?
Bachelor.
Gives you the protection. Obi Kim can play the Mo and Krill.
Bachelor of Science.
It denies like any
Sport, Health, and
assassination
Nutrition.
attempts, and it worked.
Master
Like you said before,
Science,
really damn
Sports
well in that last
Science.
match.
I mean,
What does it
they
do?
don't necessarily need the Viscous.
Play
They could
video
go in,
games.
but I think part of why they went Viscous there was just to get a playmaker in their lineup and play Viscous a little bit more aggressively early lane wise. I mean, we'll see. Okay, they decide they want to run it even with the Paradox, so they Viscous.
I looked at my other monitor. No, I'm just kidding.
Here's what I think, though. When I look at this draft, I think the upside for 1-win relative to the last game is that the scaling for both teams is way more even here. I don't think there's pressure on 1-win to just dominate the early game or lose later on, right? Like, they're not that invested in an early game ramp. So, you know, for VP,
am I the only
this
one
isn't the type of game where it's like hold even and then you
feels
just
like
win.
this whole early game, late game hero thing?
It'll be interesting to see the early game go. The counter side to that, though, is that 1-win doesn't have
in
as
Deadlock
strong
as
a
it is
team
in Dota
as they
and
did,
League.
I think, in the last map. So if they had trouble keeping even,
in Dota, you have heroes like Faceless Void, who literally does nothing for 20 minutes. And then he just farms and farms and farms until eventually he just pops a bubble and kills 3 people in the bubble and wins the game. Because I keep seeing these like arguments of like the late game and early game setup and stuff, but I'm like, I just feel like it feels like it's much more down to itemization against each team. Of course, I think there's a little bit, but I think it's like, I don't know. I feel like most heroes can scale pretty well because a lot of the strength is in the items.
Mo, because I feel like that's one of the key things that can just absolutely shut down a team that crutches on Yamato, is just a Mo that's in the right place, right time, that basically puts Yamato in situations where she dies before getting things done. But we'll see how it turns out and see who's even playing what, and it is ABL on the Yamato.
Battle cruiser operational.
As he's sitting on the high ground, we saw that in last week's game. Just gonna be playing the battle cruiser. Yes, I did go out of my way to make a soundboard for that.
Just battle cruiser.
I mean, we don't want to get DMCA'd. Just
Oh,
gonna
Def,
be pelting with the right
Great
click
Talon
from
was
the high
really
ground to really
good.
punish any sort of aggression out of Virtus Pro. And I'm sure we're gonna
He
see
got
that here in a few
shit
seconds.
tons
That's
of
kind of what I
stacks the
wanted to see out of
first
one
game.
win, because that's where a lot of the success did come from. Was ABL and the
Not the
control he
first
could
game in
apply.
this series, but the previous series.
Yeah, and one of the absolute like most important things for me here is this mid lane. We talked about it so much. I really think it's so key to enabling aggression for 1-win, which they have to be able to facilitate early. And they've got the Yamato Talon against the same setup for VP in the Mo and Mirage.
Wow.
And speaking of the Mirage, oh, the
No,
Yamato
she fucked
can't
up.
find it, and it's an overcommit.
Oh my god. That's
Overcommit
crazy.
and a death, but the damage she did was ridiculous. And I look at like what Virtus Pro have in the mid lane. I don't think they have anything that can stop it other than ABL making mistakes. They don't really have someone that can go up there and just battle Yamato 1v1. And you saw ABL almost pull off the kill onto Shark and then the back away off of that. So a little bit of a
Michael's on
misstep
Paradox.
out of
I'm
him,
wondering
trying
if
to
he's
get
gonna
aggressive,
go
trying to take
grenade
an early
Paradox.
advantage. But a great job by Virtus Pro to, you know, capitalize off of that, getting a kill.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like the Jhin Smark maybe will do some damage up there, but like that's the scaling on the other regular gun damage is going to suck. But yeah, it really needs to be a win for 1-win, that lane. So we'll see, we'll track their progress over time. We can see that Sinclair has teamed up with the Geist on the far right lane for 1-win. And that's the Viscous and 7 lane. And I think we already had the same. So basically, we have essentially the same setup on every single lane. The only difference is that instead of
I wouldn't
the Vindicta, we've got the Paradox here with the
I
Listic on the
wouldn't
Abrams.
particularly enjoy that.
Yeah, still the same players, and I kind of like that actually. I think the only swap up we see normally is when D-Mob plays Bebop, and then you pair the Bebop and the Vindicta together in a lane.
Oh yeah.
And I feel so bad because I built that up so much, and then it just did nothing when we actually saw it being played. Hex didn't come through.
Oh boy.
D-Mob just gonna back away here. Still relatively healthy though, as they do force their opponents back.
Monkey Man DL.
To 1-win this time. Oh my god, did he just get a double?
Oh my god.
One shot, 2 kills.
Monkey Man DL, heard you on Deadlock and Load podcast. Like your whole vibe. Oh, thanks, man. Norwegian immigrants. Wow, you must be incredibly good looking if you've got Norwegian grandparents.
Well, that's a problem. And this might be another problem here. ABL has to get out of here on Yamato. Falling back.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of really want to
focus
on this
on this. Did you guys know I was on a podcast
with our observers, because I want to see
a week or two
if
ago.
ABL gets back on top,
Deadlock
how does Virtus Pro deal with it? Because we haven't seen that answered yet in DFN. And it seems like Virtus Pro have figured out a way to do so here. As ABL got knocked down low HP.
Yeah,
but I don't know what they did.
Sounds very Norwegian.
In that position.
Yeah, I'm also scratching my head. I feel like we're going to need to see, like, one potential solution could be for 1-win that they have to win one of the extremity lanes, and then
I'm not sure, but you also get 100% lifesteal.
Not as reliable, of course. You can see still like Obi Kim. Oh, very low. Oh, there's that flying strike, and the mole is in the ground. It's in the ground. Needs some lidar or radar, whatever the hell.
Oh my god,
the
heals!
I forget what it is. But looks like it's going to get found. Obi Kim be taking the bomb in the arse, and that's going to be a wrap.
I'm trying to think, what is it that they use to see things in the ground? I was thinking metal detector, but I don't know why that would ever fit.
I'm going to figure it out, because I got...
What you guys?
Bro.
Maybe you can let us know in chat. I know Lidar uses lasers,
oh my
right,
god,
as like a radar, and right now,
that's
like ABL is using his left click and every ability he has to take down Virtus Pro.
Dude, I played against this exact lane earlier today.
And that control
Yamato
to 1-1 here
and Great Talon. It is
okay, well, good aggression on this mid lane. This is what we want to see for 1-win, at least for their.
It's
like it plays heavily into their win condition.
Not great.
To be on the winning end of this mid lane early on.
It's not great. I can't lie.
It's interesting. You know, you say, how do you say Yamato? You say Yamato, or how do you say it?
Yamato, yeah.
Yamato. I feel like
I used to say Yamato,
like a Japanese anime type name. Like I should be saying Yamato. Build that into the cast somehow.
That was far too good. What in the world did I just hear? I did not expect that from Dan. Or the interrupt from the goo ball. Oh boy. Continue.
I mean, isn't the battle cruiser? Doesn't it, like, you can upgrade the ability to use the Yamato gun?
Yeah, you're right.
So it kind of fits the battle cruiser.
I didn't connect those dots. I gotta
maybe it was Yamato gun. I can't do the accent. I'm sorry.
Well, we got more pressure on this mid lane. This is looking way better right now, way healthier for 1-win on that mid lane. And in general, I think across the lanes, we saw a lot of kills exchanged. Jason, it was a little bit too much for my tastes. But things looking a lot more calm here between both teams. Much more parity has been established.
Oh, this game is much more
definitely,
even.
if you think back to mid lane, ABL is able to get a lot more control in this lane, up to 4.5k in souls. Actually going to be leading the lobby just behind Zergy and D-Mov. And Zergy actually is almost at 5k, which is kind of insane. But considering how things started off for ABL, a good little turnaround. Paradoxical swap going to be on cooldown, so no change-up going to be happening here. Rizanya. And it looks like, you know, Virtus Pro, one of the successes that they had in the last game was the extremity lane of Listic and Michaelis, and what a charge here on Empty Dreams, who's just going to cloak away. He should be able to survive, and of course, just as I say it, the caster curse comes through, and Overseas and Empty Dreams both go down in different lanes.
Help me kill the detective.
So we've got, again, we've got that good damage in that mid lane. We do have this fight continuing. It's going to be an escape here by Ava. So we might get a good chunk of damage here on this Guardian. There's nothing really to throw at it. Off the top rope, though, we do have an appearance from Empty Dreams flying on through, gliding, soaring through the sky with the barrage.
No, few. Yamato can like right click the ground under her right as she grapples.
And things will normalize
but
a little bit.
I think the kill there on the Mirage was
respective
great
towers.
talent. It just
Mid
looked like
lane
it
is
was
looking a little
Yamato, I
bit,
think.
weaker for VP. And on the right side of the map as well, good progress there for OneWin. Also, as they fight it out on the right side of the map, but we're back in mid. Once again, Overkim not having as good of a time as he did previously. And there it is. That mid tower goes down for OneWin.
So now what's the response out of Virtus Pro? Because we know ABL is going to live in that jungle as much as he possibly can. Or is he actually going to get aggressive on some of these side lanes? I mean, we can see on the left-hand side, Virtus Pro is very far pushed up. And obviously leaving the lane open overseas can allow the talent to become even stronger. And we already do see ABL pushing in towards the VP jungle. Oh my God, Listic. So yeah, obviously a good start here for ABL, but Listic is just continuing on track with his Abrams, just not seeming to be stopped by, well, OneWin or Pojala Scumbria earlier on.
Oof. All right, well, we get straight into... Okay, you're just going to go straight into the combo. But we do have some assistance. Overseas has made an appearance on that Talon. However, it just seems to... This fight is taking a very long time. And at this point, you have to know that there is assistance coming for Overkim. And there it is. We've got Sharik on the scene now. And we're going to pop that shadow transformation. So, all right, we'll be able to disengage here safely. OneWin as VP managed to hold it off. And we got the jungle invade too towards the left side as well, between left and mid lane.
Oh shit!
From OneWin looking to try to harass even more and set up those ganks.
I like how Zergy went back to Sinner sacrifice, knowing he has the teammates here to clean up ABL. Kim's able to capitalize off of that. It's still, even with the success of OneWin, we still have a big difference in souls. Inflammable just cannot stop Listic. Michaela's going to be here as well. Looks like the paradoxical swap came through, but wasn't able to actually pull Empty Dreams away. Instead, it just pulled.
Decay has duration extension on it too, so it's easier to hit the charge into
we still have a 4K soul difference between the two teams, even though we're equal in objectives.
Straight onto the goo ball. I catch the Zagi.
Zargi.
Okay, 3 players here for VP on the right side of the map.
Oh boy.
This is potentially a problem. Oh my goodness, ABL.
Dude,
he's sent to the moon. And
Mo is really good against Yamato.
Available, just some health to steal. The divine barrier popped as well, but oh my God, the steal, the Sinclair ult to slow it down to keep Zenon alive just for the moment longer. Is Zenon actually going to stay alive here? Look how committed. The burrow comes out of the ground, trying to finish off Zenon. It will happen. Kim getting the job done. That's what he was there to do. And Flammable goes down as well. But what a valiant effort to try to stop that game.
God
that
damn.
Mo and Mo cry there was hilarious to see, but Demov comes in with the cube last second, and so does Listic, and that will be the next Guardian taken.
Oh yeah.
More importantly, the flex slot open up for Virtus Pro. I mean,
buff.
Listic has been putting on a clinic and reminding us why you ban away or you take away this Abrams.
Okay.
And this is the thing with VP for me. They have so many comfort picks that it's so hard to ban them away, and maybe teams will be like, can we add a third ban so we can deal with Virtus Pro? And I kind of hope that doesn't come true until we get way more heroes introduced to the game. But they're going to be taken over here toward the right-hand side for a turn-in.
Looking to see if they can try to get a win here. If OneWin.
So smart.
Such a strong presence. Oh my God, it's just blue all over the screen at the moment. VP annihilating OneWin around the sun. And it's just it's taking no prisoners.
Oh my God.
400 IQ play. Did you notice what happened there?
Lead us through it, Jason. Explain.
Demov cubed Shark so he could get the turn in without being disrupted. He can still turn in the urn while you're cubed. That was nutty. I actually haven't seen that before. And they get the turn in. They get 4 kills. They might even get a walker. I'm pretty sure they're going to commit off of this. They need another flex slot opened up. And Virtus Pro.
Oh my God.
They came back into DFN with a vengeance.
Guys,
You're trying to shut down OneWin as quick as they possibly can. Xenon is going to be taken out. Listic is not going to stop the charge. Maybe the return could come through out of Zanya as Listic is a little bit overcommitted. ABL finally joins the party, but they still can't kill Listic. The fine strike comes through, and finally he goes down as ABL is able to secure that kill. And potentially more as Michaelis is on the menu.
Yeah, you just really want to see them be able to chase down these stragglers, but it doesn't look like anyone else is going to go down here. It would have been on the Yamato, you'd imagine.
Punch them off when they're cubed in urn.
We have now a 15k differential in souls. Perhaps ZP would care to comment on this, on the happenings.
Remember when Yamato was single-handedly winning games?
You look at why the happenings have come into play. I got 2 factors here. Number 1 is Listic having the Abrams game of his life, back to back, right place, right time. But also, it's kind of what we were talking about at the beginning, where the impact of having a Mo and Krill on your team versus Yamato actually really important, because ABL was getting ahead of the game farm-wise when you looked at ABL's farm proportions, and Obakim suddenly became ABL's shadow, comboing him in something like 2 or 3 fights in a row, and really stopped ABL's ability to continue the snowball
that's what I
kills.
said.
And those two factors combined
just
really let Virtus Pro win several fights in a row. Now get a nearly 20k gap. A little bit of fight going in here right now, but Sinclair, you know, he has a way of getting aways. But overall, I love how
Also,
VP
I think he's actually
has played
going
this
grenade
year,
paradox,
especially
by
on the
the way.
draft and countering what 1v1 to do.
Okay, Listic might be getting aggressive. 5 strikes gonna come through. He will fall yet again to ABL.
How do you think Virtus Pro would do against NA
Adam
teams?
Michaelis into the charge was fantastic, but they weren't able to confirm any kill off of that flammable. Just escapes barely with the nick of HP. And D-Mob's trying to go for the catch onto Zanya with the goo ball. He's still very low in health, and the puddle punch should come through to lock him down.
Boing.
And just look at this. No one's here to punish D-Mob.
Oh yeah, the gun Yamato meta was so boring.
Yeah,
I remember that.
It's almost because it takes so many resources and players to even just get that one kill onto Listic. It just takes too much attention away. Okay, well, this is looking a very difficult here once again for one win, but
no, Yamato
pushing in. And
what are you
ABL,
doing, bro?
Nothing
he punches through the fucking wall and gets silenced.
And that is just not how a Yamato is supposed to look going into a fight.
What was that?
I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, he had the shadow transformation, but I think he just died too quickly to actually pop it. Didn't expect to be bursted down so quickly. Okay, I like it. Puts the cube up to prevent his health from going low. Might be able to go on the chase, especially with the help of this.
No, wait, was the ult on cooldown? Are you sure? Was it not just the silence from the wall?
Here. First teammate of Xenon.
Wow.
Doesn't matter.
ZP are just ZP? VP. VP are so deep on the map at the moment. They're able to just get.
You know where I am on the map right now, Dan.
I think it looked like
never mind.
Looked like he had ult, but he got silenced from the wall.
Anyway, yeah, it is so much map control right now for VP that it just makes it really. It just so one of the problems I think for one win is that they draft with a specific strategy in mind for their hero picks, which means that they can't like steal hero picks away because it goes against their draft. That's why they can't pick an Abrams. But they're not, if they're not prepared to ban some of these, they're just like left in this spot in the draft where. You know, they're just in a lot of trouble if they can't win that early game decisively.
Well, that's a preemptive shot transformation, so it doesn't get comboed.
That's
There's
so
just too
funny.
many players of VP going to be here, though. And he will quickly
Did you
be
see
cleaned up.
that's how much she respects the Mo.
We're 15 minutes in, they only have one Guardian down, and VP's able to reinforce this right-hand side, but eventually it will fall. The combo comes in onto Obakim. And now his combo comes through, but that's gonna be the Hex to land as well. He's running with the combo player. I don't know what's going on here, that interaction.
What the fuck?
And look to escape, but he will just get sent back to base.
Movement there from overseas. You get 3 players alive if one win, looking to potentially do something here, but they're just, I mean, escaping is really the only choice at this point, but not on the table. Overseas takes down Listic at the very least. Listic is the juggernaut. And that's not no easy feat, but there are still 4 players left alive here for VP. ABL get taken out, and these are just, I mean, these are just terrible fights back to back. There's definitely a stat check element to this. Yeah. And one win are not able to create their own engagements.
You can't go in a fair 6v6
react to the ganks of their opponents
when you're 25,
which is just never ideal.
Ooh, we know DDK. I need to give a second here to give a big shout out to our observers, because EU has been ridiculous so far today with the constant action happening around the map. And with the urn in hand, Obi Kim's going to start off the mid boss. And one win, not even in position to contest this, and no realistic way they can. With how big of a lead Virtus Pro have, not to mention the team fight potential out of VP, but they're going to head in, they're going to try to do something about this. The Hex,
so I'm curious if they
come through at a flammable to deny it.
I wonder if they give the urn to Michaels.
Try to get in there, find some fights here, but it's looking very scary. Oh, look at the Howl getting sent straight down the tunnel. His 4 players. That looks very cool.
I'm curious if they give the urn to Michaels.
They will just shrug it off when it'll
it's an extra ability point.
This mole is depositing this urn into enemy territory.
Why not? Oh my God. 4 kills. The urn on top of this. ABL can't do anything by himself, and Overseas just being picked out of the sky by a giant booger.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that was outrageous. I thought Overseas would get that kill actually. Maybe he did for 2.
I mean, it's Jover.
This is tough to watch. I mean, it's complete night and day from last week with one win. Complete night and day of the one-win bombshell that concluded just a few days ago. And the question was, going into the series, like, what has Virtus Pro adapted to be more consistent with their wins? And I don't necessarily know what it was, other than let's play with Viscous.
Yeah, I think I do think Viscous is a big part of it. You could see how like the Geist pick feels really muted in any engagement where like Viscous is. The guys can't really do much in those 1v1s because of the cube, and it just makes those fights really awkward. And then the cube also comes into, I mean, we talked about it, like to be really a decisive factor in delaying fights. And one of the strengths of like a heavy playmaking comp like this with Geist is like getting those kills.
I don't know. I think Viscous is just broken, but.
And what's the best way to shut that down?
I know the Viscous win rate isn't high and stuff, but I just like...
You can't allow that 6v5 fight to kick off for one win.
Oh.
With the combo as well, it's not really possible for ABL to do much. Decisive Slam going to be used out of fireable here as he steals it away from Listic. And there's the QB we were just talking about, not to mention the trap on top of it to curse them out to prevent them from shooting. And maybe, just maybe, one win might have the chance to get back in this game here as they do finally have the man advantage.
I think the skill cap on Viscous is
They're
really
still fighting
high,
on the right-hand side, looking to push back in towards mid lane. And ABL Zanya looking to chime in to get 2 kills apiece. ABL eventually going to be shut down here, but that is the best fight we've seen out of one win since this game started. The problem is
Viscous
they're losing the base Guardians all while this is happening.
Demoff is on a 12 kill streak on the Viscous. That's kind of outrageous. Oh, finishing it off with the Storm Cloud.
Oh my god.
Yo.
No. Don't go into the base. Don't beat him that hard.
Okay, whenever VP has gotten an advantage, they just haven't let go on any of the 3 maps we've seen them play today. It's outrageous.
I think the minion healed him that he had next.
Oh, that's a tilter.
He got a little bit of an influx of heal. Maybe it could have been
oh my god,
some life still coming through, but that's the Patron going down. The respawns are going to be here at a 1 win, and I don't think Virtus Pro want to give this up. I think they're going to stick around here to lock this one down and take what's rightfully theirs at the throne here in DFN.
Yeah, I agree completely. They still have 3 rejues online, so they're in a great position to just keep looking for these frags. They're ahead enough on items, so this is a problem for VP. They've got to just mount a defense here. Or rather, sorry, for one win, they've got to mount a defense here, and it's not looking very successful so far. Let's try to say my in comes another bird. That's gonna be good for 2 kills to stick. So with that, they're gonna be in the pit. They're gonna finish it right here.
Virtus Pro looking to close out this series in a very fast 2-0 fashion. The Patron down to about 25% HP, and you can see one win trying to do anything they possibly can. The Affliction coming through, trying to deny it, but Obi Kim is just punching away.
Damn.
And the Patron will fall, and Virtus Pro will claim the title once again as Kings of EU here in the Deadlock Fight Night number 18, presented by Intel.
Dude.
Wow. What a speed run from VP today. They just actually, I don't think we saw. Okay, so I don't know if they lost a single team fight in all 3 maps, like an actual team fight. When you get like past that early laning phase, you get into like 10 to 20 minutes, that time period. I don't know that they lost a single team fight.
I think
our bar.
I only have one thing to say: the Kings are back. I mean, for me,
60 minutes
the sign of a good team
by
is
the
a team
way.
who can obviously win matches. The sign of a great team is a team that can fall from grace, lose that title, and come back even stronger. I feel like Virtus Pro are basically Saiyans at this point. They got wounded, and they came back in Super Saiyan 3 mode and completely walked over one win in a very fast fashion. Let's just bring ZP in right away as quickly as that match concluded, because damn, that was an amazing 3 matches out of Virtus Pro here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, VP looked angry. It looked like they were playing angry. If you were to tell me that they actually lost the one-win bombshell tournament and needed revenge, I would believe you. But they actually won that tournament, and then they came in here and just absolutely slapped one win here in the finals. And look, I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that they really understand the meta right now. I think they're really comfortable in the laning phase in a way that other teams aren't. And also on an individual level, I feel like we've never seen Listic play better on the Abrams, and that's some of the highest praise I can give.
Chat.
Yeah.
I have a question. Wait, what? The finals? What, HTV? What are you talking about? Chat. We are trying to recruit more people to our World of Warcraft guild, by the way, where we play World of Warcraft on the side with some people from the Deadlock community. You guys should As in game the final, dude. I played the finals. I used to. I was quite good at that game. We got a WoW guild going on Cataclysm Classic. Let's see if it is. Who Ducko is he on? No, he's not. You guys should. Yeah, it's a good time. So next up is America. So now I gotta wait for that. There's a new finals starting tomorrow. Oh. Yeah, I used to grind a lot on the finals. I think it's a pretty fun game. I don't know why. The finals is one of those games that I was surprised that kind of fell off. I thought that game would be able to get like an esports scene and stuff. But I'm not sure. I know they got hate for having AI. They used a lot of AI in that game. But yeah, it only works if you 3-stack. Oh, maybe that's it. Dude, I gotta watch these videos there. Not enough creators spamming it. Yeah, there are a lot of games. It is hard, man. It is hard. I mean, I think that's why the Valve is just taking their sweet ass time with Deadlock 2. They don't want to make any rushed decisions. But I'm curious too. I think the finals has built-in casting that is AI, which is crazy. Like there's like sound from there's like audience sound and everything, which is pretty sick. Wow. I mean, I personally think that that AI casting thing was pretty cool because it did feel a little bit like you were playing in an esports tournament just when you were playing normally. I did kind of like that vibe. It's kind of like, it's basically just the game announcer kind of being a caster, which I think it's a pretty cool concept, to be honest. You know what I should do? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh! Did anyone tell you like Jason Bateman? Yes. I look like Jason Bateman, and then when I'm in really good shape, I look like Daniel Gillies. But since I'm playing video games all the time, not going to the gym, now I look more like Jason Bateman instead. How long is it before the... How long is it before the next game?
What can stop VP? Like, what's the next step? What's the way that you take them down next? And we flirted with a couple of the ideas, ZP,
the
of like
NA matches
Banaway
this
Vindicta.
week
We saw that happen. We talked about banning potential.
There's only 2 teams.
I think there's a lot of
so
ideas out there, but it comes down to like what team can execute
Hydronashi
the counter picks, the counter strategy properly.
Well, I will say, when you look back at the last round,
So
probably
just
the
one
worst
best-of-5
mistake
match.
that got made was going for the mid-round ban of Holiday when they could have taken away the Abrams. Abrams was not locked in at that point, and they gave it away. Like, I'm sorry, you'd rather deal with Mikhail S on Paradox and D-Mov maybe being on the Holiday, because clearly D-Mov on the Viscus was still a terror too, right? Whereas I don't think Listic necessarily has the impact and a frontline role on anything other than the Abrams. So to me, when I'm looking at the draft strategy, I feel like that was probably the most crucial mistake. Also, I spent the last 3 or 4 minutes while you guys were going over points peer pressuring Listic. Listic doesn't necessarily want to do interviews all the time, but Chad, I know you want to hear from Listic, especially after a game like this, so I applied top tier peer pressure. He will be our interview when we get to it here in just a moment.
That's fine. Doesn't want to do the interview. We don't want to invite Virtus Pro back. That seems pretty fair to me. No.
Whoa. Well,
Just imagine people in esports these days get to say no to interviews. You're contractually obligated to do it, even though we don't have a contract with.
Goob is the classic teenager getting good at the game. Dude, I wonder if I'm gonna on my shaman, I might just buy a WoW token so that I can 1 second. So I can sell it on the auction house. So I can upgrade the gear on this hero. Speed it up a little bit. Do 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 do. Biddy biddy bew bew. Biddy biddy bew bew bew. Biddy biddy bew bew bew. Goober is such a dipshit. Okay, you know what? That's a very strong word. I don't know why you need to. You don't need to like. You know, don't need to like harass people. I just said he acts a little bit like a cocky teenager sometimes. Doesn't mean you have to call him a dipshit. I don't think that's very nice. Goofball is much better. Goofball is a very good term. You know what? This is the same issue I have with people that insist on using slurs. And I'm just like, why don't you just call it silly? Literally call it silly. Sometimes. But yeah.
In DFN, yeah. You came into the 1-win bombshell, and then you beat them in a 3-2 very close series. What changed between DFN to 1-win and 1-win to DFN yet again for you and the team?
Yeah, so when we beat at Fight Night, we'd been beating these guys in scrims. I mean, no flame to them, they're like a really good team. We'd been beating these guys in scrims for like, I don't know, like weeks. And then at Fight Night, they come in with not even like a completely different strategy. It's just like they're focused on something. They're focused on this earn play. And it's something we noticed from Deadlock Fight Night to 1-win, and that's where we improved on that. We started focusing more on earn. And then from 1-win to Fight Night, again, it was just, I mean, we hadn't got it down like really cleanly from Fight Night to 1-win, so we were just having problems still, like adjusting to that kind of play style. But yeah, from 1-win to Fight Night again, this Fight Night, I think we got it down like pretty solid now, and we know how to play like against this team really well. So
you think you got it down after absolutely demolishing them in back-to-back matches? I would safe to say, yeah, I think you guys got it down. CP, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if that's, I think we got it down. I mean, dear God, I'm a little bit terrified to hear about the idea of like, oh yeah, we got it, no problem. But getting into it here, Listic, you know, the interesting thing for me is seeing your hero pool change over time, where, you know, at one point you were Abrams all the time, right? And then, you know, you go through a Grey Talon phase, you go through, you know, Geist phase, and, you know, a lot of very versatile picks. And yet today, you just bring it all the way back on Abrams, and I think the thing that really surprised me, by the way, the draft we talked about just before we brought you in, but the draft on the second game, they have the option of banning your Abrams away, which probably would have been good given how much you did in the early game of the last map. They don't ban Abrams, instead they ban the Holiday. Were you guys even gonna pick Holiday in that draft where you already had Paradox and kind of this lineup already set in stone to begin with?
Dude,
nah.
Chuck.
We weren't gonna pick that dog-ass character.
All right. Well, okay. It's funny you say so. You guys did pick Holiday in the bombshell tournament, but you know, right now you're not as hot on Holiday as other options. It sounds like.
He said.
Yeah. Pretty much.
It's what you get for peer pressure him into doing the interview. You get like one word answers.
He's actually taking revenge out on me. It's like he
Chuck, are you gonna be on WoW tonight?
Man, I was not prepared.
Chuck, I peer pressured.
I mean, I'm just
I peer pressured Big Doc Energy into joining the.
It seems like the
guild.
It looks like there's no one close to you guys right now.
I paid $60 for his character boost to make him join.
Or is that just like what we're seeing and like in these matches? Like, are you expecting like Pugilist Cambria to like come back? Are there other teams that you feel like can kind of get to your level? Because it really feels like right now you guys have like created a pretty big gap between yourselves and everyone else.
No, I really don't think so. Until like another team finds another strategy that they're good at and executes it better than us. But I think we're better at. I mean, we showed it with 1 win. We're better at any strategy that they come up with at their own play, you know. So.
Nice.
All right. Well, you know what, Listic, I don't want to take too much more of your time up, but I do want to give you a chance to kind of like give a shout out to anyone, to tell people where they can find you if they already haven't. The floor is yours.
We're hosting the American ambassador to Turkey in the office. What the
TV
fuck?
Underscore, Twitch TV Listic underscore. Thank you. That's where you'll find me streaming every day. My teammates also stream. If you want to see any of those characters, yeah.
Okay.
Not much else.
That's a man, a few words. That's all you need because you let your gameplay do the talking for you. Listic, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again on the victory.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Poor ZP, man. You're like,
he got wrecked, man.
let me just ask you this, like, 30-second long question, and then he's like, yeah, or no. This is why he gets the people for interviews and I don't do it, because I don't have to deal with people the players trying to get me back.
Yeah, no, I mean that felt a little personal. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't, but in that case it was just like, you know, a little bit of insight here. You know, I was expecting, it's like, yeah, you know, we don't really like Holiday because of this and this and this, or yeah, you know, our strategy was all about Abrams. So if they ban Abrams, you know, that would have first more. It's like, yeah, okay. It's like, well, okay.
Interview trauma.
Though you can't argue the one-word answers.
You know what? Listic's becoming one of my favorite interviewees if he keeps stuff like that up. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out our EU portion of today. But to quickly get you caught up on what's happening after this, we do have North America, though it's a little bit of a twist this time. Because of spring break, we don't have the amount of teams that we would want to field to be able to pull off a challenger match. So instead, we're treating you something a little bit special, a little bit extra sweet. It's going to be B&B up against Hydra Nation, the return of the Hydras here in a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. And of course, that'll be on the other side of a break, and we'll see you soon.
You should play Fragpunk. I played Fragpunk the other day, like Wednesday. Do 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 do
in our challenger match. LARP Lords, we're going to go head to head against our reigning champion. Never have expected them to make it this far, but the question for me now is, can they potentially take the title
they have a recap
$1,000 for themselves?
Okay.
LARP Lords continue to lock in this Viscous as a
My
first
Scottish
pick,
goat is a man of few words, yeah.
B&B end up sporting
I think
Idaho and
Fragpunk
Holiday
was
the
fun.
first time he's
I played in tournaments.
B&B start to make some moves after taking the mid lane tower. Not able to get the kill on Lord NM doesn't stop pure content and his team from pushing down their second Guardian all the
What is
while
this?
they get kills
Bomb
in other
paradox or
lanes.
gun paradox? Either way, I'll smoke you.
Still alive right now.
Bro, what?
Somehow, some way, Lord NM just get away by the seat of his pants.
When people say like, hey, 1v1 me, I'll destroy you. I'm like, sure, you probably will. I'm old and slow, bro. I'm just trying to chill, bro. I don't have any like, I don't know. I don't need I don't have anything to prove. I'm just trying to fucking have fun. Okay, let's look at this highlight.
Realizing they can't contest it, B&B decide to just push that left lane walker.
Invade the vault again.
I'm gonna be right back for a second while you guys watch this, okay?
Can still fight this evenly with Divine Barrier. However, Scout comes in as the bouncer to the casino on the LARP Lord side. And wait, Ido's still alive somehow. What? Ido is yet to die. The camera shifted for a second, and we see that Ido is still alive as things turn a little bit crazy here. But the crazier thing still, Ido got away.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people use punch to get around corners before, but I've never fully seen a player just punch their way to safety the entire time. And that's exactly what Ado does. I mean, I'm not going to say it's single brain cell play, but it might, in fact, just be big brain.
After the last fight, LO were able to turn around a 10k deficit, but B&B come knocking on the right lane, and LARP Lords need to hold on.
Here in right lane. Now, turning around, looking for a scout on the other end. The Crow just devouring HP here, though, as DMB and Do clean up.
Hey, guess what? Soul Exchange was still on cooldown there, so Scout could get as aggressive as he liked versus that, guys. There is potential for more kills coming up their way. Scout does have the items on board. Absolute menace, close range, and there is the early parry. Should be a kill over towards Poppers, and what a fight.
Keeping the urn out of the hands of LL, Pure Content runs it back to his walker, but drops it while Scout steals it away for the turn-in. Poppers, though, doesn't want to give this away for free.
Nice and early. Still not a lot of value. Found off the back of those picks, though, TP.
Urn is going to be won here by LARP Lords, just Scout on the quick turn-in. A little bit of extra souls from the effort. Meanwhile, Vindicta starting to be a real threat. Nearly gets Pure Content here. The Crows just eating them alive. But the Shelter's so big, blank saving both and setting up Poppers for the return.
After taking the last walker of the game with some great macro play, B&B continue to push their advantage with a 10k lead.
You know who needs aid, though? The Scout. After just runs afoul of Geist here. A great rotation for B&B into the mid lane. Getting 3 down, and now you got to wonder, do they go back mid-boss? They're kind of prepped. They're kind of ready.
Leaving Gibbs back to push out the right lane, LARP Lords decide to force a fight against the rejuiced up B&B.
Realistically, they need a massive death slam, get something back under control. Frozen Shelter to deny the Yamato, as well as the Calico space here.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to grapple over in. Still chasing down Shadow Transformation in. Goes over and now looking for Ido. A second Frozen Shelter, though, in. Just stalling things out, ruining Dew's day to an extent. Unable to finish off 2 kills that they otherwise would have had. 400 HP. And now you wonder, do you want to stay in here? Probably not. The silence just hurting some of the aggression here. Out goes, oh, here comes the owl. Is it going to catch? No, ends up going on the DMB instead.
Yeah, DMB down. I mean, whatever happens, you're still getting Spirit off the back of that kill there. As well as the healing aura to get everyone back up to full HP. 2 players down. This should be a quick pick onto one of the shrines. Great paradoxical swap as well onto Dew. Yeah, and this is undoubtedly going to be shrine naked in a corner.
This has honestly been... B&B making this work has honestly been pretty remarkable. The fact that it was even for as long as it was, you would have thought that the power of LARP Lord's comp would have brought over the top, but...
And just like that, the lead is turned into 40k after B&B took the shrines and patron. LARP Lords make the right decision to force a fight, but the stat check is too tough and B&B take map 1.
Ow! Quick way of just shutting down the chase. But also their fresher Kelvin, I think, is also kind of spelling the death knell for Dew getting things done. It just... Anytime Dew goes on a high dive, probably gonna get stuck in not 1 but 2 shelters. Or get blocked off by them. It's super tough. Abrams charge comes in, but you know, at this point you're under farmed. What would have been a quick kill, you know, you get it eventually, but it's not clean. It reduces your ability to go in the rest. I mean, the stat difference right now between B&B and LARP Lords pretty significant in these fights.
Yeah, again, I think you're right. The LARP Lords, honestly, the first 20 minutes of the game, very, very well done. To keep up pace with B&B, who right now is like at the top of their game, I think that's very impressive, and they should be very proud of themselves. But yeah, Refresher Kelvin is brutal to play against.
All right, well, LARP Lords, they may have upset melee creeps, but B&B, they come in with one of the most unconventional drafts we've seen, and they make it work.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it for B&B. Locking in the Kelvin first yet again. LARP Lords stick with the Viscous, as they also bring out Infernus, one of DMB's most played heroes. The Bash Brothers make a reappearance in the right lane, just punishing Dew naked as well as getting the Guardian.
Very, very significantly far ahead is dangerous. Again, these dives are made very easy with the help of the Frozen Shelter. And I think this game is going quickly in the hands of B&B this time. The naked is making it a little bit more difficult.
You look at it as a 3k difference, but it's feeling far more significant here. Naked tried to do a little bit of Viscous move to get away. Every puddle punch trick in the book, but nothing was going to save Naked from that. Telekinesis in from Dew at least makes it a trade onto Ido.
It already started out rough versus Lucky and Lord in the mid lane, and it continued to get worse as they fell 2k behind and now lose their Guardian, giving B&B their first flex slot.
Dominated and continues to do so. It opens up so much space.
While Naked runs the urn, B&B look for a fight on the left lane and the last Guardian.
Vido's Abrams. They go directly, but okay. Gibbs getting caught here on the left while people looking for teleports. Death Slam now encountered by the lasso. Lasso just pulls him out midair.
That was a very nice combination to deal with that. Countered completely.
Naked's looking for the turn in, by the way. While this team fight escalates on the left, it's a one-on-one for the urn on the right. Ido, meanwhile, find the middle. Parry comes out. Now no parry enough for other melees. Ido lands the big left hook. You know what's going on in the urn turn-in right now? We don't have eyes on what is going on. It's this big fight going on, but Naked is actually able to get the urn in.
With the reinforcements there, Naked leads the charge on a possibly overextended B&B.
Low HP, doesn't matter right now. The Viscous over the ice path. And now Thunderdome in action. I mean, it's B&B dropping the dome. Naked taking advantage of it, but not for much longer. The slam into the side from Ido ends up killing the Viscous, and B&B taking advantage of this fight in the right lane. Lose fish cake in the process, though.
B&B continue to get picks in the jungle, netting themselves a 15k soul lead 16 minutes in, and the picks continue on the left lane as LL look for the first Guardian.
Farm to the Abrams, but it does give them way more explosive pick power later on. But see right now, Holiday, I'm just desperately trying to say, why 50 HP? Nope, down. Here comes Ido to the party, fashionably late.
Even after losing 3 players and eventually a 4th, poor do, LARP Lords respond back in and take advantage of the eagerness of B&B, all while Naked gets the urn turn-in.
Move if you're playing something like poker is knowing when to fold, and there's been a lot of folding going on.
It really has. It really has. Out comes through. Says Lucky could be the receiver of it and catches him.
Oh boy. Well, you think you're about to be safe, and you just hear the screech of the owl at the last moment.
I respect it as well, because usually you jump off right at the end to catch a Talon off guard, but the fact that he aims it into the floor there right at the end just shows a good understanding of the hero overall.
I mean, really nice pickoffs towards the end here. It's not going to fully erase the deficit, but 2, about to be 3, has pure content.
Okay.
Looking for any way out of the situation. Goes for the parry.
N.A.
No, I mean, that would have to be like 3 parries in a row.
With Dude dead, B&B
Kelvin got played. Oh, Kelvin is very strong.
All right, Rejuvenator coming on down. B&B looking to put this one away if they can. Contest, though, coming in from LARP Lords. Who is going to get it? It's been a while since Rejuve Steal. Naked used to be the king of Rejuve Steals, but the Kelvin going to freeze things out. Death Slam, though, right after. Are they going to get it? No, it's Poppers with the Rejuve, and that might have just put LARP Lords away.
While LARP Lords finally get their first flex slot 20 minutes in, B&B devastates their opposition's base.
It's all right, guys. We got the 20-minute flex slot. I mean, hey, look, better late than never.
I like that Ido is playing the.
Finally.
Ido is playing the Giga.
13, of course.
Giga Abrams too.
The shrines start to go down. Naked once again looking to pop that urn in whilst the shrines get decimated. Would not be surprised to see a patron knock either in this situation.
You get first stage patron down here if you can. They should. They will. B&B putting this game into endgame now. We'll see if LARP Lords has anything left in the tank. There's a few possibilities, but it's getting rougher and rougher. Concussive Combustion answered by Stone Form.
Yeah, dude. Me and Ido, we were playing. We were playing Bomb Bebop and Abrams duo lane like a week or 2 ago. That was some crazy,
and B&B,
crazy
they say, we want an early night. Go on in onto the patron. Defending champions successful. B&B taking the $1,000 and the NA championship.
Well, that was kind of what we expected here between B&B and LARP Lords. Now, LARP Lords, they deserve some mad respect considering they came in last second. They're still putting together a roster. They're still practicing and put a fairly sizable match up against B&B. Honestly, I have no doubt about their success in the future. But that's going to wrap up here our recap of DFN number 17 North America. Make sure you like and subscribe here to Locked In.
The Jason Kaplan YouTuber arc. Yeah, I gotta type this. The Jason YouTuber arc. We love to see it. Who do you guys have? Who do you guys have for Big and Brolic versus Hydra Nation? Who have you got? Who have you got? You got hibernation. Interesting. Don't. Oh, hello, Viske. Oh yeah, we finished that discussion a while ago. I think Big and Brolic is
We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night, now taking on North America, number 18, ZP and Jake.
Is there talks about a potential Team Liquid squad for Deadlock? Not yet. We talked about it last year. Right now, it's definitely on the sidelines because they're waiting to see if the popularity is coming back. If it gets a very active esports scene, I think Liquid will definitely invest in a team. But right now, it's not worth it for them. Ido is on Big and Brolic, yeah. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, ba-dip-ba-dam, bam, ba-dip-ba-dip-ba-dip-ba-dam, dip-ba-dip-ba-dam. I think Deadlock's going to be popular, but it needs time.
It's a difference here, Jake. Yeah, we got the normal setup in EU. Go to NA, just B&B versus Hydronation all night long. And I mean, this will be interesting. You have to go back to the very first Deadlock Fight Night to get a BO5 when we anointed our original champions. But, you know, here, B&B already came in as a champion, but still going to play the BO5.
Yeah, and Big and Brolic, they've been on a bit of a run. They've been looking solid, but they're up against the reformed Hydronation, who has been reformed kind of a lot in the last few weeks, time and time again. So looks like we've got another re-up for them in terms of the new roster. So I'm curious to see who they field and how they do in today's match.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about this is that Hydronation themselves will make fun of it at this point. Like, they know you can't change rosters as much as Hydronation has and not have a self-awareness. But it's kind of a blast from the past where they had Quig on the roster. Like, Quig came back, then Quig quit again, and now they've brought back in Flick, which of course was part of the early Hydronation era before they did some change-ups there.
I played against Rocker earlier today.
Flick back into the roster, and by all counts, the Scrimbuck
Oh,
Express.
yeah.
Saying it's been doing pretty well. Meanwhile,
let's see how
Jake
Brolic.
B&B, you know, a little bit more stable by comparison to the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, sticking with a winning formula, I don't think there's any reason for them to, you know, make changes at this point. I think it's going to be exciting for a lot of people to see Leffa back in the lineup for Hydronation, though. Like, in terms of individual skill, I think a lot of people would put him right at the top of North America. He's certainly in that echelon. And so I think from a carry perspective is definitely someone to have eyes on here. I'm curious to see how Leffa does now in the full duo lane meta. I think of him as like a real inveterate solo lane player. But, you know, let's see what he can do with those Sinner Sacrifice buffs, getting to like these ultra crazy late games. Leffa's always been a treat to watch, and so I'm excited to see what he can bring this week in the best of 5.
Also, before the stream catches up, I said Flick. I meant to say Rocker. I have no idea why. I've probably been up a little bit too long. It's been a very long day for me before broadcast, but it's Rocker who's back into the fray, where Rocker quit, had basically paid someone $3,000 to join the team in his absence, someone that couldn't end up joining in the end, but he's made his way back to Deadlock, is what it comes down to. But also, Dan has made his way back into Deadlock here as the analyst. I don't know why we were saying it like that, but we made it sound like really this, you know, the specialist. He who analyzes, Dan. That is you. You are he.
I was sold when you said Flick, because basically it's like, I mean, there's been times when the roster essentially, I mean, if we made the graphic and went live, the rosters can still change. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that, you know, chat on one hand, when they first start, be like, what do you mean Flick left? And then they'll be like, but wait, did Flick leave? Like, it's Hydronation. He could have left. Like, Quig joined the team and left like
They're feeding
3
into
times
the
in the span of like
conspiracy.
1 week. I mean, who knows? But no, Rocker was the much bigger blast from the past. But yeah, my name mixing aside, getting into it, we have a history here on Deadlock Fight Night where we're just gonna bring up where things have been at, and yeah, you know, you see Hydra Nation, long period of excellence if you were to scroll that up to the beginning, but a little bit more turbulent in recent times.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, like they basically won everything before Fight Night number 10. I mean, they like the run of dominance goes so far back into the past. But I think they have brought together a lot of the players who were part of that majorly successful run for Hydra Nation. And so I think we could be seeing them, you know, in a bit of a resurgence. We know these individual players are incredibly good. Maybe they struggled to find their footing on previous rosters. And I think Big and Brawley can put up a real test for them. But I've just always been super impressed by Leffa. I mean, the individual performances are not necessarily the most important factor in a team game such as Deadlock. But I still think they can really, you know, turn the tides if it's a close series.
Yeah, it's always really hard to predict. You can't doubt the quality of the players.
Like
Jake says.
It's
I'm definitely on a B&B high for sure. I love the fact that Ido has a great team around him, and
Poppers.
I mean, the interviews also deliver. So I feel like if you're not rooting for the interviews, the post-match interviews, I mean, what are you even doing?
I mean, I don't really. Okay, so his first interview, he comes in and he is just absolutely off the chain. You know, broke his F-bomb quota in the first like 2 sentences. And then he comes back on with a choir boy act. And it was literally an entire act for the entire interview. And then he drops the act at the very end with like another F-bomb. So, you know, I've enjoyed the interviews, if nothing else. A little bit of showmanship going into it. But speaking of going into things here, we have the draft ready to go. And we'll see now just what will be variable with EU or even just the last week in North America. Jake, this will be interesting, especially with some of the changes here. I'm curious to see NA's take on Holiday right now, especially with Listic in the last interview being like, yeah, she's, you know, a word. Well, I'm not going to repeat.
Yeah, I think Holiday's probably, it was already maybe a little bit of a lower prio in NA compared to EU.
Hey,
so
Zingman, are you joining our WoW guild, by the way?
I am curious to see if there's any respect for the you know, stuff like the Viscous or the Pocket that Big and Brawlic have made look really strong, but it's more of like their specific comfort. I'm also curious to see for the Hydra Nation players coming back in, like what do they end up playing? You know, we've seen somebody like Leffa on the Yamato many times in the past could come out here in this draft.
How am I yawning so much? You know what it is? It's because I'm.
There we go.
You know,
first band coming in from Hydra Nation. We'll see what exactly they fear. Is it gonna be the Sinclair? I mean, the Sinclair, I feel like has been built up to be maybe more of a threat than expected. Instead, the Grey Talon band comes in. Wow. I think, given how well B&B has been able to play heroes like Grey Talon,
dude, Zingman, we have a lot of new people.
Now,
we have a lot of new people in the WoW guild. So if you want to join, even though you haven't played before, that's fine. You can get in there.
Player, because to me, Dan has been looking at it. I feel like the consequences have not been that severe.
New players are welcome
for Legacy Sinclair through.
Oh yeah, did I invite you to the guild? Did you start yet?
Backfired on teams that over prioritize the like the pick of it if it gets left open, and some teams are also losing a ban because they feel like they have to ban it if the other team doesn't ban it. So I feel like we are getting to the point where we're not playing into that game as much. We see that here. Might not even see it get selected potentially for Hydra Nation. We'll have to wait and see, because the early picks are like really important to your core strategy as well, and your core like comfort for your roster. So throwing a Sinclair in there just opportunistically, especially if you expect it to get banned, it doesn't necessarily make as much sense to me. So we'll have to see.
I mean, B&B have been really sticking by this first pick Viscous. It's worked for them really well, with Gibbs putting on huge games, having these crazy snowballs, and Hydra Nation let it through. They're willing to fight it strategically. I think a first ban would be a little extreme for something like a Viscous. And they get a Vindicta of their own. We'll see what's followed up with, maybe some kind of initiator. We've seen Paradox, I think, go up a little bit in value with the reduction in people's desire to pick Holiday.
Yeah, I mean, I think Paradox.
Oh boy.
Well, okay, Mo and Krill gets picked instead. Mo has also been the other hero that's really been rising up the ranks, just because not only is Mo good in terms of the early game, especially once you would get ultimates online, but Mo also kind of acts as kind of a hedge against heroes like Yamato, right? Where B&B could pick Yamato off the rip in the next 2 picks, but it wouldn't quite have the same impact as it would against a team without a Mo and Krill, because Mo and Krill is one of the few heroes in the game that can kind of act as a check and balance. But seeing what B&B comes in here, think about heroes on the board. Paradox would still make sense. And honestly, Dan, they also see the Mo and go, we don't care. We're still picking the motto for our team. You know,
and you have a Viscous too, so even if you do get comboed, I feel like you're willing to push the limit much more on Yamato with the hard save in the pocket, knowing that like okay, if Mo combos you early, you're just gonna get bailed out, or even the Mo could get stunned by the goo ball. So I don't mind getting the Yamato here. I don't think you need to be too scared. I think both teams are drafting their own vision in the game right now rather than being too worried about the counter picks. And I love the Bebop here on third. I mean, this is a really high tempo set of 3 heroes for Big and Brawlic to open with, like a lot of snowball potential, and then Yamato could really carry the game and get out of control.
And I also like the Yamato pick because I feel like if they didn't pick Yamato, they would have had to, like, I feel like Hydro Nation are going to want to combine that with the Mo. You know, I think it just will play probably pretty well off of that as also. So it's like nice just like dealing with it, and then you can target your ban at something else. And the response here from Hydro Nation, okay, they get the Paradox, get their initiation going. It feels like maybe teams might not pick the Holiday because the T3 stun going away is probably like too central to like how people maybe perceive the hero being played. So might not even see that double initiation, except unless if we see the Lash stock stay high. But Hydro Nation never were like super into Lash as much as some of the other NA teams, I think.
Also, I'll say it here. I think Kelvin is either getting banned in this round or getting picked by either of these two teams. Like the Kelvin going this far in NA is ridiculous. Okay, and he does get banned by Hydro Nation. So yeah, that's one thing going. I don't know where Ivy lands here. I mean, Ivy, it feels like, is actually kind of slowly crept into the, at times people are neither banning nor picking, as people realize they don't necessarily need a support, unless the hero is Kelvin, who is still absolutely ridiculous. Interestingly enough, though, in terms of heroes that are getting valued a little bit less overall, is the Wraith side of things, where I'm not even convinced we're going to see a Wraith here, even though I think Wraith is still good. I do wonder if part of it is just the fact that so much is early game focused right now that teams feel like they would rather just pick things that give them an even more hyper early game edge.
It's Gambit
I
time,
wouldn't mind
boys.
seeing an Abrams here for Hydro Nation as well for the Vindicta lane. Could be really potent.
Yeah, and then we have like the comp that we have like most of the comp that VP was running all day today. The Paradox, Mo Krill, Vindicta, Abrams. You know,
is the ball individual matches or entire series? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but that depends on if my mods have a brain or not.
Fourth pick range, in a way that Geist often
So,
has, right?
don't get your hopes up.
As I speak of it too, Geist also could work for B&B here. This is about. Jake, it just feels like Geist has always ended in this range and throughout Deadlock's history. Not as early often first picked, but the 3-4 pick range often.
You got it right.
Yeah, I think Geist is a good shot with Calico Band. Mirage as well.
Let's go.
I wonder if people are still valuing Warden much at all. I do think Warden is something to think about. It is going to be a Lash. With Kelvin out, I like this. I think this looks pretty solid in terms of the counter initiation. I think late game there could be some problems like a Phantom Strike Abrams canceling your ulti or getting shut down that way, but I still think, I mean, it's really interesting to see these two very different drafts that I actually kind of like them both. I feel like there isn't much of a draft advantage, at least that I see so far. I feel like both teams have a lot of roads to victory. Big and Brawlic definitely heavier on the playmaking, and they're going to get a Sinclair deep into the draft. At this kind of a pick, I feel like you've got to just start valuing it with something like, you could copy the Vindicta, you could copy the Abrams and feel really good about it. Heck, even the Mo Crow combo is not so bad.
The big Dynamo, you think so?
Yeah, I'm liking this from B&B a lot. They also said like last week as well that they have a really good interpretation of like how to play around their strengths of their hero pool, and it was definitely a very different look. I remember we were kind of like surprised. They were running double supports and doing all kinds of what appeared to be strange business, but they put the method to the madness in a way that was really convincing.
What did you say, Ducalin?
So we get the guys coming through for Hydro Nation. What do we feel? What do we feel is like is really missing from this lineup right now? Because it's pretty well rounded.
I mean, they could probably use a little bit more damage. Like, if they were to end it with a Wraith, it would be good. Though you've been seeing more in Furnace. 7 also is still available. Like, you could get a last pick 7 right now, which would also... I think the 7 is probably the most likely, and maybe it's also part of the why
I need a
we've seen less
Coke,
Wraith.
bro.
Is
Like,
that you've seen 7 Wraiths up in value,
so
and
eepy.
as a result, okay, yeah, they do in fact go for the
I got
7.
woken up on my cat
that kind of
like
makes
5
sense to me.
a.m.
Just based on what we've seen in EU2, and again, it's probably part of the reason why we've seen Wraith a bit less, Jake. Because you think about itemization, if you are trying to eat the jungle as Wraith, it does kind of pigeonhole you into going Tesla bullets a lot of the time.
What do you think they get?
Yeah, I think
here?
the 7 valuable here. Although I will say the ulti is probably going to be a little bit difficult to get too much out of with Bebop and Lash, and even sometimes Viscous, being able to pull you out of that and punish you potentially for popping the ulti.
Yeah, there you
but
go.
I think 7, for the farm snowball, the
I
acceleration.
think that might be an Ido
Big
holiday.
They're going to finish with the holiday. I think this is kind of just the last option really left for the 12th pick of the draft. But I don't think they're loving it. I mean, it's fine. It could work. There's really heavy on the playmaking, as has been Big and Brawlik's way. I think it'll be curious. It'll be interesting to see, like, maybe ultra late. There's some problems for Big and Brawlik, but they've been a team that has made these like less conventional core type drafts really look good and like still survive and thrive even in the late game with characters like Bebop and Sinclair potentially still hitting like a pretty solid late game scaling potential.
It's interesting too because I feel like Wraith could have slotted in kind of nice as a longer range damage dealer for B&B potentially. But the holiday is interesting because as you say, like even more playmaking. They've got the hook already. They've got like Lash. You can initiate super well. There's lots of ways to like initiate with this lineup, but like you had holiday on top of it. So that for me is like, okay, they've got to get really aggressive, and we need to see that early game roaming Bebop. That would be really fun to see. I'm very curious how the lanes are gonna shape up.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the way Deadlock is being played right now is that teams really value winning the early game. I mean, the changes that happen to the jungle mean that you get less value out of just, trying to use the jungle to recover. You really need to try and win at least 2 out of 3 lanes. And if you are going to lose the lanes, you can't have a lane that just gets absolutely demolished, right? So when you look at the heroes that are getting valued right now, it's definitely more trend towards what is good, in that key first 15 minutes of the game. And the heroes that usually ramped up like really late game, they've taken a hidden priority, Jake.
Yeah, I think you can get away with a couple in your draft, but you've got to have some kind of build that gets you active on the map. I think like pure farming early is just not viable. Even somebody like 7 still needs to show up and still needs to like take engagements and be relevant. Within that early window, you get those first few buff runes coming up. Like you've really got to be able to participate in those engagements and secure your team, those early guardians as well. For Big and Brawlik, though, I will say like they've got potential for Yamato Bebop in the mid lane, which for me is one of the best lanes in Deadlock right now. Especially in the mid lane, with Yamato being able to play the ultimate height and being like super annoying from up there, and then of course the Bebop hook threat at all times. Could be a super strong mid lane, could give them an early advantage and get the lane a little bit out of control. Sinclair also, I think, a pretty strong laner, even with like minor nerfs that he got recently. So I think for HydroNation, the question is going to be mostly the laning phase. Can they get to the point where Abrams, Mokrill, and Geist can like really start to get active and really start to get out of control? I think Big and Brawlik would love to snowball this game into their ultis and tempo down some early guardians.
One thing we got to address here real quick to the audience, so the delay. Normally we would be in game, but the bladder control for HydroNation has never been at a lower level, because I am reading directly from Hydration with a little bit of censorship, but one after the other here. Quote, never mind, 1 bathroom, then right after 2 bathroom, then right after 3 bathroom. Half of HydroNation went to the can right before the game start. It's unbelievable how it's only NA, Dan, that continues to have bathroom-related difficulties week after week.
I mean, it's not a show of confidence if they think the game's going to go that long, that they can't hold it,
You just win in 10, walking guys. Around on my desktop. You'll be in the bathroom, no sweat, no trouble. I mean, I do also think like this Lash could have a pretty sick game. Like, there's very little to stop Lash from getting a massive ulti. There's kind of nothing, I guess, the Paradox
this is
swap
Diva.
Potential to make that ulti awkward, but I think having already had Bebop grabbed in the draft, Kelvin banned out means Lash.
Dude, one thing I've
could
noticed,
have some, like,
so
game-winning plays. I think
I had like a lot of issues with my voice last year.
Yeah, I mean, part of it too is that
and I'm trying to like get better at not speaking too loudly when I stream. It's very related to how high my monitor sound is.
Kind of a notorious
but sometimes when I do watch parties, I notice that I talk a lot more, so I raise my voice more, and my voice gets like much higher than when I just play.
I mean, there's a world where B&B that have done in the past, in the Lash pick in this game in particular, they just get more out of it. But Dan,
she's a beauty.
Any final thoughts as the lane phase takes a little bit of shape here?
I think that B&B, one of the biggest win cons for them is they have to be super active and they have to find success in the roam, especially with all of the initiation that they have. That's the edge that they need to leverage in this game. If HydroNation are able to come out of the early game like even and into the mid game go even, I think that spells problems for B&B.
Well, Jake,
Yeah, we
the
got
lanes are in
Ido on
action.
holiday.
I'm just curious. Do we have Yamato cannon Yamato in middle? Just orbital bombardment. That's why I want to know. Even as we look at this Viscous lane on the left.
Yeah, definitely a nice lane pairing with Viscous having a bit of weakness with the last hitting. Bebop really resolves that.
Yeah.
But Viscous is great on the harass
I
and
know
the
it's
raw
good
damage.
on
I think
holiday,
other teams
though,
may have
to be
sent
honest.
the Bebop into mid, but Yamato Lash can also get. I think Lash can really also use the ultimate
Diva's
height,
just
right? Like
standing in the
slamming off
window,
that big high ground for massive early
looking at the
damage.
view.
First, couple exchanges, first few waves, I don't think will tell us too much unless teams actually get kills. But for the most part, it's going to be a farm trade until either team gets like most of their skills online and start to put the pressure.
Interestingly enough, in terms of who's playing what, it's not actually Ido on the Yamato, it's Poppers. Ido instead just can't be removed from the movement hero that is Holiday.
I think
Just
Poppers has
too
played a
addicted to the
lot of
movement, Jake.
Yamato.
Also, Hydro Nation like really don't have any support, I would say. Like, it's not even just like a question of like an unconventional support. It's like, I think more and more we're seeing in Deadlock, some of these teams are just not conceptually valuing a support really nearly to what they might have in the past. And then just, thinking like especially with these new duo lanes, maybe you can just scale and just like win early game, and there's enough jungle to farm. If you farm the enemy's jungle, if you're playing for that snowball effect, maybe support other than, let's say, Kelvin, who just adds so much tempo via the healing, maybe not necessary in today's game.
Is the game audio still high enough for you guys? Because I tried to turn it down so I didn't raise my voice as much.
You get like oftentimes a support player playing Mo. In this case, it's not a support player playing Mo. It's the weird thing Hydro Nation has going on where in the post-Quig era, they'll have Calc at times play supporting heroes, but also still play Abrams at the same time. And I think you're right. It does come down to this idea that a support hero is not 100% necessary the way that Deadlock has evolved, but people still do like playing Kelvin, who doesn't get banned.
Yeah, I think Kelvin, I mean, the Frozen Shelter is so unique in terms of utility. Nice little jungle steal here.
Damn.
From the Holiday.
Ido's already on 2K.
And it's as well with Ido on the Holiday, right? Even for B&B, I don't think Ido really is going to play like a passive support.
Go to Bebop.
What he's going to do.
I used to always spectate the Bebop POV, but
on the Holiday, we
every single game was the same.
A little bit more sacrifice.
Just AFK in lane,
like this pick-based initiator,
and then by combat barrier, silence cliff.
We'll see a bit more of a core Holiday.
It was like really boring to watch.
So far, things a little bit on the quiet side right now. 12K to 11K. Both teams filling each other out. It feels a little sleepy relative to what we got in EU, where EU, we got to 5 minutes and it felt like we had aged about 5 years with some of the levels of interactions in lanes. But I also don't hate this here, Jake, either, given the fact that everyone is well aware what level advantage you can get off the lane phase, and
not gonna
there's
lie,
something to
I'm
be said
super
for not
stoked to
taking
play
dumb
WoW
risks,
tonight.
because losing badly is way better than just, or rather way worse than just going even the way things go. Like, you'd rather at least keep it even.
Yeah, I don't think either of these drafts is like critically focused on early game.
Loving your dieback. It's so good to be back, bro. I just realized that it's time. It's funny because I bought like 5 WoW Chronicles books like 2 months ago, right? And the idea was that I was gonna just read my WoW books as like a nostalgia trip, thinking that that was gonna keep me away from the game.
But the fact that there's not been significant
just reading those books would be enough. I read the first book in like 1 day, and then I downloaded the game the day after.
I think both of these teams having confidence. That being said, pure content opens up on a rock with first blood.
Yeah, so the power of just early game Sinclair, and one thing we didn't really talk about.
Oh, he got the hook. He got a hook. He got a hook.
I still think it's worth bringing up here. Well, hold the phone.
Oh, shots.
Completely belted down Calc, running through the doorway. Bank shot off the side, still looking for 7. Is Falter going to be there? I think 7 might have gone away. Bebop taking the building path.
You got me addicted. Oh, dude, Jerps. Are you level 60 already, bro?
Since the swap to 3 lanes, as far as like a portion of the farm.
Yeah, I mean, they're also a very different team than we've seen in the last couple weeks. Cube, just not enough duration, gets absolutely crushed by that A result of young Calc getting back
51,
in.
Okay,
right back
nice.
His way. So keeping
That's
the
good
game
pacing.
Extremely even for now.
Dude exposed himself to thinking Shirley would not drag me back in.
Tons of pressure in this lane.
Yeah. Hey, Taijo, do you want to join us?
That annoying presence with Mo was so much sustained, so hard to actually push out of lane successfully.
It is really fun. You know what's really fun about it is that, so you know, I've been a streamer for 5 years now, and a lot of people come and go, and a lot of people, they watch you for whatever game you play, and then they kind of like don't watch you if you don't. But then I figured that if we like make like a WoW guild together as like a common ground, it's like interests across other games, which I think is really nice. Oh my god, that heal.
Score and heals a lot. Still has a combo on deck here, Jake, if they chase.
Dude.
Yeah,
I
don't think they can really
reload heal?
leave under tower,
But,
and that's both ultis popped in the mid lane. So HydroNation are gonna have a couple minutes here where they have the
it's nice
opportunity to
because
force
like
tempo.
logging in the evening,
the confidence is warranted. He
logging
knows
in
that
the
there's not
evening and
anything
just
that
playing a
they
few
can turn
games
around
with the
has
homies,
combo
you
behind
know,
him, not even needed in that exchange.
and it's not stream
So it's a nice trade
related
here, the
because
mid lane for
what
Leffa
happens to a
and
lot of
Hydration
people when you
starting
start
to look kind of
streaming
like
is that you
strong
forget to
suit,
just like play games because they're fun
for
too.
HydroNation, a place that they can build
So
that
it's
power
nice to
off
have
of.
something that I just like log on and do for my own happiness sake.
Maybe set something up if 7 is over aggressive. Just off the mark with the hook.
Okay, so he's got 2 points in hook and 1 point in uppercut. Okay. I mean, 2 points in bomb, 1 point in uppercut.
Back in the lane here in the middle, but yeah, the pressure in the middle starts to get a little bit overwhelming.
I have a lot of
Vindicta
friends who
gets assassinated
stream
online.
every day,
That 700
and
HP that Yamato
it's their
has
full-time
easily could
job,
just turn to
but
nothing.
they
A little bit of poke and an extra assassinate. Instead,
but they don't
counterpoke
play
onto
anything for
Vindicta,
fun
pushing her a little bit
unless
back.
it's for streaming as their job. Then
yeah, trade's
I don't
coming
care.
in. I'd imagine
hi,
when
Diva.
Yamato gets this ult online, she might go for a dive
Do you need
on
help getting down?
something like the Vindicta, but actually connecting to her kind of challenging with HydroNation doing such a good job being that frontliner, taking all the aggression. It feels like going on the Mo and Krill is just not really going to work in that lane.
There you go.
What about going on the Abrams though, back in her lane and Calc just able to
Yeah, I
shrug
also
it
just
off.
think
Doesn't
it
really
makes
care about the last
sense
one way or
when you
another.
have
You know,
a game like
it's the
Deadlock
middle
that
lane.
is oi.
Hang on. Hyper beam coming on out in a very dead Yamato
A game
running
that
away,
is
but,
in
the rest of
development
BNB,
like
not
Deadlock.
doing too shabby.
I think it's
When you
smart
look
to
at the
not
lane,
burn out
particularly on
during
left
the
lane.
development phase.
Gibbs able to find one.
Yeah, well, HydroNation are kind of winning the mid lane. I think the side lanes are,
Oh
are
my-
starting to go
oh
against them
my
here.
God.
BNB, these active playmakers getting kills on across both side lanes, and now it could be both of these side guardians going down. 7 is returning to the other side. Looks like he is popping an ult just to defend that guardian.
Deft,
But
there are
Trade's going
there are
away in
visual
both of the side
indicators.
lanes.
You can
Maybe
see it
time
right now.
for Leffa
You
and HydroNation
see
to start to get a
this
little bit
ability
more
has
active.
a
Vindicta
circle with lines
and,
around it, and then it's
Mo
got
Krill in their own
triangles on
ways,
top
they can
of it,
both
so
take
that means
early
that
lead
it's
and start to
upgraded
bring it
twice.
to save some of these side lanes if they so desire.
And then
One of the funny things about Mo this early in the game too is that I feel like
it's just
using
very
combo at
subtle.
all can be an interesting decision
Not all
because
all
the
of
mere
people
threat
know
of
this,
getting
but
comboed actually gives
this
you a
means
lot
that
of
this
space
ability is
that you don't
upgraded
have when your
twice,
combo is
and
on
these ones
cooldown.
are not
So
upgraded at all.
it's kind of interesting how much respect HydroNation is given, but Holiday in danger, swapped and down. Just a quick evisceration coming on in. Courtesy
Yeah, the nukes
of,
are huge. Bebop showed up here, but Abrams there to match. So great
Oh
awareness from
my.
Calc. Coming back to participate. Takes a lot here. Could think about getting aggressive now. Looks like it's going to be Leffa, though, the one who's starting to get this snowball
And see,
rolling.
same
And
with
we've seen
Leffa,
this
he's
before,
got-
right? Like a strong Vindicta early game, now teleporting across, coming to the side lane. We're going to see potentially a game-turning fight
You see,
here. coming
Leffa
from
has
HydroNation
got
with Leffa coming
he's
to the
got
side
2
lane. Maybe we wanna
points
push this guardian.
in Crow. Oh my God.
From downtown, Jake. Just when you think Yamato is out, Poppers just
Wait,
gets
was that a
clipped.
hyperline
Last
kill?
little slight of hair there, and Leffa now with a ramp into the mid to late game off that shot. Really strong last 2 minutes for Leffa.
Yeah, it's been looking great for him, and no one
Yeah,
hasn't
see,
really
he's
been
got-
able to shut him down. I think
he's
there's going to be
got
a lot of pressure soon
2
on Yan
upgrades
to
on
find
this
a hook
and
on
2
this
upgrades
Vindicta,
on
because
this.
without it, I don't see how you're really going to be able to stop his reign of terror from the skies. And it can be scary against a player like Leffa, who's so aware, so clean with the movement, and he's just going back and forth across the map on this teleport. I really love this, like taking a dominant mid lane and just going back and forth, showing up constantly on both sides of the map, getting kills for the rest of his squad, and it secured HydroNation a 3K lead.
Thoughts and supports here?
Leffa's picking up a buff.
What do you
Could be
mean?
Actually quite big, depending on what it is. Picks up the buff, immediately goes middle. And Leffa's strong enough that Leffa's actually getting terrified.
I mean,
to anyone
HydroNation
from
doesn't
BNB
really
in
have
middle right
support.
now. Leffa completing the rotation right now. Assassinate at the ready. Here in the mid lane. I mean, looking for the Lash. Lash, meanwhile, wanting no part. Meanwhile, off in the side lane. See Calc Going in for a moment now.
I've laned against
Back a little
Calc
bit
and
out.
Abrams before. It's not a good time.
3 here for Hibernation in the right lane.
Oh
For Idol
my,
on the holiday.
oh
Storm Cloud,
shit.
I believe just copied and used by Pier, but just shut down by Calc. Off in the corridor.
Yeah, Big and Brolic low on quite a few players here.
No.
Now Holiday takes a risk, comes into the small room with the young Calc Abrams, and looks like a poorly calculated risk here with Calc now pushing under the tower. And I think this will be a side Guardian. Bebop showing up though, could try to turn it around with the Hyper Beam, but Guardian already so low.
I gotta say, Jake, combining with the EU, Abrams players have been eating really, really well today. Just, you know, Calc having a great moment there.
Isn't it funny how Abrams has barely been changed for so long, and he goes from like being terrible to being great all the time?
What an aggressive
just because
Abrams build,
people
like,
figure
so
out
much
new builds,
sustain, so much tankability
and it's
here
nothing
in
to
this
do with
early
how
mid-game.
like
He's really
how
gonna
like
be able to lead the charge to the rest of the squad of
updates
Hydration.
to the
And
actual
somebody
heroes
Leffa
happen.
dealing
You know what I
damage from
mean?
the Sky, Rokane starting to get really farmed. in
Item
the 7. I
dependent?
mean, this is looking pretty good for Hydration. It's still
I
early,
mean,
but almost
no,
a
I mean
10K soul
what I
lead
mean is
when
Abrams
you're
was
only
like
at 11 minutes
considered
is
S tier for
pretty
like half a
significant.
year,
B&B
and then
in a
suddenly
little bit of
everybody
trouble
was
here.
like, oh, he's not that
Also,
good
the
anymore
allocation
after the
onto
healing
Leffa.
changes.
Leffa has been
And then
feeding
Listic
themselves
started playing the
with these
Spirit
souls, and as I say that,
Abrams,
it's another
and then
one
everybody's like,
off
oh
in
shit.
The left lane.
And this is what's
you
so
know,
hard
you
to make
mentioned it,
tier
and
lists.
It's very true, is that it's just teleporter central, where okay, the map is bigger. Vindicta doesn't have as much mobility. You don't need mobility to cover two
Okay, so now
lanes
Vindicta has
constantly if
Max
you
Crow.
just
You
use
see,
the
now there's a
teleporter back and
second
forth over and
circle
over
full
again
of
is what
triangles
Leffa's been
around her
doing to get
Crow.
as much possible action with these assassinates.
Yeah, it's really huge. You know, not being a great jungler on Vindicta, I think this is exactly way to snowball an early lead. And also, as well, almost has that second max on the snipe. And we know, like, the snowballing explosivity possible once Vindicta gets that extra 500 souls per kill. Calc maybe overextends, feeling his survivability a little bit too much, but elsewhere on the map, it's Vindicta profiting from that presence.
Dude,
Leffa
he's
needs
been
to
just
die.
TPing back and
I
forth.
cannot say that any more plainly.
I'm not sure he's gonna die this game, ZP. I think he may actually have like a 20 kill streak when they win.
No, he's just running around, just enforcing his will. It's assassinate after
Bro.
assassinate. Jake, when does it stop?
We gotta pray at this point for like a
Dude,
Bebop or Lash. Like we need
he's
a
literally
movement
been just
control on
TPing
Vindicta.
back
If you
and
can't
forth.
catch her, there's no way you're dealing damage, especially with those double
I
barriers.
remember you
mean,
putting
this
Ward on
Vindicta
D
is
tier
a
list,
huge
and
problem
next
right
week
now
you
for
put him
Big
in
and
S
Brolic.
tier. I mean, that's
And
the point, right?
problem is
Like,
I think also they can't pin her
nobody
down. They
fucking
can't
knows.
catch Leffa because they don't know where he's gonna be. He's just kind of dancing on them, making moves with the TPs, and the rest of the team is willing to die sometimes to make space, knowing that this Vindicta snowball is online. 7 as well. You know, gonna be a really big threat in the late game. You got to think about the late game team fights. Without a big Lash ulti catching people out of position, it's going to be really hard to actually catch these backliners.
Also, in terms of income allocation, we've been talking about the rich in Leffa, so rich that he just bought like the lifetime teleport pass on the teleporter more than not. Look at Poppers right now. I mean, you could just change the name to Poppers with a U, and that'd be pretty accurate for the level of farm that you have as Yamato at 14 minutes into the game. It's not good, Jake.
Yeah, like being broke on Yamato is pretty brutal because this character is all about damage. You don't really have control. You don't really have sustain. I mean, you can tank, but you really need that damage to be relevant. Here we go, though. This is a catch on Vindicta. That's what they need. Started with the Rabbit Hex.
So
tanky.
But he just flies away. He's fine. He's out. And now he's going to start pumping the snipe damage. Copied Abrams ult. Okay, they are able to finish off the Vindicta, though. That's pretty massive. So Big and Brolic bringing numbers this engagement, profiting for now. Young Calc as well looking to go down. So props to Fishcake, finds that setup onto Leffa. That's exactly what he needed to do. The Guardian, though, still very high HP in this lane. Far from the sure take.
Tajo, I think they listen to
Honestly,
every
good fight for B&B.
tier, to
I
be
mean, it was
honest.
kind of comical for a moment where it looked like Leffa might not even die, but they covered their bases. However,
That was a
the
kill if you
re-engage
hit
comes
that.
in. Fishcake already down. Hydronation looking to re-solidify here on the left. They do just that. They catch Ido. And now the 7 played by Rokane gets to walk for it. Also going to be a threat farm-wise.
Okay.
Like, all the right farm is going to the right people on Hydronation here so far, Jake.
Yeah, we know he's not a threat farm ways. That's Yamato. So we'll see if he can find a way to get back into the game. Rokane grabbing this intersac on the enemy side of the map. These little differences really do add up as an urn comes down. And the lanes are all pressured right now from Hydronation. They're doing a fantastic job. Look, Hydration's so ready for this. Insta pick up on Urn. It is a difficult turn in, though, into the enemy side of the base. So I'm curious if Hydronation would like to really go for this. They already have some numbers on that side of the map, so it's possible, but could see this just being a faker and given the difficult turn in spot.
Yeah, I don't really like them going for the turn spot when your biggest cannon in your reserve right now is the Vindicta. I think going there would be a little bit of a throw. They could just still squish on the map. Meanwhile, though, swap in from Flick. Off here on the right. BNB, though, overloading the right-hand side. Moving forward, looking for a kill they could get. 7 right now. They're Quarry. Lasso in. It's like enough to kill Rocane.
Oh,
Rocane
no.
gets free, drops a Storm Cloud. Can they burst down Rocane? It's getting awfully spicy.
Bro.
Rocane completely turns
No
the table to
way.
7. Still not dead, even as Yamato.
No.
In. Off the flying strike.
Oh no.
Oh my
Rocane
god.
gets away. He lives. He absolutely lives, Jake.
Way. That was a pretty big slip up by Ido. He had him lassoed and then jumped into the air, but the lasso ended in the skybox. So 7 was just in the perfect position to just rip the ult and actually be a little bit out of range for some of the follow-up damage. Now though, Leffa thrown under tower by the lash, dodging the snipe, stunned by the walker.
Thought this
but the
game
support
died?
is there
What do you
just in
mean? The
time,
game
and,
isn't
he's
even
gonna
out,
get
bro.
away with this CP. This
How can you
is
say this
out
game
of
is died?
control.
It's an alpha. The game is an alpha.
No, he is surely not.
Surely.
Oh, okay.
That was close. I mean, like, honestly, if that wasn't good tracking from Yams to get that finish, that would have been a living Vindicta. Once again, though, BNB trying to double down, trying to turn their fortunes. I like these plays. You got to take risks now with this kind of disadvantage in the game. They lose a walker, but they're trying to make some trades for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're BNB,
Yeah,
you have to go for
it's so
possible
frustrating.
at this point.
I don't get
this
it.
This game is just getting out of
I
hand.
thought this
the
game
fact
died.
That Leffa nearly lived there and lived through the first part
It's
of that.
like-
By the way, you've now hit the point where a character is so ridiculously overfarmed that
I would love to see how many games in
is now
Alpha
because you're not
has
making the right decisions because you don't usually go
sponsored
against
esports
Vindicta.
teams
That's this over the rest of the game.
and
But I mean, it's not just that. The
15,000
overall
concurrent
spread
players every day.
It's still ridiculous. I mean, Rocane is showing that right now. I think just bullying Yamato off screen at 22K. And at this point, we'll bring back Dan in here in a second. But Dan, you know, what paths to victory do you really have right now if you're BNB?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I think you need like a really good like lash hold or something. Obviously, some kind of engage that's going to give you net you like immediate kills. But the problem is that HydroNation are being so active all of the time that you're not really in a spot where you can just easily set anything up. And one thing I will say too, as we're seeing the mid boss here, just like imagine how like farmed Leffa would be had he gone like the assassinate build. Because like the majority of assassination kills, he didn't have the bonus that you get from like maxing it straight away because he did a different build, and he's still like extremely competitive on the souls.
Yeah,
so
he would have been like 26K.
This could be so much worse from Leffa's POV.
Well, Jake, huge rejuve take here for HydroNation. I mean, with this kind of a lead, this could really easily turn into that mid walker, opening the next flex slot. But beyond that, I think HydroNation have their sights set on a really big team fight victory. I will say that presents an opportunity for Big and Brawlic. I think their best hope is going to be a big team fight defense of a walker, but with the rejuve, it's got to be more than just defense. It's got to be a very clean defense. If they give up too many kills of their own, even trades, I don't know if that'll be good enough with HydroNation being able to just respawn on rejuve and keep the push.
I think the biggest thing that's just so awful for BNB right now, yes, they're overall behind, but when you have your Yamato as your least farmed character on your entire team, as you go into the mid game, it's just not good. Also, you see right now the bowling attempts to swap on to Poppers right now, where Poppers legitimately could get soloed by Paradox.
Diva loves
Even
plastic
if it
bags.
wasn't the backup
She
in
loves
the area.
jumping into
Like,
plastic
to
bags.
be put into an area, Jake, where your decision making Yamato has to be run rather than go deeper, it's just not how you want the game to go down as a Yamato player.
Guys, look. Yeah, there's just not really a threat from Big and Brawlic to actually turn around these attempts from HydroNation. So HydroNation are willing to really push the risks, and Yamato with no ulti really doesn't have any business actually taking this engagement. Lash hoping for something, but it's so hard for him to even look as this beautiful position there from Paradox, really zoning away the rest of Big and Brawlic.
Cat's in the bag.
Ulti's popped, Hyper Beam as well as the roll. Looking like a decent roll for Gibbs, but he's so low under so much pressure, getting smoked by this damage. Even the goo ball isn't enough to tank through it. And this game may be over, ZP.
Yeah, and May might be the most generous world possible, as at this point, if you're BB, you're hearing boss music every time Vindicta takes to the sky. Just, it is absolutely brutal. They're pretty much out of options here. Even if they landed the best death slam ever, Jake, I think HydroNation would just shrug it off and kill them anyways. It doesn't really matter now.
Yeah, at least there's no 7 ulti to close the game, but
Bag
Lefa's going to
pretty
secure the
comfy.
game back out, grab the buffs. I think this is just going to be a first phase patron draw from Hydra Nation. I would expect them to back out here, given that their 2 players aren't really attempting to participate in this fight, but Hydra Nation are going to get everything else besides the finish of the game here, and it's just going to be a matter of time as they get everything on the map. And then Big and Brolic, I mean, you got no choice but to come out here and take a big risk, but it's such a telegraphed play. Maybe a grab on hydration here. Lasso is available, but unable to find it. I feel like Ido really needed that there.
Do you want to
I had to
with
go
the
for
bag?
something, and now you got another urn being turned in by Hydra Nation, as it is just getting choked out here. I mean, it is 50% more souls at the 21-minute mark. The question is not, could they ever have an even team fight? The question is how many players would it take for Hydra Nation to win an XV6
Guys,
right now?
Wait,
And
I have to show
honestly,
you this.
They could.
This game is over anyway. Wait. Diva, go to the bag. No, you want to. Wait. What's in there? What's in there, Diva?
Psychological effect in a best of 5 series of an extreme blowout is rough, and this is the best place for Hydra Nation to get that kind of a blowout victory. I mean, Big and Brolic are going to be reeling. They're on their heels right now. They just drafted like their comfort. I think they pretty much got more or less what they wanted in terms of their hero pool, what they're comfortable on, what they feel they're the best at. And Hydra Nation just wiped the floor with it. Like, for Big and Brolic, this presents a real dilemma. Do you go away from your comfort picks? Do you feel like they weren't
Hero
working?
Labs
Or
customs?
do you think maybe we just didn't execute well enough? We can win this game if we play it a little bit better. Because honestly, Hydra Nation, I felt kind of lost to both side lanes. They weren't that dominant. They won the mid lane
So
with
we'll
Lefa having a
probably
great start
finish
with help of
this watch
hydration.
party,
But this
and
wasn't
then
like
I'm
a
gonna
laning phase blowout. This was like
play some World of
Lefa
Warcraft,
getting
I
ahead,
think.
out rotating you, and just like so many team fights going against you. A couple big mistakes, like think about that failed kill onto 7, who then turns it around and kills 3. That should not have happened, right? Like, that's a major mistake for Big and Brolic. Maybe you could think, you know, run it back. The game's just going to go so differently.
Yeah,
But
that
getting blown out by
7
50,
kill
60k souls in a game of Deadlock
was
at this level,
unfortunate.
it just does not feel good.
That
We're gonna
7
bring
kill
back in
was
Dan here
not
as we
it.
look at some highlights. And you know, Dan, it just felt like we were watching the Lefa show for a while, and then you look at the rest of Hydra Nation, and the soul count for players like Rocane just went up and up and up, off the carnage being just absolutely dished out from Lefa going to teleport to teleport to teleport. I mean, we need a teleport counter there, Dan. It felt like.
Yeah, it all lined up really well for Lefa. You don't normally see Vindicta, you know, being able to be so successful, being so mobile, because that is the greatest
How's the
challenge
logo
for
for the
Vindicta.
NA team so silly and the EU one so
But,
serious?
Yeah, Lefa did an incredible job. Hit every single assassinate.
Because
and again,
EU
it's like
teams
he didn't
are
have
signed by
Assassinate,
orgs,
leveled up to the
or
degree
some of
that
them.
he gets the big bonus
There's
from
no
it.
orgs
So all the money he was getting
on any
looking
NA
so
team
far
trade
was just
yet.
straight from just owning so many people.
So that's probably the biggest reason. Like, Virtus Pro is a
efficient farm, using those TPs
esports org.
effectively. And the fact that, you know, B&B didn't manage to
there's
keep
3
like,
signed
you can see
teams
on
in
the
EU, I
clock here,
think.
it's about like 10 to 12 minutes in, and that's when the farm was already dipping for B&B, where they're not potent enough in some of these fights, which just allows Hydra Nation
No, there's
to just
also
kind of just
parry
extend their
vision.
lead even more, because their players are so individually good that you can't just
Codename Indie.
but you need a
Rocker's
bigger
back on
advantage,
Hydra
you know, to play with than just like getting a good timing
Yes,
on them. So
Indie.
having a start like
He's
that
back,
is
yeah.
not something
He
that can
wasn't there
happen
before.
again for B&B. And like you guys said, you know, the dilemma is that how do B&B draft if they
Parry
can't
Vision
draft
has
their
a pretty
comfort?
good Dota team.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing here, and you know, this will be my last point before we go to the break, Jake, but it's like, you look
Yeah,
at what
Parry
happened
Vision.
here.
Parry Vision is Parry Vision. Parry Vision is a Serbian esports team that entered the Dota 2 competitive scene in 2022. And they have $759,000 in earnings. So, not too shabby.
and just deliver a better early game. You know, really the mid game. I think Leffa's rotations were just way too explosive. Maybe a better performance in the mid lane.
The
Maybe something like the
Continental.
Bebop to check Leffa.
Oh yeah, and
could have
one
been a
win.
better allocation of resources for Big and Brolic. So
Is that
I
just
think
their
there's still
Dota
hope for them
earnings?
in this series, but
I believe they
honestly,
only have a Dota team
getting blown out
except
like that in game
Deadlock.
one, I said it before, right? It doesn't feel good, and there starts to be a point for Big and Brolic where do you have that like mental wherewithal to come back and actually have that 0-0 mentality, actually be mentally fresh in game two? Not many players and teams can really do that, frankly, from this position.
I mean, let's be honest. A team in Dota, a team in Dota having 700,000 in earnings in a few years means that you can have finished 5th or 6th in the international like once. Like the prize pools in the international is so ridiculous that there are several teams that have like millions of earnings and they've never had a first place. They're just like made it to like the top 8 or top 4. Not anymore. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but it used to be a lot bigger because people could contribute to the prize pool by buying battle pass levels. I wonder if that is completely gone. I can show you guys another interesting stats. Esports earnings top highest overall earnings. Look at this, okay? This is the highest overall earning players in esports. The first 21 players are all Dota 2. Then there's one Fortnite player. And then there's another 10 Dota 2 players. Then there's one Counter-Strike player. And then everybody from Astralis, Device, Dupree, Carrigan. And then back to Dota again. Another Astralis player. That's funny. That's so crazy. Wait, Psalm has 1.9? Damn, I didn't know he had that much. That's crazy. And my goat Håvard from Norway. But yeah, as you can see, a lot of Dota 2 in the top here. What is Arena of Valor doing there? What? Arena of Valor. What? What? It's a mobile game? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. I see. Oh my god, what? $10 million? Dude. That's insane. Wow. Okay, I gotta check my reconnect. Chose the wrong game after Valor, buddy. You gotta get that Arena of Valor. Yeah. Dude. I just need Deadlock in World of Warcraft. That's all I need. Trying to drop out of college to become a mobile MOBA. Yeah. Damn, still not. Bam, bam, bam. You're almost level 40. Nice, nice. How many people are on right now? Look at that. These guys are up here. They're grinding. Indio, Jerps, Eevee-Ban. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna gear up my Elemental Shaman tonight. I just had so much fun. I've never played Shaman before, but I just had fun learning the rotation. Even though this one has crappy gear, it's just fun to learn new DPS rotations. And Shaman DPS rotation is pretty simple, but it's something like, you know how like everyone is different, but everyone has something that kind of like gives you that sensory, like the kind of like positive sensory overload. So for me, it's like, I'm going to turn on audio for a second. I'll show you what I mean. For me, for instance, it's like when you DPS with Shaman, you have a bunch of procs. Like, so you have to like keep your Flame Shock up before you have Lava Burst. And then you can get another, let me see, Elemental Mastery activates your next, becomes an instant cast spell. So you can do like, and there's just shit flying at the target, you know what I mean? And it's so satisfying. And the better gear you have and the more haste you have, the more random procs you can have. And I don't know, it just feels very satisfying to do. So I've seen some crazy shamans who have like a really good gear, and once like all their cooldowns are popped, there's just like a permanent beam of lightning flying at them. There's a dude just shy of $1 million winning in Clash Royale. How long do we have until we need to be maxed? Deft, you have, it's like July/August. I mean, it's up to you, right? Because there is a lot of fun stuff to do in Cataclysm 2, but the Pandaria pre-patch comes in July, and the actual Pandaria expansion comes in August, I think. So it shouldn't be a problem to hit 85 before then. I think that's, I think you'll be fine. And also, worst case scenario, if like you've like, let's say level to 60 or whatever, you can always pay $60 to boost your hero up to max if you're late, because then you at least play the character enough to like know how everything works. Wait, so that doesn't, wait, so one thing I wonder about, if your Flame Shock is on the target, Lava Burst will deal a critical strike. So can't I pop it after because it's instant? Maybe I need to be further away. Oh, there we go. Okay, so what if I'm, okay. Oh god, that's so cool. I love those like chance on hit to get more shit. But I wonder if it doesn't work if you're close to them. So the thing is that you want to keep your Flame Shock on them before your Lava Burst, because it guarantees a crit. Because this one is instant and this one is cast time. You can cast this one first and then instantly press 4. But it doesn't seem to work when I'm this close. It seems like I need to be further away, or else it doesn't register it fast enough. Because now it crits. Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do tonight. Oh my god, Toad. I remember those. There were so many multi-boxing shamans. I do remember that. And they all had anks and stuff too. Bro. Okay, here we go. We're back into the... I'm just gonna remove the audio.
And on their comfort picks, I think honestly, like, it's what's brought them to this much success. I think if you try to do like a huge change up now, you're almost assuredly going to lose, because you're just not going to play your game well enough if you're you know, going completely away from what you've been practicing, what's been successful for you. So I'd love to see Big and Brawlic double down on the comfort picks, you know, like maybe get the Idol Pocket out, you know, and anything that's like going to be particularly just individually strong for them is, I think, what they need here in game 2.
Only
beyond
2
even,
MMO
like,
survives since back then.
Draft,
wait, what's the
just
second
get people
MMO?
their best heroes and don't ask too much in terms of flexibility. After a beatdown like that, you want everyone coming into the laning phase feeling good.
Yeah. Step one,
Final Fantasy,
get Idol
maybe?
off Holiday and put him on a playmaker, I would say. I mean, obviously, Holiday can be a somewhat of a playmaker, but you think back to when they originally had the success. I mean, his Abrams is able to put in work, his Pocket, Yamato, like he's got a lot of different heroes he can play to be effective. And
Vindicta first pick.
Vindicta, they actually decide to take it away themselves.
I like the approach of take away the Vindicta just because you think about Lefa's ability to take over a game on characters that just have disproportionate impact on a carried level. Vindicta is one of the best in the business right now.
So
and characters like Infernus
earlier they first picked Viscous. Do you think Hydro Nation will just take Viscous now then?
Jake, even if Lefa plays really well on anything else, I feel like Lefa may not hit the same potential that he can currently do on the modern Vindicta. As look at the Mo value right now, Jake. Mo, first pick coming out of Hydra Nation. The mole stocks continue to rise.
Yeah, I'm curious if they won't go for something like a Bebop, maybe to put some more threat on the Vindicta. And speaking of Lefa's pick, I do feel like the Yamato is still a great option for him. Like being this ultra late game, still strong in the meta. It's something that Lefa is very personally comfortable on, has like a great mechanical ceiling on. I think the value on Mo makes a lot of sense with how important we've been talking about the mid lane as being, with Mo being fantastic at not only soaking tons of lane pressure, but just keeping waves constantly pushed into the enemy Guardian. That's like Mo's specialty with almost any laning partner. And so, you know, I think this pick really just emphasizes like this desire for teams, you know, maybe not to take the enemy Guardian, that'd be ideal, but at least to just ensure that you're not losing your mid lane Guardian early.
You know, ZP, what I find kind of crazy about this like Mo and Krill being first picked is I think back to like DFN Pacific.
Oh boy.
When watching like the qualifiers for those matches, I was just like amazed. I was bewildered. Like, why are these teams picking Mo and Krill first? Now, part of it was due to like the one trickness of some of the players, but I feel like, funny enough, they were kind of ahead of the curve, ahead of the meta a bit, which is kind of odd when you look at that region as a whole. They're typically behind metas, especially like early on into an esports scene. But Mo and Krill has definitely become one of like the strongest picks, I would say, in the game because of that early control. It gives you that snowball potential, and of course, as everything Jake just mentioned.
I think the guy's pick was a mistake here. Even though I don't really love picking Yamato into Mo and Krill, now I feel like if you're Hydra Nation, you need to give Lefa a hero, right? One of the best backup heroes here, if you don't have the Vindicta, is Yamato. And we've already seen, going back to early EU matches, how you can use the Mo and Krill to feed the Yamato on top of it. Okay. I think Hydra Nation goes Yamato here, but if they don't go Yamato,
might be
you
a
need
Yama
to ban
angle.
it as BNB. You cannot give it up.
I think.
What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Yamato?
Oh.
It's Abrams. Okay.
I mean, Calc,
and then they ban Yamato.
Really powerful player hero combo, I think, for Calc.
Actually, maybe they're not that scared of Yamato because they have Mo and Paradox.
Yamato is an amazing pick
Actually,
for them.
they don't ban Yamato. I think they want to threaten the Yamato pick, right?
Lefa having a good performance on like whatever hero they end up giving him, and so maybe it makes sense to, when you have a highly flexible player.
Maybe
like that,
don't ban Yamato here because then you threaten the Yamato pick for the next one and forcing them to use one of their bans or them picking it.
Still in the pool, still available. I think it's
yeah,
definitely
because you ban Kelvin
yeah,
and now
take it out. Don't want to have to worry about the threat of that frozen shelter.
So now they kind of want to either pick or ban Yamato, right?
I think you're kind of right, like somewhat with the Yamato ban. Like I do look at, I know you're talking about like
I would ban Yamato here or Calico.
Like, pick history, like it's in
Calico is still in the play.
Like the two primary, and then everything else has like one or two picks. But I definitely agree it's flexible. I think what I look at over B&B side is, I'm assuming this Vindicta Bebop are to be paired together in a lane to look for a lot of early kills. Like the hook into stake or stake into hook is insanely deadly. But with the 7-ban coming through, you're kind of forcing Rocker to change things up a bit, which he did have a lot of success in that last game.
You know, the 7-ban here, I mean, it makes sense, especially because Rokane could come in on it, but I don't know. I think putting Lefa on a bad hero, or at least a hero that doesn't have as much impact on the game, I feel like is the highest value play here, because I think the odds are still overwhelmingly high that you get a Yamato pick here.
Oh boy.
They go Calico for more frontline. I mean, I don't hate it, and I'm trying to think, has Lefa played Calico? I feel like it might have happened at one point.
I mean,
Hydra Nation had Abrams last
really
time too.
Since we've seen Lefa, so I feel like I don't want to overrate what he's picked in the past because the game has changed a lot since we've last seen Lefa. And I mean, if this guy just like grinds the game, plays, you know, he could easily have some new, very comfortable picks coming out of the pubs. Like, I don't think we saw him in that much Vindicta before either, and he just tore the last game apart. So,
just once.
Yeah, so I'm like, I think just focusing on the draft is Hydra Nation don't need to get like the ideal Lefa here, and hey, maybe they will get the Yamato. I mean, I don't know the big and Brawlic really want it as badly with the draft they've gotten so far. I think they need a little bit more stuns and control. I don't know that the Yamato really fits the bill for the draft they have so far. And do you really want to steal it away from Hydro Nation that badly? I'm a little skeptical of that.
How did Sinclair make it this deep?
It's just happening. It is.
I think
literally
Sinclair
just
is less prio than before. I mean, there's some nerfs to the laning stage. They do steal the Yamato away. But I think also with like maybe Warden getting played a lot less, I actually think that hurts Sinclair a lot because the Warden ult was like the most broken steal ever. Like think about the ulti steals for Sinclair this game. It's like Abrams pretty good, but I don't think it's like as crazy as like the Yamato or the Warden. Some of these like really consistent, like you're always going to get value popping that stolen ulti.
I think combo can be a pretty damn good steal if we're thinking about the way Vindicta and Mo play in a lane together. If you just steal the combo when you show up to a lane with Vindicta, that's like some pretty easy snipes as well. But yeah, it's weird to see if Sinclair is kind of like a reactive pick more than like an initial pick in NA compared to EU.
I mean, the Infernus, Leffa special. No, not many people are willing to play it, but he is. I'm actually really curious to watch Leffa play Infernus this game. I feel like he's been a standard bearer on the character, has innovated build in the past. And so it's definitely going to have I think a lot of viewers as well are going to have their eyes on Leffa's build and going to for sure copy it in the pubs for the next few days.
Also, the funny thing there is that there's also a world where they could put Rocane on the Infernus too. Rocane also has like a lot of Infernus play too. Even though I think of the two, it'd be more likely put Leffa on it, but there is a world where it's changed up and you could even see something like Leffa on the Shiv, Rocane on the Infernus, because historically Rocane had played an absolute ton of Infernus too. Being Beef though, final hero, you know, take a look at what they finish off here. I feel like they need maybe something more in the realm of range damage. Like, do you see a Wraith here last pick? Or no? Okay, Pocket, okay. You give Ido the ball. We know what Ido is going to be playing here, but it's also, it's also interesting because you would have thought Ido maybe would be on the Yamato, but
oh, Poppers, Yamato.
I mean, I do wonder if there's a few sacrilege plays where BNB doesn't have Ido on Pocket. I mean,
no Dynamo.
I don't think that's super likely, but also,
dude.
Hero pool wise, it could happen.
Hydro Nation has a crazy death ball team, though.
Yeah, I think there's some key break points for his Hydro Nation draft, like when Abrams gets the Phantom Strike online, how Mo's able to have a decent enough early game, and also on Infernus and Shiv. Like Shiv without Kelvin is, I think, not nearly as consistent, and Infernus has been hit or miss. So for Hydro Nation, this draft I think is a little bit less airtight than their last.
Yeah, I believe like Rocane would most likely be the Shiv player for Hydro Nation since he played it in the past, like with Llama Lords, but I don't remember like his Shiv really standing out. And I know like EU memes on it as just by decay, but the Shivs we've seen lately in NA just have not been, even in EU, have not really been too successful. On the other side though, I'm kind of curious because Gibbs, remember when BNB won 2 weeks ago, Ido said like Gibbs is an insane player. He's the best
Dynamo.
business player he's ever seen in his life.
When is the last time we saw
and
Dynamo?
now he's kind of, I think being forced to like adapt because he's not getting the Viscous anymore. At least the team isn't allowing him to play Viscous. So I'm assuming he'll be towards, I wanted to say the Bebop, but honestly, I'm not really sure anymore because the only play he has so far is Viscous and Ivy together.
I wonder if it's like, is it crazy if he plays Yamato? Because who's the Yamato player if Ido's on Pocket?
Poppers, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
He didn't have a great game last game with it, so that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't necessarily judge off of that, but yeah, I mean, Poppers on the Yamato and then Ido on Pocket would make sense. But again, it's an interesting thing too, just because, you know, Ido also still plays a really good Yamato historically, and you know, you wonder if you change it up, given the fact that Poppers did have a rough game. You know, again, so the hard part is like how much you just do what you've practiced versus how much do you adapt in the moment to the given day. You know, questions that anyone that, you know, is in this sort of scenario will ask. But right now, we're just waiting to for the players to get to lobby. Where, by the way, Hydro Nation is again the team that is waiting, and they haven't given bathroom break as an excuse this time. Instead, what we've heard from Hydration is, quote, never mind, one is missing, deafened in Discord. Just so you know.
I wonder if there's a point where we start like applying punishments for teams who do that.
You gotta do a draft time penalty.
Yeah. But bringing up something Jake mentioned though about like losing that first match, especially in a best of 5, like it can be really rough mentally. But I'm curious, Jake, because I think I've asked a lot of pros this over the course of my career now. Would you rather lose a close game or lose a stomp? And I feel like most players say they would rather lose a stomp because it's just like, okay, we just got outpicked or something like that. Let's just completely refresh our mind. Where you lose a close game, you think back to that like one mistake you made that potentially cost the game. I'm kind of curious in your opinion with it.
I feel like that's cope. I feel like that's crazy cope.
I didn't say it wasn't copium, but
that's wild copium to want to be stomped instead of, because at least we had a close game. It was like, okay, we almost won, and we could like just do better next time and like, you know, push it over. We made that one mistake. But when you get just blown out, stomped, I feel BNB have had to make a huge adjustment. Like they came into the series wanting to play a very different game. They come in game 2 and they're saying, all right, we're going to plan B with some very different picks, and maybe that will work for them. But regardless, I don't think that's ever where you want to be in the series, to be forced into like a definitive plan B. Your plan A completely failed, fell flat. Like, is your plan A because you thought it was your best chance to win? You put your best foot forward on map 1 of the series, you know, knowing it is a best of 5 against a strong team. You don't hold anything back. And so to get blown out when you're giving your all, I think that feels absolutely terrible. And so,
Stomps are easier to identify mistakes.
I think BNB wise, have picked a lot of comfort
I don't
picks.
know.
I think they absolutely could
honestly
make this one more competitive. Maybe not being all in and committed on the Viscous is smart and is like the right play. Do they have what it takes to just recover from, like, you know, a couple things go wrong in this game, and will they start to feel that pressure?
I saw left on Calico, just FYI. So it looks like that. You were right there, Jake.
Wait, Ryan, I was the one bringing up the Rokan on the Infernus as soon as it came up. It was just off the historic. All right. I give you all these props.
There we go.
I banish you, Jay, so I'll call you
So
back
we got
some other
Ida on the
time.
pocket.
But,
That should be interesting.
We are getting into it here. And yeah, taking a look at who's playing what. It's going to be Poppers back on the Amato and Ido on the pocket. You don't take the ball away
Bebop
from LeBron,
might have to rush Curse.
even in the scenario.
He usually
so
buys Silence Cliff.
people are getting
Every
what they
single
want,
Bebop
and
I've
Rocker
seen.
on the Shiv. It's no
Every single Bebop
Jake,
I've
but it
seen
works.
in these tournaments always buys
I
Silence
mean, once again,
Cliff,
Hydration
like
are
sub
having
10K.
Leffa and Hydration in the mid lane, and I think this is going to start to become a look for them after seeing it here in 2 games with 2 of arguably your strongest mechanical players laning together in maybe the most impactful lane. You know, getting the early Mo Krill to prioritize that, and this is also a really scary lane. One of the few lanes I think that can tolerate the amount of harass with Mo Krill being able to tank through it, and then I mean the tower dives are going to be really scary if Leffa gets online.
I think the thing I like too about pairing the Mo in this lane with the Calico is that if you do get an HP edge, like Calico is one of the most aggressive characters in lane period, especially with the last hitting change of just diving on you once you have melee lifesteal and you have even a smidgen of advantage. Like, it's one of the few characters in the game that can make, you know, even a Yamato.
I think they need to address the top of mid place.
Boy, should I go in?
Yeah, it's a serious threat.
Ido called
Insanely
Idorian.
good last hitters. I think Mo Krill and Calico
Yeah.
are probably some of the best last hitters in the game right now with the shotguns and high fire rate. Pretty unique in that regard. And so I'm definitely going to be watching the soul count in the mid lane. That's something that has got to be a little bit scary. Ooh,
Oh
failed
my
dash from
God.
Shiv could be punished. Just barely gets out in time if he has the
Jesus.
soul to buy a healing right.
This is not a fun lane.
I
Dude.
kind of dislike this matchup for Hydra Nation where,
Dude.
you know, Rocker just kind of
Playing-
came back to the game, right? It's
Playing
like,
is-
welcome back to Deadlock. Have a lane versus Sinclair, who's still one of the most difficult characters to lane against. I'm not
Honestly,
actually too surprised
Pocket
that
and Magician,
Rocker's
that's not a
eating
fun
perhaps a
time.
little bit more damage than the norm right now in the right-hand side.
Dude, can
It
I ask
actually
you guys
makes
something?
perfect
This
sense
might
to
be a boomer question, okay?
Yeah, it's
But
a scary spot to be.
I don't really
Lane's
know what a
relatively stable for
femboy
now.
is,
Slight
and I
soul lead for
also
Hydra
don't.
Nation just
I
based
also
on last
thought it
hitting,
was
but neither
offensive
team
to
able
call
secure
people a
much here.
femboy,
Expected to be
but I don't
relatively
know
quiet in the
because
early
I
game.
actually don't know what it is.
That being said,
Is it
Calico
someone who just likes to be
definitely has
feminine?
the opportunity to pop off, especially Geist
And
this low already. Geist
is it
kind of struggle
considered
when she falls
offensive to
behind
be-
in lanes
to
through
call
that,
people that?
needing to consume HP. And here we go, Calico senses weakness, already diving in for more. And Mo keeping that wave under tower.
boy who likes
Also
to be
can't
feminine?
Really leave, or else she's
Okay.
gonna miss way too many souls, and that's gonna be an easy kill for Leffa. Maybe
Imagine
2
what
actually. I think
we're
Leffa
thinking.
Oh
wins
my
this.
God! Wait.
Yeah, look at the melee lifesteal. It's gonna come back in. It's gonna get another heal up in the middle
Oh
of this
my
trade as
God.
Leffa just punches away.
Oh my
know,
God!
With how good Leffa is playing today, does this bring anyone back in time and just wonder how in the world was Leffa off this team for even a second to begin with? Like,
Yeah,
what-
how
what
was he
is
off the
going
team
on
for a
here?
second?
Look, he got his
Hmm.
European vacation in. He's back.
Hmm.
He's
I wonder
tanned,
why.
He's looking good. Out on the server here, ready to do some damage.
Got some games in on the Spade server. realized it
Feminine
was
boy
actually
wouldn't
for
say
the
it's any
best.
more offensive than
Yeah,
calling someone
real
a
deep
twink.
cut on that one
I
at this
thought
point
twink
today.
was
It's,
offensive too.
That's where we're at.
Am I just
as,
like completely out of the loop here?
looking
I
pretty
thought
healthy in lane.
I thought both those things is like
B&B,
something you
know,
shouldn't
not
be
wanting
calling
to fall
people.
behind early here once again.
Yeah, that mid lane is definitely a point of worry, though. Definitely
Context
the place where
matters.
Nation want to keep the pressure on, especially based on how the last game went. I mean, you can think of few better heroes than Calico to do essentially.
But I also have
what
another
Leva did last
question,
game, which
because
was,
I
like,
know
get
some
super
people call
active,
Pocket
taking
a
an early lead,
fanboy, but that's
snowball.
not
We've
correct,
seen some
right?
teams,
Because
you know,
Pocket's
winning the mid lane and
non-binary.
then sending one
So
player to get active,
that
the
wouldn't
other player
be
focuses on
that
farming.
wouldn't be correct
But
either,
last
right?
game, HydroNation, just both of them got active, right? They like doubled up on it, and it really turned explosive and
Like,
turned what
that
basically were
wouldn't
even
be
side lanes
a
into
correct
decisive wins for
statement.
HydroNation.
If you're
And with the
non-binary,
tower
then
already
you're
being this low. I mean, Guardian could go down, maybe not this way, but I think in the next wave.
You don't want to lose middle lane this early.
No,
and
Ellen
yet, on the
Delete.
same note, I don't
That's
think
the
there's
point.
anything
Pocket
that can
isn't
be done
a
to
he.
prevent it. You can't pull people
That's
from other lanes.
kind of the entire point.
this early
Pocket
now,
is a
Jake.
they,
and
right?
again, when you get a Calico that
I'm not
starts
trying
getting
to
this
like
level of early edge,
be
that's backed
offensive.
up by a
I'm
Mo
genuinely
that can
just
throw
asking
themselves
because like
body and soul directly at you.
I don't know a lot
I mean,
about.
that Guardian's gonna go down.
I don't know
Pure and simple.
too much about those things, and I always
Yeah,
try to
Bebop
like
could turn the
navigate.
fortunes around, Hyper Beam online.
I always try to navigate playing it safe in this space because I
Certainly
don't
the
want
side
to
lanes are
offend
definitely gonna be
anyone.
the place where you
So I
need
much
something to
prefer
happen, because I think you're
asking
right. It's just a matter
instead
of
of
time
like
there in the mid
pretending
lane
to
for HydroNation to pop
like
it
not
open
be
and
ignorant. You know what I
be
mean?
free to go elsewhere on the map. But these side lanes have been quiet, far too
Yeah,
quiet. I think, for Big and
I
Brawler's
saw
taste
when
for
I
their
read the
preferences.
lore about
They do
Pocket,
have
I
ultimates
saw that
online, but look
Pocket
at
was
those how far from the
non-binary.
mid
It
laners. I
said
mean, Yamato,
something
guys
like
struggling swap use though in
because
the mid lane.
Pocket's father tried to
It looks
kill
to be
them
just like a
at
basically
the age of
delaying the
18,
inevitable.
and now they're hiding from their
The
dad
swap,
or
which
something.
by the way is one of the main threats that could keep people off the tower. Now they don't have to worry about it. You still have decent
But I
health
definitely do agree
on
that
your
like
Mo, on your Calico. You also have to
I think
respect
anyone can like
the Mo at all times, because you're even a little bit out of position,
misgender
you're just going to die to combo.
either in games or in
And yeah,
person
but
or
they're
whatever.
yielding.
But I think it
Quick parry
the intention
There's
means
combo
a lot.
onto Yamato, it gets the shadow transformation
Oh,
off.
and a
Retiras
full
the
rest locket.
Full HP heal.
I
Well,
think the
near full,
intention
and,
matters
you
a
know,
lot. Like
could've
if
been
you
a lot worse, I
accidentally
suppose.
misgender
Just if they had a little bit more
and then you
damage
say sorry
before
or
the shadow
like you
transformation
didn't
came
know
in.
better, I
Still
don't
lose
see it
guard.
as
I
a
mean,
huge
Yamato
issue as long
lives,
as
but
your
yeah, like, the
intention is
damage
to
has been
not
done here.
offend
I mean,
anyone. You
Left
just
and
go,
Hydration
hey,
are gonna
sorry,
be
I
able to
didn't
buy,
know,
reset
and
their
then the
HP,
next time you
gather
know
down
better.
ultis. Maybe they'll wait a little
But
bit before they get
what-
active, but the mid
what-
lane is going to become a very dangerous place. I don't think Yamato and Geist
I
can
think
really
no one
stay here and
cares.
farm.
No, I
They're
don't
gonna
think
be
that's
there now,
true.
but I expect to see more action.
I
just
think a
continuing
lot
to
of
pop
people
off
care,
in
and
the
I
mid
think
lane.
that's the point, especially as a creator. You know, you're supposed to be a role model for
Not where you want
people.
to be. We're sure. on the
And then
same
I
note,
think
there's
it's
no
important
combo.
to
But this is
actually
what we're about to see
like
here, Jake. The
inform
mid
yourself
guardian is
about.
down, and Ava will play. In this case, Calico. Off
Yeah,
on the
Rubber.
rotation. This could be devastating.
And it's
to
like,
the right
yeah,
lane.
to me,
A
it's
pure
like
3-on-2 getting set
it's the
up.
same reason as
run
like
in from the
why do
Calico, now
some people
complete.
insist on using the
for the
R
dive.
slur?
Here we
And
go.
then
How's
there's
this
this
one
whole
complete?
discussion of whether
Right
or not
now,
it is a
they're looking
slur.
for pocket.
And then I usually say
Force out the
like,
cloak
but
early.
does it really matter if it's
Jake,
a
it might
slur
not
or
even be about the
not?
kills, it
If
might
it
just be
offends
about
people,
setting up
then
for another
surely
Guardian,
find
but as
something
I
better
say
to
that,
say.
it's a quick Ava
You know what I
rotation
mean?
back
Like
to mid.
I don't even
Yeah,
care
even
if the
marked
R
over
word is
here
a
by
slur
the
or not.
Geist
I
and
just
Yamato.
know
I
that it
think he's gonna
offends
be able to just
a
walk
lot
out
of
of here
people.
on Ava,
So
though.
then why would I say it?
It's going to be relatively close.
You know
but
what I
still has
mean?
the ulti in reserve,
Like
healing
just
rate as
say
well to
silly
get back to full
or
HP.
dumb. I don't know.
So ultimately,
Like
a failed
choose
gig. I
another
think
word
that's,
to use.
you know,
You don't
not,
have
not
to
the end
like
of the world for either
like some.
team, but
It seems to
Hydration
me like
aren't
some people are
mattered
just like
either, right?
no,
Hydration himself was just
because
there
of
in the mid
freedom
lane
of
defending,
speech, I
really
want to
no
use
tower damage
this
to speak
specific
of.
word, and you
once
can't
again,
stop
Yamato
me.
and
And I'm
Geist
just
trying
like,
to play
wow,
together,
you
trying
just
to fight
like
us, but I mean,
okay, so
comboed
then you're just an
insane burst
ass.
there from Lepa, and now even great talent. Like,
And
could be
yeah,
dope
so
here.
many
Yeah, this is
issues
starting
are
to get
solved with
scary.
empathy. It's
Fine
just
barrier
like
is gonna scare
surely you can
Hydration
just
off, but once again, Lefa just off for a rotation.
surely you can
I
just
really
not
think the
say
more
it.
I look at these games, especially you're looking at history, but even what's in front of your eyes right now. Mo is the best character to pick early on in your draft, whether it be to hurt a Yamato or empower a Yamato. Mo's impact on what Yamato does is ridiculous. We're seeing it here again, Jake.
I understand why they don't want to stop.
May need to back off and just
How
reset the
so?
health
Please
here.
enlighten me, because I don't. I feel like it just seems like
tricky with it. But young Cal very aware.
it just
great
seems
charge
to me
done on
to
the
be
Bebop. There's a lot of damage
like
on him.
ignorance
Spells used
and
by guys is going to force that Bebop out.
Stubbornness.
And return away from this engagement. Calico continuing to be
It's a
active
word
on
they've
the
used
map,
their
and
entire life, but they get
Hydration just
offended when
slowly
someone tells them
trickling
they
up here
can't.
in the lead. The Big and Brawlic are doing really well to survive these ganks.
Yeah, but like,
but still,
I don't
slight
know.
outfarm right now from Hydration.
That sounds like anti-Darwinism to me.
What's going to happen for Hydration Nation right
Is
now?
one
like
of the
Guardian
most
now,
dangerous things, in my opinion,
to the jungle,
is whenever someone
more
goes,
free roam.
but
Again,
I've
take a
always
look
done
at
it this
middle
way.
right now.
We've
2-on-2
always done it
setting
this
up
way.
here.
Like,
Mo
you're like,
moving in here
progression
with
is
the
literally
Calico,
your enemy.
catching
Like,
Bebop
I
from the
think
back.
that's really bad.
Combo ready to go. Gets pushed back a little bit. Dashing. Nope, doesn't like it. Doesn't commit for the combo. So able to get away.
R word was something I used a lot, but it took a lot of effort and fun. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not innocent either. I also used to say that, you know, and then I realized that
the limits on the character.
there's no reason to, and you're just offending people.
Unnecessarily
So
risky combos. He knows it's not worth trading his life with this kind of advantages he already has.
You kind of train yourself.
Furnace doing what he does best, stealing some cams, putting pressure on Geist, who has swap, but
I think my point is just that some people, they just like are so stubborn about like it's about their freedom of speech. And I'm just like, bro, it's not that big of a deal, bro. Just like say another word.
Even Vindicta, I think, surely gonna die just after the Guardian goes down.
I really loved Rokane's movement, by the way, there, where they were at risk of just getting crunched by Assassinate, and Rokane just took every nook and cranny possible to break line of sight and just burn away anyone chasing. Really good map awareness, although not enough awareness to perhaps go back and heal after that last escape.
It's a really nice gang from Ido. Pops that Infernus and then gets out. Yamato is going to be chasing onto this Paradox, has ulti available, and Flick knows. So he's
I remember it used to be a term because it was also normalized in television. Like there are several older movies and
to cost them as they look to recover
several older movies where
Book on to Rocker. Get the Vindicta showing up too. Should be enough to kill Rocker here, you would think.
there's several older movies where that was just a norm to say the R word. So
rotation though coming in from hibernation in turn.
I do know what you mean.
Coming on in. They've taken out Luffa, but
yeah, it was used by doctors and stuff too. That is correct.
More have come into this fight. Calc finishes off Yams.
Thanks for a great 5 months and giving me another excuse to return to Azeroth.
Who else is on the docket as hibernation
Heartman, thank you to 5 months, bro. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Like
I'm glad you're enjoying the WoW grind.
B&B. They're all such low HP. I'd love to see them. Yeah, they're going to go back and get the reset there. And that's the first really solid trade we've seen for Big and Brolic.
I think the best quote I've seen is like, you can call it freedom. It's freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence, right?
Yeah, you're done for, buddy.
Isn't that what kind
When you think you're about to get away and the two fists just come on in.
Isn't that like a good way of saying
right
it?
Time for Hydration, who honestly, pretty high game IQ on the Mo here so far, just in terms of knowing where to be, set good combos.
Oh god, Yamato.
Like, we're nearing a carry Mo situation right now, with Mo having ridiculous farm, Guardian going down. I mean, Mo is 11k. He's actually gonna get. I mean, Mo can hit a kind of a crazy carry potential. It's really hard to do, I think, because Mo typically is going to get punished in some of these scenarios when you're comboing, but that hasn't happened for Hydration. He's going to start to get to the point where he's just unkillable when he gets a few more items on this Mo.
You delivered that with all the energy of a weatherman.
I think it's easy to say I'm just old and my ways won't change, but that's also, I don't think it necessarily is with age. I think it's also just with being stubborn.
Into the evening, please watch out. You're not wrong though, and it's kind of interesting because it doesn't happen that often, but a Mo that can almost kill you themselves with combo is terrifying. It's not wonderful to go against. It's also gonna be a Mo that can take more risks and play deeper in the enemy territory.
Yeah, even grabbing urns and, like, you know, crossing the map so quickly. The lead once again for Hydration is starting to grow.
So the spectator bug
on game one, right? Not quite as explosive. I think Big and Brolic were more cautious this time around. They felt the threat, but once again, it just like feels like Big and Brolic are being choked out. I mean, Bebop's watching this camp be farmed. Okay, the Hyper Beam hopefully is going to get a last. It looks like he only got one of those last hits though, so still 2 of those large creeps going towards Rocker. Nice trade for them on Hydration.
My great uncle died at 96, had seen it all and learned and changed with the times and didn't say anything racist and so on. Being old isn't an excuse to not be nice. I agree. Totally agree.
And
let's check these items. Let's check these items. You got the Warp Stone online. Oh man. And all these early game items, I love this from Hydration. I mean, he's so tanky, he's so annoying, but he's all invested in all of his slots. I think this is a really smart build because it's one that he's not really playing to carry. He's just playing to be as strong as humanly possible right now at this moment in the game. But that's just what Hydration needs. They don't really need Hydration to carry. They just need to keep winning these next few team fights and get the rest of their real late game cores online.
Also, can we talk about the absolute state where B&B is in this game, where, you know, forget the obvious notes on economy. When you're Bebop and your ideal hyper beam is just hitting a camp from afar and maybe getting 1 kill, and you're like, this is a good use of hyper beam. It's just telling of how pushed back you already are in the game in terms of like what you're looking for value. At
I mean,
point.
To be fair, he's playing Gun Bob. His ult isn't that mandatory.
For a second, and you know, Jason, you've been watching this. You're looking at B&B. What paths do you have back right now, especially with your motto at 8K?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you have a path back right now being 20k down 14 minutes in. Realistically, with just how good HydroNation are as a team and the lack of mistakes they make, I don't see a clean, easy way into it, to be honest. The problem is that Ido, he doesn't really have any carry potential in 11k. As Poppers, like we mentioned in the first game, he's very low on souls, so he doesn't have the carry potential. Gibbs, I actually don't know what he kind of like.
Fun to hear other people's opinion on
it was
this.
the crow build, but if anything, maybe the assassination actually would have been exactly what they needed to have some sort of snowball chance. But what I've been kind of focused on more so is not necessarily about how BNB get back into this, is that how HydroNation
Norway now,
kind of kept their identity from when they played previously in the 4-lane setup of allowing Hydration just to farm out a lane and using Leffa to just rotate around the map looking for kills and looking to create opportunities for his team. It's kind of cool to see they're able to maintain that like team identity in the change from 4 lanes down to 3.
The terror of Mo continues. Take a look at mid lane. Geist wanting none of it. And Jake, you're also right now at this level of farm difference. You're just seeing
what word are you talking about? I'm Russian. It's a little tough. We're talking about a game. I was gonna say game. I meant word. We're talking about a word that starts with R and sounds a little bit like a restart.
And I actually really like that HydroNation aren't forcing walkers. They know that I think one of the biggest risks
all
they
I'm
could
really
take right now would be a
saying.
walker attempt with the threat of Bebop and I mean even Pocket being pretty fantastic at defending walkers in a lot of these situations. And they're not forcing it. They're sending waves into Walker, forcing a response, but they're never taking the fight that deep into Big and Brawl's territory. And so Big and Brawl keeps showing up and trying to turn things around, and it's just going against them. Leffa is just picking players off without ever overcommitting.
I mean, Leffa's been making wonderful space. Hydration, anytime combo has been up, someone has been getting a beatdown.
You know what? When Leffa dove in earlier and just killed both of them, I was like, well, this is not looking too good.
Really well. I mean, Jake, you look at this here. Forget about having a flex slot. We're 16 minutes in, and there's not even a single Guardian down in favor of BNB. They're at the point where they can't even do builds the way they want to or have any access to the map. As Calc finds Ido. We barely talked about Ido and Pocket this game either. That's scary.
Yeah, and 2 snipes missed there from Gibbs, not able to get a connection. He's gonna just satisfy himself with clearing a wave. Leffa does go down, and so the rotation wasn't for nothing. But elsewhere on the map, I mean, HydroNation are dominating the lanes. They're shoving them all in. Furnace may be in trouble here, is gonna even get out with his life. Walker is extremely low. Seems like more support is coming in now on Yamato with no ulti. Yamato's in trouble, being doped by Shiv, dead to rights here.
Bro.
Also, we didn't really talk about, but you know, it hasn't really been needed with how the rest of the team has been playing, but you talk about Yamato counters. Not only has Yamato been getting comboed
I've seen that rubber side dock where people like soft censor themselves, but that to me that just like seems like you just want to keep using a word and you try to just make it as similar as possible. Like I personally am not a huge fan of that.
Options to shut down, but you know, right now you're at 10k Yamato versus most of the other team being at 19k, including your heavy hitters.
Get punched by.
There's no sadder spot
I don't think that system
Yamato
can punch
with that level of farm.
Well, it could be raining, so you know there's that. At least it's a sunny day here in the Cursed Apple, but it's
there's a
not
lot of
much
weird
else
ones.
That's optimistic right now for Big and Ball. I mean, I feel this game they've been very defensive. They've been making sure that the lead doesn't explode. But in response, HydroNation have adapted perfectly. They're just
I think that if you can rewire your brain to say stuff like acoustic,
space on the map is starting to
then surely you can also just rewire your brain to just
are bringing heavy numbers
use something that isn't ableist.
Sinclair kill, but I have to think there could be more on the cards here. Hydration scouting out those opponents. The rest of the team bearing down here.
The casters have been tearing into poppers. Yeah, he's been not having some great games right now.
Hallelujah, it's raining Mo's. Like, kind of has been. If you're thinking about fists at your B&B, has not been safe to traverse the map at all as HydroNation right now in a near unassailable.
I know what you mean, Rubber Psyduck. It's
I think they're gonna start to think about
and
a
I think some of that is also due to like
has some low targets on the enemy side. Could
dude, that's the most optimistic snipe I've seen.
Left the tankiest players around to start, dealing with that. Pushed out of
That's
the mid lane.
most optimistic snipe I've seen.
Dancing with death there.
They're 40k down. He tries to snipe a Mo on 60%.
Slippery heroes are not so slippery when Mo's got his big grubby fists on him.
No, that's true, Indy. I also think that even
been through the dirt.
I think apps even have like AI,
but
Like, I think you can get shadow banned for using bad words.
Get better. And you know, maybe
Hydration is just left us solo diving a walker. Meanwhile, fearlessly is going to back out and escape and pull the rotation at the same time. So now I think this mid boss take is essentially free.
Oh, this game is over,
I mean,
bro.
they're on their way to wrapping up game 2. ZB, this is a 50k lead at a lower net souls. I mean, I think this game 2 is over. I mean, realistically, ZP, I don't see a way back into this for Big and Brawlic. And this one slipped away in a different manner. It wasn't a blowout, but it just trickled away against you. So what do? You've tried taking the fight to Hydronation. You've tried playing it slow and defensive, and both times they've thwarted you.
I think part of it is that, look, at the very least today, the Poppers Yamato has not been performing. It's been forget the fact that there's a team difference, even within the same team, you know, whether it be B&B's strategy, Popper's personal performance, or what, they have not been using the Yamato well. I mean, it's been a very poor Yamato 2 games in a row. Again, even relative to their own team, they go for a Bebop build, which kind of necessitates you well in the early game, and you get crushed in the early game. And,
man,
it's quite
this isn't even that fun to watch.
Expect to be doing well for B&B at the parts of the game where they usually would be doing well have not.
Wonder what NA could adapt from what VPay did today with ending the network diff games faster. I wonder if it's also.
I mean, pretty much
I don't
anything
know.
that could go wrong for B&B kind of has gone wrong in this game.
I wonder. I don't know.
Yeah,
I wonder
think
if it's
comes
because
back to
it's
the
the
mid
best
lane
of
with
5
the
and they just
domination
like
that Hydration
want to be
and Level
100%
put on.
sure.
I mean, in Poppers, I think it's less about him and more about the fact that he's just getting worked in the laning stage. And
Or
he has to,
because
make
they're
a comeback in both games, which is
this exact
so
roster
difficult
is
when
a little
you
bit
get
new.
smoked in the mid lane and the other team takes that advantage further. Popper's forced into a pretty bad ult here. I think he's gonna just get bursted down. And this is just the overwhelming stat check coming in. This is GG.
This is GG.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to go in here, grab both shrines.
What do you think about the new map? The new map is great.
And yeah, even if you want to make an argument,
it's definitely
play
a
it safe and leave.
huge leap in the right direction
you're
to make the game ready for.
With this level of soul difference,
You miss split pushing. You can still split push.
And it's kind of the old
I
thing
think
of,
B&B went Vin
enough,
to not give it to Hydronation.
dodge,
Yes.
full-on Matrix type of reference. Yeah, they don't need the dodge right now. They can just hold up their hand, and half of B&B will fall over.
Yeah, they're down a couple ultis, so maybe they go a little bit slower here, but I think as long as they don't dive the fountain, they should be just fine. Big and Brawlic looking to get active to force something. Maybe a Hyper Beam could clear the pit here. Patron under pressure. Hydronation are being a little bit patient here, not sending everyone through to the pit, forcing a couple key ultimates out, but Bebop can't even stay in the Hyper Beam. Patron's down. GG.
GG.
There's nothing hyper about that beam at that point. It's more of a tickle beam when you have this level of soul difference between the two teams. But look, this just got out of hand from early game on, and B&B just not having the options to go back. And I just wonder back to the draft here, Jake, where to an extent they denied otherwise great options that Hydronation like to run, but options that didn't really seem great for B&B themselves in this instance.
Starting to wonder how this team ever lost a championship, right? Watching this ZP. I mean, we're in a best of 5 here, but it doesn't feel like it's going to go on much longer. Hydronation, these are just wins, right? Like, we see a lot of close games here at DFN, but these are not close games. These last 2 have both been blowouts back to back in different fashion. Hydronation showing not only are they extremely strong once again, but also they have versatility.
You know what, guys? I think I'm gonna watch the remainder of the tournament while playing some WoW, and I'm gonna raid my girlfriend. It seems like we are leaning towards a blowout, and it's gonna probably be a little break before the next game too. So I'm gonna go chill. But thank you for watching, y'all. Thank you for watching. If anybody wants to join World of Warcraft tonight, you can ask in the WoW Locked Discord chat on my Discord, or just go to White Main Horde. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Had a good time. What is my girlfriend doing? I think she's playing. They're playing Repo. Oh, it's her partner anniversary. Okay, let's wish her a happy partner anniversary. All right, y'all. Thank you for watching. See y'all soon. Bye bye. I think we're doing a cooking stream tomorrow. I think.